Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 3 Chapter 121 Closing the Coffin. Coffin boat leaves the ghost C2. No sooner had the words left their lips, than the two suddenly felt light in the head and heavy in the feet. From lying they became standing. The coffin boat surprisingly suddenly upended itself, then swiftly fell down, turning a full somersault. Hoa Tan used one hand to clutch Ta Lin's waist, his other hand placed behind his head to shelter him, saying, "Hold fast to me." If it were outside, even if this violent upheaval were thrice as severe, Ta Lin could manage, but the predicament was that he was now constricted within a small narrow space. His movements were hindered, nor did he know what they were truly encountering outside. He could only focus on guarding, secretly fretting, and asked, "What if the coffin boat splinters?" Hoa Tan replied, "Nothing at all, even if it splinters there's no need to fear. With me here you won't be able to sink." Now the two pressed impossibly close against each other. As he uttered these words, Hoa Tan almost brushed his hair, and Ta Lin could even feel a faint tremor transmitted from the other's Adam's apple, distracting his thoughts. But then the fierce gyrations of the coffin boat reclaimed his attention. The boat seemed to have become a child's plaything, held by a 3-year-old, shaking it with abandon, tossing it ceaselessly. In his utter helplessness, Ta Lin clung to Hoa Tan with one arm, while his other hand braced himself against the coffin. Amidst the pandemonium, the two tumbled about, now above, now below, lost count of their changing positions, bumping hard and then lightly brushing against countless parts of each other's bodies. Do not be misled by Hoa Tan's seemingly youthful appearance. Only after being pressed against him for so long did he realize every inch of him was rigid. Ta Lin was tormented to the point of eyes exploding with tiny sparks. Scarcely had the movement ceased for a moment, when he found himself pinned beneath Hoa Tan. The crushing weight on him truly left him breathless. Ta Lin gingerly lifted a hand, grasping Hoa Tan's solid arm that was braced beside him, muttered softly, his head swimming, vision blurring, "Haven't we had enough?" For some reason, Hoa Tan did not respond to him, and before Ta Lin could finish his sentence, his breath suddenly caught, because he abruptly discovered a certain part of him had undergone a subtle, unexpected change. In that brief instant, Ta Lin's emotions were even more incredible than witnessing an ironwood tree blossom. At the very least, seeing an ironwood tree blossom would not have left his mind so utterly empty as it was now. An overwhelming storm of shame and awkwardness, fiercer than anything outside the coffin, raged within him, battering Ta Lin until he was utterly disheveled. Ta Lin frantically bent his knees. Little did he expect this posture was far from ideal. As soon as he bent his knees, he seemed to brush against a place he ought not to have, eliciting a low growl from Hoa Tan, "Don't you dare move." The severity of his growl was palpable, and Ta Lin quickly retracted his legs. But if he didn't keep his knees bent, he feared Hoa Tan would notice the current state of his botus reaction. In that case, he might as well just ram his head into the coffin and die. He could have explained it as his body betraying him, but the awkward thing was that there had already been a precedent on the island moments ago. The first or second time it might pass as unintentional, but what explanation could he possibly offer for a third or fourth time? In his desperation, Ta Lin inadvertently blurted out, "No. Tam Lang, don't touch me." A beat of silence. Then Hoa Tan responded in a deep voice, "Very well. Let's go out." Ta Lin felt as though he had been granted a great reprieve. "Out we go." Suddenly, a powerful sensation of weightlessness assailed them, and the very coffin boat they were within, surprisingly, soared into the heavens. Simultaneously, Hoa Tan and Ta Lin each dealt a palm strike to the wooden coffin walls, and the coffin boat instantly shattered into countless fragments. The two escaped the vessel and leapt out together. Beneath the moonlight, Ta Lin glanced back, merely to see a colossal water dragon clutching the shattered remains of the coffin, bellowing amidst the pouring rain, as if its fanged maw, having crushed its meal, discovered only an empty shell and was thus enraged. Undoubtedly, it was this water dragon earlier that had bitten the coffin boat, tossing it relentlessly, flipping it hither and thither. The coffin boat had already sailed out, but after drifting for a while, it had been carried back in the water dragon's jaws. The two alighted on the ground, returning to Blackwater Island. On the seashore, there were two additional figures, none other than the Watermaster Su Vo Du and General Bui Min. Suvo Du had not yet retracted his spiritual seal, still embracing the storm, and seemed intent on resummoning that water dragon. Buimin clapped him on the shoulder saying, Water Master brother, calm yourself a bit. This round is finished and who knows when the next will arrive, save some of your strength. So that sudden torrential downpour earlier was an interlude within Suvo Du's heavenly tribulation. The rain was now slowly abating. Suvo Du flicked his hand, turned towards Hoatan and Talin, and demanded, What has gotten into you two? Buimin also asked, Indeed, Your Highness, you two must explain yourselves. What was going on? What exactly were you two doing in there? When the coffin boat shattered, the sight of the two clutching each other so tightly had, of course, been plainly visible. Talin fluttered his eyelids just as he was about to speak. He abruptly realized, after their tumble and roll within the cramped coffin boat, both he and Hoatan had disheveled hair and askew garments, looking as utter. Why improper as possible? And even after wiping the rainwater from his face, his cheeks still burned hotly. Hoatan advanced a step, shielding Talin with his body. A long moment passed, then Talin gave a soft cough, saying, There was nothing, it was merely. The coffin was too small. Suvo Du wore a perplexed expression. That's not what I asked. Buimin, however, pointed at the pile of splintered wood they had left on the beach prior, asking, You two fashioned this coffin right here, did you not? Why did you not make it a little larger? The design of the coffin boat was jointly decided by Huacheng and Xie Lian. It seemed that at that time no one truly thought about making it a bit larger. Xie Lian could only reply, That's true, ha 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 ha. Have the two lords just drifted close to this island? Peiming said, Indeed. Watermaster brother fought all the way against the currents of the black water ghost domain, and just as he set foot on the island, he saw a coffin floating on the surface of the black water ghost domain sea. Truly is miraculous. Xie Lian gradually felt uneasy, smiling as he replied, Yes, it truly is miraculous. Sure Wudu said you. He turned to Huacheng, narrowing his eyes as he asked, Didn't you once say on the large ship that the only thing that can stay afloat in the black water ghost domain is coffin wood that has contained a dead person? Peiming drew his sword, leisurely continuing, Precisely. The coffin is here, so where is the D person? Huacheng also smirked, If you miss someone deceased that much, I suggest you commit suicide. Peiming raised his sword and pointed it at Huacheng, saying, How arrogant. Truly worthy of being crimson rain-sought flower. Sure enough, Peiming had guessed it. Huacheng laughed heartily. Seeing weapons about to clash, Xie Lian shielded Huacheng, saying, Two lords, please calm down, don't get angry. Please rest assured, Tam Lang has good intentions this time. Peiming said, Tam Lang? I have never heard what rank of son His Excellency Crimson Rain-sought flower is from any family. Good intentions? Crown Prince, are you sure this word of yours refers to him? Sure Wudu was determined to stand in the most eye-catching position, so he pushed Peiming aside and sternly asked, Was it you who played tricks this entire journey? What was your purpose in luring us to the black water ghost domain? Where is Shi Qingxian? Huacheng retorted, This is someone else's territory, do you think I wish to come? Xie Lian, accustomed to such situations, skillfully changed the subject, asking, Have you still not found Wind Master Lord? Didn't General Pei rescue them already? Peiming shrugged, They should have been rescued, but a huge wave from Watermaster brother struck, and they separated again. Sure Wudu said, Brother Pei, please do not be mistaken. I did not raise the waves, those things from beneath the sea jumped out one after another. You fundamentally could not have rescued the Xie Lian hurriedly mediated, Don't get agitated. That matter. Wind Master Lord went with Earth Master Lord, so there surely won't be anything serious. Sure Wudu grumbled, Earth Master? What use is Earth Master? He cannot reach high nor stoop low. He is not even a martial god, and his spiritual power is not even as good as Shi Qingqian's. Speaking of this, he seemed to suddenly remember that Shi Qingqian had lost all his spiritual power. Sure Wudu's expression hardened, and he sealed his lips, speaking no more. Xie Lian thought to himself, Specialized fields of study exist, although Mingyi is not a martial god and his spiritual power is not considered extremely strong. How could it be as terrible as Watermaster said? Furthermore, during the Half-Moon Pass incident, the abilities Earthmaster displayed were quite decent, even if not top tier, they were not too bad. Peiming also said, First, don't worry too much. As long as he doesn't confront Xian Gui, Earth Master Lord should be able to cope. Hua Cheng laughed. The heavenly tribulation has chased you and struck into the borders of the Black Water Ghost domain. You have disturbed his waters into a chaotic mess. Yet you still expect the master of this place not to notice? Suddenly, Shi Wudu's expression changed, and he took out a piece of golden longevity lock from his collar. Pei Ming asked, Watermaster brother, what's the situation? The golden longevity lock seemed to be lightly vibrating in his palm. Sure. Wudu said Qingxian is nearby. And moreover injured. Xie Lian looked at that piece of golden lock, which was surprisingly identical to the one Qingxian wore the other day, then took off to press the formation and dropped. He then asked, is Wind Master Lord still wearing that piece of longevity lock? I remember he took it off. Shi Wudu said, I picked it up and put it back on him. It turned out that these two pieces of longevity locks were crafted from two pieces of Brother Kim tin quartz. When they are not far apart, and the owner of one of the two sides bleeds and is injured, they will interact with each other. The closer they are, the stronger the resonance. This is not magic but a characteristic of nature, hence it is not affected by the ghost domain's magical restrictions. Shi Wudu took the longevity lock off his neck, held the string in his hand, raised it horizontally before him, and slowly spun it in a circle. When he turned it in a certain direction, the golden lock suddenly vibrated more strongly. That was the direction of the dense forest, pointing towards the immeasurably deep central region of this isolated island. Shi Wudu mused, now Qingxian is on this island. Having said that, he hastily strode towards the dense forest. Pei Ming obviously followed. Xie Lian pondered for a moment if the Wind Master and Earth Master were on the island, and moreover, the Wind Master was suspected of being injured and bleeding, it would still be better to find them first. So he said, two esteemed lords, there are minor ghosts lying in ambush in the forest, be careful of sneak attacks. Hua Cheng also followed. Xie Lian had originally intended to hold his hand, but remembering his disrespectful and undignified appearance in the coffin boat just now, the hand he had stretched out involuntarily retracted, finally clutching Hua Cheng's sleeve, not daring to look too much at the other's expression. Pei Ming, however, continuously turned his head back, watching the two of them with great interest, and asked Crimson Rain Sought Flower, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you two truly are inseparable. For a ghost king to openly and honestly follow us like this, aren't you worried about avoiding suspicion? Xie Lian calmly replied, General Pei, what are you saying? In this kind of situation, his following us is precisely to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, if the two esteemed lords encounter danger and suspect him of a sneak attack from behind, how would he explain himself? Pei Ming said, having reached the calamity rank, does it make any difference whether he is before our eyes or not? Isn't using a clone spell as easy as pie? No sooner had he finished speaking when a sharp, whistling sound tore through the wind. Pei Ming raised his hand, catching a sneak attack arrow, and said as expected, there's something here. How dangerous? Water Master brother, be careful. His words had not yet finished when again whoosh 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 was heard. 7 or Ig. HT sneak attack arrows flew towards Pei Ming. Clanging and clattering, Pei Ming raised his sword and deflected a volley, vexedly saying, what on earth is this? Shi Wudu burst into laughter. Brother Pei, you should be careful yourself. With that he quickened his pace even more. If it were merely hiding in the dark to shoot sneak arrows, it wouldn't be enough to cause fear, only trouble. Impatiently, Pei Ming leveled the bushes and not long after, he pulled out a few minor ghosts, asking, you lot are quite daring, aren't you? The minor ghosts looked pale and sickly, merely the lowest tier small fry. Held in the hands of this general, they were frightened into shrinking into little balls, continuously begging for mercy. After all, they were merely gatekeepers in someone else's home. Blocking outsiders from intruding was nothing blameworthy. So Pei Ming threatened them with a few words and then let them go. But afterward, they encountered several extremely malicious and cunning ones. Pei Ming decisively caught them, kneaded them into balls and walked along while patting them. The four parted branches and pushed through leaves in the dense forest, not knowing how long they had walked. The resonance of the golden lock in Shi Wudu's hand grew stronger and stronger. Finally, they arrived at an open clearing in the dense forest. At the center of the forest was a lake area, and the four walked towards it. Suddenly, Pei Ming spoke up, Crimson Rain Sought Flower, if you continue to play around, I won't be able to tolerate it any longer. Hua Chang and Xie Lian both looked at him, then at each other. Pei Ming frowned. If you want to fight, just openly and honestly challenge me. This Pei does not walk the same path as those 33 heavenly officials, and is not necessarily afraid of you. Occasionally pushing me around like that is not at all amusing. Hua Chang raised an eyebrow. Gidge, you must believe that it has nothing to do with me. Xie Lian said General Pei. He wouldn't play such a tasteless trick. Pei Ming was skeptical. Is that so? Xie Lian began to grow wary. Watch out, it might be other things on this island causing mischief. Pei Ming did not reply. At this moment, Shi Wudu slowed his steps, saying here. The resonance of the golden longevity lock was strongest at this spot, thus proving Shi Qingxian was here, close at hand. However, what lay clearly before their eyes, apart from a lake, was nothing else. Pei Ming asked, could there be an underground palace beneath the earth? Shi Wudu looked at the surface of the water. Xie Lian said it's also possible that it's at the bottom of the water. However, one couldn't carelessly jump into the lake on Blackwater Island. Who knew? They might not be able to come back up once they went down. The lake's surface was still and rippleless, like a colossal mirror reflecting the pale moonlight in the night sky, starless and cloudless. The four walked a circle along the lakeside. Xie Lian was considering how best to explore the lakebed when a sudden tragic shriek pierced the night sky. The foremost was Shi Wudu, the last was Pei Ming. The three in front simultaneously turned their heads back. The one who shrieked tragically was precisely the minor ghost Pei Ming had caught along the way. Its emaciated body stood upright on the ground, yet its head was gone. Black blood from its neck spurted nearly a zhang high. Its head flew into the air, screaming tragically. Xie Lian asked General Pei, why did you suddenly kill it? Pei Ming, however, said I didn't. His words had not yet finished, when his body suddenly slumped, one knee kneeling on the ground. Hua Cheng laughed and asked, is there really a need to perform such a grand courtesy? Yet Pei Ming's expression was one of extreme astonishment, and he shouted, Water Master Brother, be careful. But what was there to be careful of? Apart from the four of them, there was nothing by the lake. Pei Ming seemed to be trapped by something invisible. Shi Wudu rushed forward to help, but suddenly, a cold flash of light appeared before his eyes. He dodged immediately, but a streak of blood still appeared on half of his cheek. Shi Wudu raised a hand to wipe it, and his expression suddenly changed. Xie Lian shielded Hua Cheng behind him, saying, an invisibility spell. Finally breaking free from the invisible suppression, Pei Ming shouted, gather. Don't scatter. Shi Wudu didn't care much for such things the moment he sensed the life-locking shack. Lu once again began to resonate. He walked around the lake holding it, shouting loudly, Qingxian. Qingxian. The situation was utter chaos, but amidst that chaos, Xie Lian suddenly noticed something utterly peculiar. Along the vast and open serene lake shore, there was nothing at all. However, the shore reflected on the lake's surface was not like that. In the reflection, a pitch-black building stood tall on the opposite lake shore. That building was dark and gloomy, resembling a prison more than a dwelling. There were no doors, only a section of arched roof windows sealed off by rows of cold iron bars. A pale arm stretched out from behind the bars, desperately waving, appearing to be pleading for help. Xie Lian abruptly raised his head, looking towards the opposite shore, where clearly there was nothing at all, only Shi Wudu standing there holding up the life-locking shackle. He lowered his head again. The inverse reflection on the lake's surface truly reflected a gloomy iron prison, and Shi Wudu was currently in front of the prison, looking around, yet he couldn't see it. Xie Lian blurted out, two lords. I found it. Look. Just then, his pupils suddenly contracted. In Blackwater Lake, something new was reflected. A pitch-black figure silently appeared behind him and Hua Cheng. But on the shore behind them there was still no figure at all. Xie Lian had been carrying Fangxin all along the way. Upon seeing that sight, he immediately backhanded a thrust. Evidently the axe shadow had been struck by his thrust, but it was as if stabbing into ripples, scattering into a rippling wave and then vanishing on the spot. Hua Cheng also gently tilted his head, frowning as he looked in the direction the black shadow disappeared. Soon after, increasingly more ghostly figures appeared in the inverse reflection on the water surface. Their individual pallid faces and pale hands were their only noticeable features amidst the pitch-black night. Xie Lian swung his sword, shouting, "General Pei, come to the lakeside, look at the inverse reflection. The inverse reflection on the water surface can reveal those things." Had they not been in a ghost domain, these minor ghosts would fundamentally not be able to approach a heavenly official. A moment ago, Pei Ming hadn't seen the enemy. Now, having discovered the trick, he gazed fixedly at the water, and with 2 swift strokes dispatched the shadowy ghosts surrounding him. Finally, Shi Wudu also noticed the abnormality of the inverse reflection. He knelt by the lake, lowering his head as he called, "Qingxian, are you in there?" The water was pitch black as ink. The iron prison was also pitch black as ink. They merged into one, making it difficult to detect. Only that arm was white. A moment later, a face suddenly peeked out from between the iron bars. It was indeed Shi Qingxian. It seemed that Shi Qingxian also couldn't see Shi Wudu outside the iron prison. Gripping the bars with both hands, he frantically squeezed his head out with an utterly spine-chilling expression, appearing to be shouting loudly for help, but no sound could be conveyed. He hadn't been shouting for long when suddenly 5 or 6 withered arms clung all over his head, face, neck, and shoulders, just like that, pulling him down. Seeing this, Shi Wudu cursed and was about to jump into the water. Pei Ming pulled him back, saying, "Water Master Senior Brother, you can't. How do you know this isn't a trap? The waters of the Southern Sea cannot be summoned here. You being a water master, jumping into someone else's waters, isn't that just them being the knife and chopping board, and you the fish and meat?" Shi Wudu patted Pei Ming's shoulder, only saying a single line, "Then please, watch over things for me from outside." With that said, he shoved Pei Ming aside and flung himself into Blackwater Lake. The moment Shi Wudu went into the water, he did not resurface. Pei Ming called, "Water Master Senior Brother." Yet he couldn't follow, simply because he knew full well that there most likely was a boundary beneath the lake. Just like some mechanism set up in ancient tombs, where outsiders who broke in could open the tomb door from the outside, but once inside, the tomb door would automatically close and could not be opened from the inside, thus trapping the tomb raiders to die within. There's no guarantee that this boundary isn't similarly designed. Xie Lian said, "General Pei, don't you go down. At this moment there are already corpses at you. Our feet quickly return to the shore, seal up the coffins, and prepare to leave this place. Let me go down instead." Buiming asked, "Crown Prince, Your Highness? Are you all right?" Xie Lian said, "Your spiritual power has also diminished quite a bit here. We are about equal now. In a one-on-one fight I have more experience than you." Buiming looked again at Hua Cheng beside Xie Lian, recalling that Hua Cheng could float on water. Compared to him, the usefulness of these two here could only be greater, never less. Thus, without another superfluous word, he picked up the corpse of the little ghost on the ground and ran out of the forest. Xie Lian turned his head and said, "San Lang, just lend me a little spiritual power. Just a little is enough." Hua Cheng said nothing, gently patting Xie Lian's lower back once. The tip of the sword Fang Xian immediately swept out a white light like a colossal pillar. The little ghosts attacking from behind were struck once and died on the spot. Xie Lian was momentarily speechless, then hurriedly withdrew his sword, saying, "I'm going." The two simultaneously leaped into the water. However, at the bottom of Blackwater Lake, aside from the piercingly cold water, there was nothing unusual. Moreover, it was different from the Blackwater ghost domain saying enter the water and sink automatically. Clearly, humans could float on this water, no different from ordinary lake water. Feeling strange in his heart, Xie Lian proactively swam down, and before long he had reached the bottom of the lake. Underwater, no strange mechanisms were seen, nor were Windmaster and Watermaster. Xie Lian furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, then swam back up. A moment later, he emerged from the surface of the water, took a few breaths, wiped the lake water from his face, and only then discovered that the scene on the shore had changed. Beside Blackwater Lake, an iron prison had appeared, precisely the one previously seen in the reflection on the water's surface. But apart from that, the remaining scenery by the lake was exactly as before, not to mention the excessively quiet atmosphere, which instead added to the eeriness. Shi Wudu had already come ashore, grabbing a large rock and furiously smashing the enormous lock of the iron prison. Shi Wudu was a water official, but now he had entered the territory of another master of water techniques, unable to command the water in his own domain, no different from a fierce beast with its teeth pulled and claws removed. Xie Lian and Hua Chong climbed up one after another. As soon as Shi Wudu saw Xie Lian, his eyes lit up, and he raised a hand to call out martial god. You've come at just the right time. Hurry, use your martial god's methods to deal with it. Xie Lian thought to himself, this time, everyone has realized the advantages of a martial god. He quietly stepped forward and delivered a kick, and the enormous lock broke accordingly. With another kick, the prison door swung wide open. Shi Wudu hastily rushed in, calling Qing. Unexpectedly, before he could even rush in, a crowd of people from inside surged out first, crying and wailing loudly, hoo 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 ah hoo 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 eh. Each of those people had disheveled, dirty faces, were bony and emaciated, with vacant eyes, clothes barely covering their bodies, filthy as if they hadn't bathed in 10 years. Rows of ribs protruded from their chests, their hands flailed wildly, beating their chests and stomping their feet, utterly terrifying. Their mouths still let out shrieks, like a surging torrent of turbid water, leaving Shi Wudu truly astonished and dumbfounded. However, these people only fled and did not cling to them, so Shi Wudu stood stunned for a moment, then ignored them, continuing to rush inside Qing. He had not taken many steps when his feet suddenly faltered. The ground was surprisingly slippery, and he almost fell flat on his face. Moreover, an indescribably foul smell permeated the iron prison. Xie Lian, still outside, could also smell it and instantly held his breath. Shi Wudu, meanwhile, used his sleeve to cover his nose and mouth, continuing to rush inside, finally calling out Qing Xian. Inside the pitch-dark prison, one faintly heard choked sobs and grotesque whispers. After a long while a voice spoke, brother. Indeed, Qing Xian was slumped at the deepest part of the iron prison, leaning against a wall. On the wall was the prison's sole arched clerestory Y. Dao, and moonlight pouring in from outside illuminated his entire body, making him appear pale. And beside Qing Xian, a horde of filthy, squalid grotesques surrounded him. Some had ulcers all over their bodies, some imitated pigs squealing, some imagined themselves as chickens pecking at grain, and some embraced Qing Xian, wailing and calling him baby. They were all utterly mad. For better or worse, he was once a divine official in this life. Qing Xian had never fallen into such circumstances. Shi Wudu walked over and immediately delivered a palm strike, shouting, get lost. What kind of ghosts are these? Though the two brothers bore similar appearances, their dispositions were entirely different. Now, with spiritual power greatly diminished, their stubbornness only increased, and the mad people were so frightened that they clutched their heads and fled for their lives. Xie Lian could not help but feel pity, and Qing Xian also said, brother, don't hit them anymore, these are not little ghosts. These people are all living humans. Precisely so. Though these people looked even more like ghosts than actual ghosts upon closer inspection, they were indeed all living humans. Xie Lian could not help but be stunned, thinking to himself, why would Blackwater Xiangui imprison a pile of people like this here? Shi Wudu didn't bother to care about these matters. With one hand he raised the golden longevity lock, and with the other he grasped Qing Xian's arm, a skin. Gee, how did you get here? Where are you injured? Qing Xian was indeed as dirty as a rat. A little blood flowed on his leg, but it didn't seem serious. He said, we don't know how we got here either. A wave hit us, knocking us unconscious, and when we woke up we were already here. I only have minor injuries, I'm fine. Brother Ming is more seriously injured. It was only then that everyone noticed Ming Yi lying to one side. His complexion extremely poor, not just unwell, but both green and purple, alternating. Xie Lian asked, what happened to Earthmaster, your excellency? Qing Xian said, it seems he was bitten by something from the sea. The teeth and spines of those skeletal fish all have green moss growing on them, and each one is poisonous. I gave him all the medicine I had on me, but... Hic! Xie Lian squatted down, originally intending to examine him thoroughly, but was almost suffocated by the foul stench of the place. Looking around, he only saw a few wooden barrels placed there, filled with wastewater reeking of rancid, moldy odors, and also the putrid smell of ulcers and bloody pus, even suspiciously the disgusting smell of a chamber pot not emptied for several months. Shi Wudu could no longer endure it either, and cursed such grotesque and nauseating preferences. It seems that fellow Blackwater Shinchu's taste is nothing to speak of. Qing Xian, let's go. Shi Wudu pulled Qing Xian up and helped him out. Shi Qingxian, however, said I'm still fine, no need for hell. With that, he helped Mingyi up, and only then did they slowly leave the iron prison. Unfortunately, to come was easy, to leave was hard. The path crossing the boundary of Heishui Lake had closed tightly. Descending into the water several times, then emerging from the lake's surface again, the scenery still had not changed at all, proving they were truly trapped within the confines of Heishui Lake, unable to possibly leave. Su Qingxian asked, where is Pei Xiangjuan? Su Wudu said, I told Brother Pei to stay outside. I'm sure he will also think of a way. Xie Lian spoke up, I told Pei Xiangjuan to go build a coffin boat first, waiting for you all to come out. It would be convenient to depart immediately. Su Wudu said if he finishes building the coffin boat, reporting back first and then returning to find us would also be fine. However, Mingyi had been injured. Although the potency of the poison was still unknown, it would still be best to leave this place as soon as possible, fearing they could not wait that long. After a moment's thought, Xie Lian asked, although this Heishui Xiangui lives in seclusion out in the deep sea, he himself could not possibly stay inside forever. Could it be that every time he wanted to go out, he had to cross through the entire Heishui ghost domain? Su Wudu said, yes, you are very correct. There must be a place on this island that can use the shrinking 1,000 miles spell. Normally, Su Wudu treated Xie Lian no differently, but now, having gone to this tribulation together, and Xie Lian having repeatedly saved Su Qingxian, he obviously also began to look at Xie Lian with different eyes, thus not sparing words of approval. At this moment, Mingyi slightly raised a hand. Su Qingxian asked, Brother Ming, what do you want to say? Seemingly to save strength, Mingyi still did not open his mouth, only raised his hand higher. Everyone looked in the direction Mingyi raised his hand, only to see a pitch-black edifice standing upright deep within the dense forest. Mingyi lowered his hand, his voice hoarse. That place. What is it for, do you all know? Xie Lian replied, I don't know. Originally when we came here we didn't see it at all. Su Wudu narrowed his eyes. That must be the Yuming Shuifu of that Heishui Xiangui. According to rumors, the dwelling place of Heishui Xiangui was called Yuming Shuifu. Having concluded, Su Wudu said, let's go. He surprisingly was not apprehensive at all, departing straight for it. Although it seemed reckless, but with the current situation, aside from going, what other way was there? If one were to say that just now they were still circling around someone else's courtyard, then now they were about to barge right into someone else's house. Xie Lian whispered to Hua Cheng Sanlang, if you find it inconvenient, don't follow. Hua Cheng's expression also hardened. Go quickly, Gidge. Leave this place soon. Xie Lian nodded, not speaking anymore, but he vaguely realized that it seemed Hua Cheng had some apprehension. Moreover, it was not an apprehension of the master of this place but something else. His heart kept feeling that something was amiss, recalling so many doubts accumulated over a long time. He could not help but feel uneasy. Not long after, they disregarded the madly scrambling strange people scattering in all directions, crossed through the dense forest, and arrived in front of that dark and gloomy edifice. Only upon arrival did they discover that the Yuming Shuifu surprisingly turned out to be a majestic and colossal grand hall, its scale no less than the leading halls of Fengshe and Shueishe. The door of the grand hall was shut tight. They stepped up a few steps. Xie Lian stood outside, knocked on the door and spoke in a clear voice, excuse me. Our audacious trespass was merely unintentional. We are truly exceedingly apologetic. No one answered. Xie Lian composed himself, slowly pushing open the door of the grand hall. Normally, with Xie Lian's many years of experience and considering the usual practice of before, even if there was something inside, it would not jump out to greet immediately upon opening the door. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, he was put in an embarrassing situation once more. What met his eyes was precisely a terrifying sight. In the middle of the empty and vast grand hall, unexpectedly there was a person sitting upright. And this person, clad in black robes, face ghastly white. It surprisingly turned out to be a skeleton. Xie Lian immediately closed the door with a thud. He thought to himself, could it be that my way of opening the door was not quite right? Normally, it wouldn't be to the extent of already showing people this thing right from the start. Originally intending to greet again, to do it one more time, Su Wudu, however, swept past Xie Lian, went up and pushed open the two doors, grunting, since we're already here, are you still afraid he won't receive us properly? Everyone slowly stepped into the hall, inching closer to that white skeleton clad in black robes. Xie Lian, while meticulously observing it, asked whose remains are these? Why are they enshrined here? Mingyi frowned. Pei General, didn't he go alone? It's probably not him, is it? Truth be told, it's not without possibility. Su Wudu was slightly flustered, looked a few more times, then quickly said surely not. The physique of these remains is flatter than Pei General's. Suddenly, Shi Qingxian spoke up. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at him. Shi Qingxian said, isn't this problem too simple? This place is the underworld water manor. The one who can be enshrined in the underworld water manor, of course, can only be. Xie Lian understood Shi Qingxian's meaning, and said Blackwater Xiangui? Book 3 Chapter 123. After that, he immediately rejected it. No way. Xie Lian looked at Hua Cheng and said ashes are the life gate of people in the ghost realm. Their fatal weakness. Just think, an object so important. How could it be exposed like that? This was something Hua Cheng himself had told him during their initial encounter. But for some reason, even as he spoke so solemnly, his mind unconsciously drifted to other things Hua Cheng had said. And Hua Cheng was also gazing intently at him, causing him to involuntarily lose himself in thought for a few seconds, after which he quickly turned his head away, and gave a light cough. Shi Qingxian asked, so, whose remains are these after all? The whole group began to crowd around and examine the cold skeleton. Xie Lian said, first of all, this is a man. Everyone chimed in synchronously, we can see that. Xie Lian continued, secondly, this person's limbs must have been very agile and dexterous, especially their 10 fingers. Perhaps he once practiced some martial arts, but his martial prowess was not necessarily too formidable. Most excellent martial artists practice Tong Zi Gong. Their skeletal structure is not like this. Tong Zi Gong, a training method of Shaolin martial arts, most suitable for teenagers and children to practice. Additionally, practicing this kung fu helps accumulate abundant inner energy in the dantian, and makes the muscles and bones pliable as if possessing a child's body. The longer a practitioner of Tong Zi Gong maintains purity, the greater its power. Su Wudu merely glanced at it a few times before walking away, saying, as long as this thing doesn't get up and block our way, who he is doesn't matter. Earth Master Your Excellency, see if we can use shrink 1,000 miles of land here. Who would have thought his words weren't even finished, when the skeleton suddenly lifted its head, unexpectedly striking out towards Su Wudu. Fortunately, Xie Lian, with swift hands and sharp eyes, brought down a palm strike. The skeleton was struck down by his knife hand strike, tumbling to the ground, scattering into a pile of jumbled bones. Shi Qingxian cried out, brother. Palm edge originally show Dao, meaning the action as pictured. Among the 5 people present, Hua Cheng would not lift a hand to protect others. Only Xie Lian was a martial god. Thus his special importance suddenly became apparent. Although attacked unexpectedly, Su Wudu still appeared calm, having merely stepped back just now. He raised his voice to ask, what's wrong with these remains? Is there still an untransformed soul clinging to them? Xie Lian squatted down, rummaging through and examining the pile of bones for a moment, then shook his head and said, how strange. Su Wudu asked, strange in what way? Xie Lian stood up clearly. These remains have no trace of a soul left. Otherwise, just now when we approached, we wouldn't have failed to detect any unusual fluctuations. Su Wudu asked, if that is the case, how could it still suddenly rise up and attack people? Thinking for a moment, Xie Lian replied, I think it is a final surge of light. Su Qingxian asked in surprise, a final surge of light? Isn't that only for the living? Those about to die are also considered living. Xie Lian said the dead are the same. For example, the Tao that the 7th day after death is also a form of a final surge of light. 7 days after passing away, the dead will return in spirit to meet their loved ones. In truth, it's the same for all things. I think just now, Lord Watermaster must have stimulated it somehow, which made it suddenly gather all its remaining strength to rise up one last time like that. Because his words sounded reasonable, Su Wudu valued his words even more so. In Your Highness the Crown Prince's opinion, what stimulated it? Xie Lian replied, either something you said, or something on your person. Su Wudu asked, what did I say earlier? Mingyi panted, saying, as long as this thing doesn't rise up to block our path, who he is doesn't matter. Su Qingxian scratched his hair, bewildered. What's wrong with that sentence? Could this fellow really be so hot-tempered? Unable to discuss the cause any further, Xie Lian finally said the soul has completely dispersed, so be it. Saying this, he respectfully gathered the remains, placed them on the altar once more, then clasped his hands and bowed a few times. Su Qingxian also followed in his footsteps, haphazardly bowing twice. The 5 people wandered aimlessly within the underworld water mansion for a while. This place was utterly devoid of people. The legendary black water Xiangui had no home here at all. The structure of the water mansion was exceedingly complex, arranged with many large and small side halls. A hall on the side. Among them was one hall that was unusually secluded, unusually narrow, with many peculiar incantations drawn outside its door, which were precisely the remaining traces after using the 1,000-mile shrinkage spell. It seemed that across the entire Blackwater Island, there was indeed one place where the 1,000-mile shrinkage spell could be used, and that place was precisely this small side hall. Using a room as a separate connecting point, the amount of spiritual power consumed was much less compared to drawing a complete array. And at present they had no spiritual power to waste, so it was truly opportune. Mingyi was a professional in the craft. He took a quick glance and then said, "This is a one-way array." Xie Lian understood, so that means one can only be transmitted from this place, not transmitted back to it from elsewhere, correct? Mingyi nodded. It also reduces the amount of spiritual power consumed. Su Qingxian said, "Isn't that exactly what we need? We just need to get out of here." "That's wonderful. Hurry, don't let the master of black water discover us." Having spoken, he used one hand to support Mingyi with his other hand. Just as he was about to open the door, Mingyi sternly barked, "Stop. It's a trap." Hearing this, Su Qingxian clumsily stumbled back 3 thwack. Asking what kind of trap? Mingyi was also dragged back 3 thwack. He fell silent for a moment, then gestured for Su Qingxian to help him up first. He looked at the incantations on the door for a long time, then calmly said, "It is indeed a trap. Drawing the array in this hall, each time it can only send a maximum of 1 person." Su Qingxian asked, "Is there such a thing? So what if 2 people are sent?" Mingyi replied coldly, "When those 2 people reach their destination, you will discover that they have been compressed into 1 person." Among those present, only Mingyi was skilled in this craft. The rest included a water god official, a wind god official, and a martial god, so they were not very knowledgeable about this matter. Xie Lian's first reaction was to look at Hua Cheng, seeing him frown as he examined the array, not uttering a single word of rebuttal. It seemed Mingyi was not lying, so he mused aloud. If that is indeed the case, intruders who are unaware of the truth, intending to use this array to escape from danger, would instead be even more tragically unsightly. No wonder they call it a trap. Just at this moment outside, a burst of thunder and lightning erupted. Jagged lightning bolts tore across the sky. The faces of those in the underworld water mansion were illuminated half white, half blue, just like 5 evil spirits. The whole group exchanged glances. Su Qingxian said, "Brother." Again, Su Wu's complexion darkened. He did not reply, but everyone knew that his heavenly tribulation was catching up again. In Xie Lian's ear, Pei Ming's unintentional remark vaguely echoed, "Brother Watermaster, this time you're truly unlucky." Su Qingxian said, "If this place can use the 1,000-mile shrinkage spell, then let us leave quickly. What if the heavenly lightning strikes down and collapses this water mansion? Then a great enmity would be formed. Destroying a god official's divine palace is akin to smashing someone's signboard. It is a deep hatred and bitter grudge. Although it's unknown if the ghost realm has taboos against this, it seems no one would want their home destroyed for no reason." Mingyi dabbed blood from his wound, struggled to stand straight, preparing to draw the array, and asked, "Where to? Who goes first?" Xie Lian said, "Then it must certainly be you, Lord Earthmaster. Who goes first? You are injured." Mingyi shook his head again. "This array must be mended after each use. How would any of you know how to draw it?" "I must stay behind and mend the array." Su Qingxian said, "Brother Min, then I'll stay with you until the second to last turn, all right?" Su Wudu snapped, "What are you staying for? Now you... Even if you stay, it'll be useless anyway. Go quickly first, head towards the East Sea." Su Qingxian said again, "Now everyone is equally useless. What does it matter? This whole affair has nothing to do with Brother Min. Yet he's been dragged into suffering like this." He sighed, "I truly feel very apologetic." Su Wudu said, "Anyway, we're all being sent to the same place. T'll be fine in just a little while. What are you afraid of?" If it were in the past, Su Wudu would only need to say 2 sentences for Su Qingxian to obey instantly. But today was completely different. Su Qingxian actually refused to listen to him, and even asked about something else. If we go first, what about General Pei? Won't he be left behind here? Su Wudu also noticed his younger brother no longer obeyed him as before, and his expression was slightly troubled. A moment later, he replied, "It's fine, Brother Pei's vitality is very strong. He can hold firm here and wait for us to return to the upper heavenly court to call for reinforcements." Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although his intuition told him that the Watermaster hadn't said anything wrong and bore no ill will, he still suddenly felt compassion for Pei Ming. After a moment's pause, he spoke, "Hold on." Everyone looked at him. Xie Lian said, "Earthmaster, my lord, are you sure you can activate the art of shrinking 1,000 miles of land in this room? Will there be any problems? I don't think just going haphazardly like that is a good idea. Shouldn't we try it first?" As expected, Mingyi stopped what he was doing and asked, "How would we try? If we want to try, someone still has to go, right?" Su Qingxian raised his hand and said, "Then let me try." Hua Cheng, who had been silent the whole time, now crossed his arms and said, "My apologies. May I bother you for a moment? Have you all thought about this problem yet?" Mingyi asked, "Do you have any brilliant ideas?" Hua Cheng said, "How would we know if the person who goes to try actually reached the destination or not?" Xie Lian was slightly startled. "That's right, the Earthmaster, my lord, said this is a one-way array. In other words, once a person was sent away, there would be no way for them to return and inform others whether they had safely reached the destination. Moreover, this place was isolated from the outside world, and they couldn't contact anyone using spiritual communication techniques, just like a dead end. Yet, just now they had all completely forgotten this matter. Hua Cheng made a conclusion, so discussing this problem here has no point. Simply put, go or not to go, make a swift and decisive choice. Don't dare? Then just stay here. Although he was smiling, Xie Lian still recognized that Hua Cheng was slightly impatient, seemingly wanting to leave this place very quickly. Surely this impatience had always existed ever since the coffin boat was swallowed back by the water dragon summoned by Su Wudu now. He feared it was growing heavier by the moment. Su Wudu also didn't want to wait any longer. The heavenly thunder rumbled in his ears, and if they didn't leave soon, it would eventually strike down, and no one would find peace. So he rushed into the side hall, slamming the door shut. Mingyi swiftly finished drawing the array. When the door opened again, wisps of light smoke floated out from the room, and there was no one left. Mingyi said, "All right. Next person." Su Qingxian said, "Then His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will go." Before his words were finished, Mingyi had already pulled him over, shoved him into the room, closed the door, and quickly drew the array. When the door opened for the second time, Mingyi looked towards the 2 remaining people. Xie Lian asked Sanlang, "Will you go first, okay?" Hua Cheng pulled him again, and said in a low voice, "Gage, let's go together." Xie Lian was taken aback. "But isn't it true that this array can only—" Hua Cheng said, "I am not a living person, rest assured." Xie Lian just felt a vague sense of unease, but couldn't name the reason why. Hua Cheng let him in and said to Mingyi outside the door, "Puqi Shrine." Mingyi silently nodded. That door slowly closed in front of Ta Lin. Looking through the crack in the door, he only saw Mingyi's face, lingering with green qi, and he could not help but think, is it true that Earthmaster Darren can still hold on? Hoa Tan personally closed the door, settling for a moment, until he opened the door again. The scene inside Bodhi Temple clearly appeared before the 2 of them. By this time, night had fallen deep. Tik Dung lay splayed out, sleeping on the ground, looking as if he had died an untimely death, and moreover, he had snatched all the blankets, snoring loudly enough to shatter the neighborhood. Originally, Kok Tu's sleeping posture was very well behaved, but he didn't know if he had been spoiled by this dreadful fellow now. He was also sprawled across Tik Dung's stomach just like a dead fish. Lang Huin, however, had covered himself with several clothes, curled up neatly in the corner of the room. Ta Lin tugged the blanket from Tik Dung's body, suppressing the impulse to just directly cover his face with it, sharing the blankets with the 2 children, and whispered, "So, we're back now?" Hoa Tan from behind closed the door. "It's over." Ta Lin said, "Probably not yet. We still don't know if Wind Master Darren's group has returned yet." He stealthily pushed the door open, only daring to speak loudly after stepping out of Bodhi Temple. Calling into the temporary communication array established earlier, Earthmaster Darren? Have you returned yet? No one answered. Perhaps Mingi's actions weren't that fast. Ta Lin entered the communication array of the upper heavenly court again, not having entered. He didn't know, but as soon as he entered, he was utterly startled. It was absolute chaos inside. All the heavenly officials were shouting noisily. Even Lin Van was irritated, scolding, "Don't just shove every piece of nonsense news you encounter at me. How much can I possibly review each day? Why don't you use your own brain to think first before asking me?" Ta Lin hurriedly asked Lin Van. "Have Watermaster Darren's group not returned yet?" Lin Van seemed to instantly transform into a different person, grabbing him and asking His Royal Highness Crown Prince, "Why is your voice suddenly so loud? Did you return from the East Sea? Where have Watermaster Darren's group and General Pei gone? Why is there no news at all?" Ta Lin replied, "I returned from the South Sea. South Sea Blackwater Ghost Domain." Lin Van was surprised. "Hey, why did you go there? We've never had anything to do with that place before. Are old Pei's group also there?" Ta Lin said, "It's a long story to tell. On the way to transcend his tribulation, Watermaster Darren strayed into the Blackwater Ghost Domain. It was extremely difficult to escape that place. He and Windmaster Darren returned before me. They must have already arrived at the East Sea by now. Haven't you seen them?" Lin Van replied, "No. The East Sea has been calm since early. Over 200 fishermen have also been rescued. But there is no trace of them, neither on the coast nor on the surface of the sea." Ta Lin said, "How could that be?" Unless what?" Lin Van asked. "Unless what? His Royal Highness Crown Prince?" "His Royal Highness Crown Prince, do you have anything else to say? Shall we send heavenly officials to the South Sea right away?" Ta Lin mumbled, "It's too late now." He closed the communication array, turned around abruptly, and called San Lang. Hoa Tan seemed to have anticipated what he was about to ask, only silently clasped his hands, looking at him thoughtfully. Ta Lin asked, "Is it that you, with that person, had already reached some agreement early on?" Hoa Tan did not answer immediately, then waiting for him to open his mouth, Ta Lin hurriedly interrupted, No, don't tell me. You don't need to answer me. If you had already made an agreement with someone else early on, I certainly do not wish for you to become a betrayer of faith and promises because of me. Asking you suddenly was my mistake. Please don't feel awkward." Hoa Tan replied, "Your Highness, I apologize." Ta Lin shook his head. "Don't say you're sorry. I should have realized it from the beginning, of course. Because of some agreement you couldn't get involved, nor could you frankly tell me the truth. It wasn't that Hoa Tan had never advised against it. It was just that he didn't interfere with Ta Lin's wishes, only followed to protect him all the way, and moreover tried every means to pull him out. Unfortunately, for all sorts of reasons, Ta Lin sank deeper and deeper into the heart of the matter. Ta Lin said, "On the contrary, I should thank you." Hoa Tan asked, "Have you guessed everything?" Ta Lin nodded, "I've mostly guessed it. Actually, I should have guessed it from the very beginning. It's just that he is truly too formidable. And I tend to overthink too much, always doubting and then continuously refuting, often forgetting the most direct possibility." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, that person truly gave you a lot of face. For peace, they had to push me away, spending countless efforts, wasting not a few detours. Your Highness," Hua Cheng said, "this matter, let's stop here." Xie Lian sighed, "I also wish for that. But I only fear he has gone a little too far." After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng gently said, "But you have returned here. There is no way to go back to the ghost realm. This matter, let them resolve it themselves." Xie Lian said again, "Not necessarily." Hearing that, Hua Cheng was slightly stunned. Xie Lian said, "Just now I suddenly remembered. There is a way to contact His Excellency Feng Shi." He joined his two hands into a seal, saying, "Therefore, I'm sorry, San Lang. I must return for a trip first." Seeing that hand gesture, Hua Cheng understood immediately, but it was clear he hadn't expected this move to still exist. His eyes slightly widened. "Gidge?" Xie Lian uttered each word distinctly, soul-shifting grand spell. After closing his eyes, the familiar sensation of weightlessness surged forth again, as if his soul was pulled apart, forcefully thrown high up, then rapidly falling to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, before him was no longer Hua Cheng's face, but instead boundless, vast darkness and mountains and forests rapidly receding on both sides. Xie Lian even heard the sound of panting coming from his own mouth and his heartbeat pounding rapidly. It was a success. The soul-shifting grand spell was not common, moreover it consumed terrifying spiritual power, stronger than the spiritual communication technique, but also more sinister and even more peculiar, thus ordinary spiritual field shields would not think of blocking this type of spell. That day, after Xie Lian and Shi Qingxian performed the soul-shifting grand spell once, Shi Qingxian had not yet had time to seal off his spiritual consciousness from him before losing his spiritual power, transforming into a mortal. That was also like the two of them exchanging their house keys, entering and living in the other's house. After switching back, Shi Qingxian should have immediately changed the lock on his own house, so that Xie Lian could no longer enter, but Shi Qingxian had not done so. Thus Xie Lian could still use the previous key to open Shi Qingqian's house. It was just that Shi Qingxian could no longer open Xie Lian's house. Therefore, now the two of them were sharing one body, while Xie Lian's body must have collapsed limply on the spot. He wondered if Hua Chong had caught it. Shi Qingxian was running with legs pumping, panting heavily, utterly terrified, seemingly escaping the pursuit of something. Xie Lian pricked up his ears. From behind came sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling against the wind. Unexpectedly, it was the horde of deranged grotesque figures imprisoned in the iron dungeon on Blackwater Island. They seemed to extremely like Shi Qingxian, or rather craved him, each one with eyes rolled back and tongues lolling out, relentlessly chasing Shi Qingqian's lungs and ribs ached dully, unable to cry out, unable to utter a word. Seeing Shi Qingxian run to the point of chaotic breathing, at this rate he clearly wouldn't last much longer, Xie Lian then octavely took control of the boat's pace, calling out His Excellency Feng Shi. He was speaking using Shi Qingqian's mouth, scaring Shi Qingxian into nearly biting his own tongue. Who asked, who is that? Who is in my body? Xie Lian said, calm down, Your Excellency. I used the soul-shifting grand spell to come back and find you. Give the body to me, I will run for you. Xie Lian felt two streams of hot tears instantly well up from the corners of Shi Qingqian's eyes. Crown Prince, Your Highness? What a relief! You are truly too trustworthy. Thank you. Xie Lian said, don't thank me. Listen to me, His Excellency Feng Shi, hurry and flee. Shi Qingxian asked, but I am running right now, aren't I? Xie Lian said, not running like this, I mean you should quickly hide away. While speaking, from the edge of the forest suddenly sprang out 7 or 8 filthy, deranged grotesque figures, simultaneously lunging towards Shi Qingxian. The joints of Xie Lian's 2 hands cracked, instantly unleashing 30 consecutive kicks, knocking the grotesque figures down with cries of pain, unable to get back up. Shi Qingqian's eyes widened and mouth fell open. Was that me kicking? How fierce! Martial gods are so good. I want to be a martial god too. Xie Lian once again sincerely poured a bucket of cold water with good intentions. That won't do. Your Excellency, this physique of yours is not suited to be a martial god. The two of them conversing while sharing one body, just like a schizophrenic asking and answering oneself. If others saw it, it would be utterly bizarre and beyond help. Xie Lian asked His Excellency Feng Shi, where is His Excellency Shui Shi? Shi Qingxian looked around, replying, I don't know where he and Mingxiong went. Just now I opened the door and found myself still in the Netherwater Manor, only emerging from a different room. I don't know where the problem lies anymore. Suddenly, Xie Lian sprang up onto the tree on his heels. Shi Qingxian had no idea why, but the feeling of his body suddenly, without prior learning, effortlessly mastering formidable martial arts, allowing him to command it at will, was utterly miraculous. Therefore, he allowed Xie Lian to control his body, climbing up the treetop lightly and flexibly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why suddenly are you? Before he could finish speaking, Xie Lian had covered his mouth. In truth, it was also covering his own mouth. Not long after, Xie Lian had climbed to the top of a branch, sat upon it, and concealed himself within the dense foliage. Immediately after that, a tall, swaying, staggering dark figure appeared at the end of the road. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Ming Yi. Ming Yi's face was still as miserable as before. His handsome features were now inexplicably tinged with gloom, but he still struggled to continue walking. Shi Qingxian joyfully lowered his hand. Just as he was about to raise his voice to call out, Xie Lian again raised his hand and covered his mouth, this time using both hands, sealing it so firmly he could barely breathe. Shi Qingxian was no foolish person. He immediately understood Xie Lian surely had an intention, so he stopped struggling. After watching with wide eyes as Ming Yi passed by on the small path below, Only then did Xie Lian let go of his hand, nimbly leaped down from the tree, and slipped away further into the forest. After running hurriedly for a while, Shi Qingxian turned his head to look around, and asked in a whisper, Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did you not let me call Brother Ming just now? Xie Lian did not answer. His entire body suddenly stiffened. As soon as Shi Qingxian turned his head back, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. Ming Yi, who had clearly gone far just now, was standing right in front of him, or rather, in front of the two of them, seemingly having to lean on a tree trunk to stand steadily. Ming Yi frowned and asked, Why are you here too? Shi Qingxian blurted out, I. Xie Lian said nothing, extended his hand behind his back and shook it, signaling Shi Qingxian absolutely not to reveal the existence of the third person. Shi Qingxian understood the meaning. Ming Yi's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. What are your hands doing behind your back? Hiding something? Shi Qingxian hurriedly extended both hands for him to see. No, not at all. Xie Lian could feel Shi Qingchuan's scalp prickling in layers, and his spine also felt numb in waves. It seemed that although in Shi Qingxian's heart Ming Yi was very trustworthy, Ming Yi appearing in that manner also terrified him completely. Ming Yi showed a puzzled expression. I didn't tell you to really show me. Though his expression seemed disgusted, yet it was still immensely familiar. Shi Qingxian let out a sigh of relief. The goosebumps covering half his body also slowly disappeared. Although his heart was intensely anxious, Xie Lian dared not casually open his mouth at this moment. Ming Yi asked, Where is Lord Watermaster? Shi Qingxian said, You haven't seen him either? I'm also looking for him everywhere. Didn't you say you could take us off Blackwater Island? How come everyone on His Highness the Crown Prince's side has returned, yet we are still stranded here? Xie Lian listened with secret anxiety. Even though he had tried his best to suppress the string of ha 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 that would certainly appear when Shi Qingxian was extremely stressed, these ordinary, serious words also didn't sound like something Shi Qingxian would say. Xie Lian then ran his hands through his hair in distress, pointed at Ming Yi and shouted loudly, Brother Ming, I told you to practice more when you're free. Have you gotten clumsy and drawn something wrong again? Although it seemed a bit over the top, the effect was quite good. Indeed, Ming Yi did not see any clues, frowned and scolded, Scram. If you're so good, draw it yourself. Saying so, he stepped forward. Shi Qingxian stood still, not moving. Xie Lian hurriedly went over in his plaque to support Ming Yi, asking, Brother Ming, how are your wounds? Has the poison had any effect? Ming Yi shook his head. It's nothing. Let's find Lord Watermaster first, and then we'll talk. Shi Qingxian nodded. The two of them walked slowly forward. Xie Lian could not find an opportunity to warn Shi Qingxian, so he continuously bemoaned his plight. A moment later, he suddenly noticed a slight twitch of lips. It was Shi Qingxian silently mouthing words. He couldn't help but jump, carefully discerning the lip movements. What Shi Qingxian was saying was, What on earth is going on? Fearing that Ming Yi, walking close by, would discover something unusual, Xie Lian then lowered his head and replied with lip movements, He is fake. The moment his lips closed on those 4 words, Xie Lian immediately felt a thin patch of goosebumps rise on his arm. Shi Qingchuan's eyes widened, and he mouthed a question, Fake. Then who is he? Xie Lian silently gave the answer. He said, White-clothed calamity. Shi Qingxian took a sharp breath. Ming Yi's voice came from above. What's wrong? Su Qingxian drew a full cold breath, then let out a sharp breath, his voice trembling. I am afraid. After a brief silence, Ming Yi said, It's a little too early to be afraid now. In the past, these words would surely have been interpreted as blunt consolation, but now they emanated an indescribable ominous scent, just like some kind of threat. Su Qingxian lowered his head, and again mouthed words to Xie Lian. No way. By Huajin Xian doesn't know how to transform. In truth, after the words left his mouth, Xie Lian also felt that calling it by Huajin Xian was quite improper. It was, to say the least, too disrespectful, too blasphemous. The Bai Huajin Xian that Su Qingxian encountered a few days ago was at most merely small fry, or an insignificant clone, or just a bit of leftover dregs that hadn't been fully consumed. Therefore, he again offered a second answer. Heishui Xiangai. Su Qingxian's feet slipped once more. Ming Yi asked, What's wrong with you again? His teeth chattering, Su Qingxian said, I want to die. Ming Yi replied coldly, You dream too beautifully. There it was again. Still that cold and indifferent tone. Still those sharp, scolding words, clearly exactly like in the past, but now their meaning was interpreted completely differently. However, it was far from over. Xie Lian again quietly spoke the third name. Xian. Su Qingxian seemed to have reached his limit. His heart pounded like a frantic drum, and Xie Lian could also feel it. Just as they crossed a small stream, he seized the opportunity to say, "Brother Ming, I think you should first rest for a bit before continuing the search." Mingyi asked, "How can there be time to rest now?" Xie Lian said, "You are poisoned. The more you move, the faster the poison takes effect. Besides, if you don't rest, this mortal me also needs to rest. You sit down first, or go get some water to drink." Thereupon he tried his utmost to steady his limbs, concealing his tremors, told Mingyi to sit on the grass, while he went to the stream's edge, borrowing the sound of the flowing stream to conceal his whispers. Su Qingxian cupped 2 handfuls of water and splashed them on his face to calm down, then whispered, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, what are you saying? Who exactly is the person behind me? Is it one of those 3 transformed into Brother Ming? Or have all of them possessed Brother Ming?" Xie Lian replied, "Lord Windmaster, calm down. It's not them, it's just him. Right now there is only one person beside you, and from beginning to end it has always been that one person. No one has transformed, nor has anyone possessed him." Su Qingxian whispered, but Brother Ming." Xie Lian said, "Don't call him Brother Ming anymore. The real Brother Ming is already dead." Su Qingxian panicked, "How do you know? Did you see him?" Xie Lian said, "It's not just me who saw it, you saw it too. The real Lord Earthmaster is none other than the skeleton worshipped in the Nether Water Mansion earlier. Think, why doesn't he skillfully use the Earthmaster's crescent shovel? Because that was never his. The one behind you hundreds of years ago, his true name was Xian, cultivated to become a calamity with the moniker Heishui Xiangui, devoured by Huajin Xian, manipulated that thing to come find you, imprisoned and murdered the real Earthmaster, and ascended to the upper heaven court, impersonating and taking his place a very long time ago." No sooner had his words fallen, his entire body suddenly stiffened. A hand unexpectedly patted his shoulder. The author says, "So, in fact, Heishui had already been present for a long time. He was still looming before your eyes all along. From beginning to end, Feng Shi had never truly known the Real Mingyi before his eyes. He had always been one person, and before your eyes it was also the same." Stamping the number 1 actor of this story. "I held it in for ages and he held it in for ages. Finally it was exhilarating." Everyone, outside Xinjiang, don't spoil for those who haven't read the story yet. Also don't spoil or hint vaguely in the comments section of previous chapters. It greatly affects the reading experience. What fun would be left then? Don't spoil. Don't spoil. Important matters must be said 3 times. There you have it. Don't spoil and don't hint vaguely to reveal any plot details whatsoever. I cannot manage all comments, so please be self-aware. Book 3 Chapter 124. Mingyi's voice rang out from behind. "What are you mumbling and grumbling about by yourself?" Su Qingxian froze, trembling uncontrollably. Xie Lian wanted to speak for Su Qingxian, but his tongue refused to obey. There was nothing he could do. The closest, most reliable friend unexpectedly turned out to be the thing he feared most, and moreover, had always been lurking close beside him. Now there wasn't a soul in sight anywhere. He didn't know what on earth he intended to do. He wouldn't be afraid if it were them. Suddenly Mingyi's 5 fingers clenched tightly. Su Qingxian's shoulder throbbed with pain, and he was pressed down by him just like that. At the same time, suddenly a pair of deathly pale hands reached up from under the water, grabbing Su Qingxian's throat. Water ghost. Thanks to Mingyi pressing him down, that arm missed its grasp. He then unleashed another strike, and from under the water came a shrill shriek. It must have been smashed to pieces. Su Qingxian plopped down onto the ground. Mingyi pulled him up, saying, "Is your brain waterlogged? You're in the Heishui ghost realm and you just randomly look for a stream to wash your face?" A moment ago, Su Qingxian had scooped up stream water soaked with water ghost corpse to wash his face and sober up. Now he should have felt nauseous, yet he no longer had the heart or mind to care about such things. His face, hair and ears dripped water incessantly, soaked to the bone like a drowned rat. His soul had flown far away to the clouds. He only knew to blankly let Mingyi pull him, blankly following the other. In fact, thinking back carefully, anything involving this brother Ming was utterly suspicious. Ming Yi is the Earthmaster, so naturally all the Earth-shrinking array formations along the way were drawn by him. Yet, what should have been his special forte continuously ran into problems. Their group of 4 was inexplicably brought to Bogu Town, and when sending Feng Shui and Shui Shi away from Heishui Island, problems arose again. Was it because the old transmission array hall hadn't been repaired for years? Or because something else was meddling? Or because the mastermind behind the scenes was too immensely powerful? Why look so far? The simplest answer is that it was all Ming Yi's doing. The first time Feng Shui was tricked away by Huaijin Xian, Ming Yi was the one who lost him. When Feng Shui had his magic power drained, Ming Yi was also the first one to discover it. The one who always kept him company, who knew Su Qingxian's fears and actions clearly, was him. Knowing Feng Shui's spiritual communication password, the one who could command by Huaijin Xian to threaten Feng Shui into personally opening the protective array door at Qingzhou Terrace was also him. At that time, Ming Yi personally shattered the horizontal plaque of the Windwater Temple without a change in his expression, perhaps due to his particular personality, but who knew, perhaps it was merely because he intended it. Borrowing a righteous and honorable pretext to smash the enemy's horizontal plaque right in front of its owner. And what's more, the enemy even had to thank him, was truly audaciously arrogant. It was not that Xie Lian had never doubted these small, unusual details, he had also probed himself with those 3 questions. The pity was, he had never thought that such an outrageous, bold, and unimaginable matter could actually happen. A demon disguised as a heavenly official all year round, always lurking right among them. Heishui Chunzhou, historically always humble, existing all year round with a different identity, he naturally had to be humble. The answer of Ming Yi at that time truly revealed no weakness. That was because he had devoured by Huaijin Xian, seizing its ability, able to command it like a subordinate. A ghost king of the devastation rank was certainly superior to it, naturally not constrained by that characteristic. If he wanted to speak truth, he spoke truth. If he wanted to lie, he lied. The limbs of the skeleton were nimble and skillful, very fitting for the identity of the Earth Master. Why must it be worshipped in the underworld water manner? Or should it be said that it absolutely had to be done that way? Because after all, it was the skeleton of a heavenly official. If carelessly handled or hastily buried, then it would absolutely be impossible to neatly resolve the consequences. Naturally, it couldn't hold down the coffin lid one. Therefore, the only way was to treat it with solemn rites, worshipping it right in his own palace. However, what helped Xie Lian guess the identity of the skeleton was not just this matter, but also the fact that it suddenly leaped up. The Watermaster asked why the skeleton had a final burst of activity. Ming Yi then interrupted, saying, as long as this thing doesn't get up and block our way, who he is doesn't matter. But in reality, it was probably not this sentence that provoked the real Ming Yi, but the 4 words that followed, Earthmaster my lord. It's simple because it was the true Earthmaster. And yet, the one impersonating it stood right in front, and what's more, deliberately gave perfunctory guidance, hoping to lead them in the wrong direction. Sometimes, Ming Yi intentionally used the opposite method, giving a few gentle pushes towards the correct direction to dispel suspicion. For example, he said to Hua Chang as expected, you have an insider in the upper heavenly court. But wasn't that insider himself? So Hua Chang retorted sarcastically, didn't you know this early on? The implication being, why bother pretending? However, perhaps the word insider isn't accurate. Between these 2 people, it should be called an agreement, for example, an exchange of information. The benefit when 2 ghost kings of the devastation rank cooperate. Surely isn't it a win-win for both sides? Heishui infiltrated the upper heavenly court, grasping every big and small movement in the heavenly realm. Hua Chang, meanwhile, rooted himself in the mortal realm, with devotees spread everywhere. Aside from those things, no one knew what else the 2 of them cooperated on. Junwu sent Earthmaster to be an undercover agent in Ghost City. It truly was a great flood submerging the Dragon King's temple, sending a thief back to the thief's den. From the time Ming Yi hid and infiltrated until now, perhaps only 2 unexpected incidents occurred. The first time was that fire dragon howl to heaven spell. Of course, the imposter body double wouldn't be so idle as to suddenly create such a matter while at peace. Xie Lian leaned towards the idea that the fire dragon howl to heaven was actually cast by the real Ming Yi during some escape. To thoroughly impersonate someone else and infiltrate the upper heavenly court, not understanding enough about that person wouldn't do. Therefore, the person being impersonated had to be kept alive, extracting every single detail from that person's mouth, including experiences, skills, and how to use various magical artifacts. The fake Ming Yi must have captured and imprisoned the real Ming Yi at the time. He had just overcome his tribulation, successfully ascended, and had not yet ascended to heaven. Otherwise, if the real Ming Yi had already contacted other heavenly officials, the act of impersonation and replacement would be easier to expose. That was an unexpected matter therefore. Upon receiving the news, Hua Chang could not but return to help his partner resolve the consequences. And coincidentally, Xie Lian also received a mission assigned by Jun Wu to enter Ghost City for rescue. At that time he didn't realize, only now, looking back, did he see wasn't that action too smooth? It's true that Xie Lian rescued Earthmaster from the dungeon in Paradise Manor. But how did he discover that dungeon? It was because earlier he saw a subordinate wearing a demon mask carrying Hua Chang's cursed shackles, and later encountered this person stealthily moving through Paradise Manor. An object like cursed shackles was an insult usually. Demoted heavenly officials wanted to hide them, yet that demon masked person wore them conspicuously on his hand? So why did he hide them afterwards? Apart from carelessness, there was another explanation, which was that he deliberately did so to attract Xie Lian's attention, for him to find the fake Earthmaster imprisoned in a reasonable manner. While in reality, it must be that after sending the distress signal, the real Ming Yi was then killed. Since there was no way to destroy the body and erase traces, and even less could the corpse be kept, that would be like leaving behind a pile of clues. Therefore, Ming Yi had to be turned into a white skeleton. The second unexpected incident was precisely after being threatened by Huaizhen Xian. Shi Qingxian sought Xie Lian's help. Clearly Hua Chang did not want Xie Lian to be drawn into this matter. So at that time Ming Yi then said, "Coming here was not my idea." Afterwards, at the wine-pouring pavilion, the period when Hua Chang left must have been to meet Ming Yi, questioning him about what exactly had happened. Xie Lian did not have the chance to tell Shi Qingxian clearly each of these deductions, but evidently Shi Qingxian could figure them out little by little on his own. His hands hidden beneath his sleeves kept trembling throughout. The two walked side by side. Xie Lian, meanwhile, was pondering where had Shi Wudu gone? The first person to leave through that formation gate was Shi Wudu, the last person was Ming Yi. He surely couldn't have tricked Shi Qingxian to do anything to Shi Wudu, so there were three possibilities. One was that Shi Wudu had been taken elsewhere. Two was that something had been waiting for Shi Wudu at the destination, and he had been murdered. Three was that Shi Wudu had gone off on his own. If it were possibilities 1 and 2, then by now Ming Yi would have no reason to continue acting in front of Su Qingxian, and then lead them both to seek the Watermaster. As he pondered this, Xie Lian suddenly heard Ming Yi ask, "Where's your longevity lock fragment?" Su Qingxian didn't have time to react, and Xie Lian in turn jolted. Ming Yi repeated the question a few times before Su Qingxian finally replied, "Huh?" Ming Yi angrily said, "Didn't you say your 2 fragments of the golden longevity lock were forged from fraternal gold essence, and would resonate when the owner is injured, would they not?" Su Qingxian told Ming Yi everything, so obviously he would fully understand the function of this treasure. To speak thus, it was clear he intended to use the golden lock to discover Su Wudu's whereabouts. Su Qingxian stammered, But my wound has already healed." Ming Yi coldly replied, "Then it's simple, isn't it?" Having said that, he lifted his hand. Xie Lian thought to himself, could he be intending to stab Lord Windmaster a few times? Just as he was concentrating his mind to be on guard, unexpectedly, Ming Yi instead pressed onto the wound on his own arm. The wound, which had already sealed, suddenly gushed with blood. Ming Yi said, "Give the lock here, I'll wear it." Witnessing this, Xie Lian could not help but admire. Although it was acting, to perform to that degree truly made one bow in respect. He could fully comprehend why Su Qingxian valued a friend like Ming Yi so much. If this action did not conceal killing intent, and had no ill intentions, how truly worthy of friendship such a person would be. Su Qingxian hesitated again, not daring to stir as long as he handed over the longevity lock. The 2 golden lock fragments would resonate immediately. Once Su Wudu sensed it, he would certainly proactively seek them out first. Mingyi furrowed his brow, saying, "Are you perhaps scared out of your wits?" Su Qingxian replied, "No, actually this lock, haven't I informed you yet? Only when I myself wear it will it have that effect." Mingyi was suspicious such a thing exists. Su Qingxian tightly gripped the longevity lock and nodded forcefully. "Indeed there is." Mingyi stared fixedly at Su Qingxian for a moment, seeming about to abandon this intention, then lowered his head to look at the wound on his hand, saying nothing more. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, the longevity lock fragment on Su Qingxian's neck vibrated again. Su Qingxian's complexion shifted abruptly while Mingyi reacted extremely quickly, immediately heading in the direction the longevity lock pointed, saying, "Lord Watermaster is over there." The golden lock resonated, proving that Su Wudu was injured. But when he entered the formation gate, he was not scathed in the slightest. What could have injured him now? Xie Lian could feel that at this moment Su Qingxian was half eager to go, and half extremely unwilling to go. They were trapped in the illusory world of Blackwater Lake. On the island there was no one else. Pei Ming was outside laboriously cutting wood to build a coffin boat, waiting for them to return. Currently, Su Qingxian was merely a mortal. If Su Wudu were injured, it would truly be like calling out to heaven, but heaven doesn't hear calling out to earth, but earth knows nothing. So how could they possibly escape now? After hastily going for a while, Su Qingxian said, "Ming, brother, I see there are traps in there. It's best we don't go." Mingyi asked, "What kind of trap?" Su Qingxian reluctantly said, "How could he get injured? What makes you so sure the one over there is him?" Compared to Su Qingxian, Mingyi was much more reasonable. "Now we are in the territory of a calamity rank Ghost King. Lord Watermaster may not necessarily be strong enough to protect himself. Whatever it is, let's go take a look first before discussing further." Su Qingxian couldn't think of any excuse not to go, and Xie Lian likewise could not, so he could only silence. Tly observed the situation. Following the gradually strengthening vibrations of the longevity lock, the two walked closer and closer, and in no time, they saw Su Wudu lying sprawled on the ground, struggling and writhing, covering his abdomen, appearing to be in immeasurable pain. Su Qingxian saw him and was alarmed, shouting loudly, "Brother!" Then he scurried over. Mingyi also followed behind. Who would have thought that just as Su Qingxian approached nearby, Su Wudu suddenly sprang up and embraced him, laughing hysterically like a madman. Su Qingxian, held tightly in his embrace, was utterly astonished, only then discovering that this person had squinting eyes and a crooked nose. How could he be Su Wudu? He was merely a lunatic monster wearing Su Wudu's clothes and a golden longevity lock. Su Qingxian had not yet opened his mouth when suddenly he heard a loud boom. The Mingyi beside them suddenly tumbled over, a black hole the size of a pomander appearing on his chest, fresh blood flowing all over the ground. A figure in white leaped down from the tree, pulled Su Qingxian and fled, shouting, "Go!" Xie Lian focused his gaze. Looking closely, this person was truly Su Wudu. Su Qingxian called out, "Brother!" Su Wudu snapped softly, "Don't speak anymore. Quickly follow me. He is not a good person." In just a blink of an eye, Xie Lian understood immediately. So Su Wudu was not a lamp whose oil had run out, an easy person to deal with. From the moment he left the formation gate, disco, veering, he was still in the underworld water mansion. He had realized something suspicious. Su Wudu's thoughts were much simpler than Xie Lian's, and also much sharper. He immediately suspected Mingyi was playing tricks, then hid first so that Mingyi couldn't find him, while simultaneously lurking in a dark corner to see what he intended to do. Perhaps it was because Su Wudu and Su Qingxian were teleported to two different places. Otherwise, he would have led his younger brother to flee together. After discovering Su Qingxian was with Mingyi, Su Wudu then dragged a lunatic monster over, dressed him in his outer robes and golden lock, then launched a palm strike to attract Mingyi's attention first, and then attacked from the side. Su Wudu's attack was truly vicious. Clearly, there was absolutely no convincing evidence to prove Mingyi was playing tricks, but his strike was aimed directly at someone's life. Su Qingxian couldn't help but turn his head. Just as he turned his head, he saw Mingyi, who had been struck through the heart by a palm and lay on the ground for a moment, then sat up, his face icy cold. He lowered his head to look at the profusely bleeding hole in his chest and finally slowly stood up. Immediately, Xie Lian felt a bone-chilling coldness spreading from Su Qingxian deep into his own heart. Even if he was a heavenly official, how could anyone, after being struck to that extent, still walk around as if normal. Clearly, it could only be something not human. The two brothers fled for a while. Suddenly, the fine hairs on Xie Lian's back bristled. He shouted loudly, "Careful!" As he finished speaking, he pulled the watermaster back. A sharp whistling sound suddenly came from the space in front of them, and a cold streak of light flashed past. If it weren't for Xie Lian pulling him back, it was feared the watermaster would have had his throat cut. They were those hidden beings who could only reflect their shadows on the water's surface. Su Wudu cursed under his breath. He turned his hand, took out the watermaster's fan and flicked it once. 7 or 8 slender water arrows shot forth from the ripples on the fan's surface, circling around their two bodies, forming a protective shield. This time the hidden beings could no longer touch them. The two brothers continued to flee. Su Qingxian kept looking back, unable to help himself. This time when he turned back his hair stood on end. He has caught up. Sure enough, Ming Yi was only about 20 zhang behind them, now slowly stepping forward. Although at first glance he appeared unhurried, with each stride, the distance between him and the two people in front was instantly shortened by a long stretch. It seemed that with just 7 or 8 more steps, he could grab the back of their robes. Su Wudu did not turn his head, but every time he fanned, from the fan's surface, 2 or 3 dozen sharp dragon-shaped water arrows shot forth, clearly condensed from water, yet they emitted a whistling sound like blades made of solid steel. He fanned again and twice as many shot out. After fanning a few times, over 100 water arrows simultaneously shot straight towards Ming Yi, surrounding and attacking him from all 4 directions. If even one was missed, it would surely pierce him with a bone-chilling hole. Yet, Ming Yi was able to catch the first water arrow that shot towards him with his bare hand, pulling it fiercely as if tugging a rope. The watermaster's fan, just like that, was snatched from his hand. As soon as the fan left his hand, the dragon water arrows scattered in the air instantly turned into a fine mist spreading across the sky, falling lightly to the ground. Su Wudu suddenly stopped, looking at his hand, unable to believe it. For over 100 years, this was the first time someone had snatched the watermaster's fan from his hand. Knowing well that he couldn't escape, Su Wudu turned his head to look, only to see Ming Yi with his hands clasped behind his back, steadily walking towards them. His entire being seemed to be undergoing some mysterious transformation. With each step he took, this transformation became clearer by a fraction. His already pale face appeared even more sallow, without a trace of blood, exactly like Hua Chang. His eyebrows became sharper, his facial features more angular, and naturally, even more sinister. The originally simple black robes now subtly revealed hidden ripple-like patterns embroidered with fine threads in hard TOC corners flickering with an eerie silver light. When he walked in front of the two wind and water masters, although overall it was still that original face, the person himself was completely different. The Earth Master was not a martial god, his martial prowess was not good, and his spiritual power was not strong. But the one before their eyes clearly did not match either of those. Su Wudu vigilantly asked, "What exactly are you?" As if finding it amusing, Ming Yi narrowed his eyes and asked in return, "You are in my territory, yet you still ask me what I am?" Su Wudu said, "Blackwater Xiangui." Ming Yi looked at Su Qingxian, but Su Qingxian showed no reaction. Su Wudu said, "Have you always been the Earth Master? Are you?" Before he finished speaking he had already realized, so that's how it is. But what he realized was only that the Xiangui had always been lurking in the upper heavenly court. Su Wudu continued, "Until now, you and I have kept to our own affairs, ruling our separate territories. This time my arrival in your territory was not intentional. Why don't we each take a step back?" Ming Yi replied, "Water horizontal heaven. It turns out there are also times when you don't dare to be overbearing." Su Wudu was born with an arrogant nature. Hearing such words, his expression flashed with dissatisfaction. Although a man standing under someone else's eaves, with his younger brother next to him, he could not but bow his head. He was still unwilling to appear weak, saying, "If it weren't for the unsuitable timing and location, it's not certain that this Su would fear you." Ming Yi took another step forward and sternly asked Su Wudu, "Look closely, who am I?" Su Wudu slightly furrowed his brow, looking at his opponent. He had seen the face of this Earth Master several times already, therefore he didn't quite understand the meaning. "Who do you want me to say you are?" After a moment's pause, thinking Mingyi was implying that he shouldn't reveal his identity, Su Wudu then said, "It doesn't matter who you are. I swear in the name of the Watermaster, as long as it doesn't affect my younger brother and me, whatever you want to do, all of it will not concern me." Shi Wudu had not yet finished speaking. Mingyi coldly interrupted. "Shui Hengtian truly is a forgetful noble. That year you overturned the registers of names and birth dates of countless people in the mortal realm, endured 100 hardships to find the unique one like me. What's wrong? After only a few hundred years, have you forgotten what I look like?" Hearing this sentence, Shi Wudu's complexion slowly twisted. For the first time, the kind of expression as if having seen a ghost that usually appeared on the faces of mortals showed on his face. His pupils contracted extremely small. Shi Wudu blurted out, "You're still alive." He Xian hissed, "I'm dead." Having finished speaking that sentence, He Xian suddenly raised a hand, clenched 4 fingers tightly and flicked them upwards. Xie Lian only fell. A sharp pain rushed into his head. It was Shi Xian fainting, affected by his spiritual domain. Unsure how much time had passed, Xie Lian slowly woke up following Shi Xian's consciousness. His eyes had not yet opened, but he already felt something rubbing back and forth on his body. Slowly opening his eyes, he then discovered that there were 7 or 8 shaggy, foul-smelling heads. A horde of deranged grotesques was surrounding Shi Xian, simultaneously grinning foolishly and bizarrely, and reaching out to grope indiscriminately. Xie Lian remained relatively calm, simply because he surmised that his life was not currently in danger, and besides, these grotesques were only a little filthy, not posing any threat. Shi Xian, however, was completely panicked, wanting to push them away immediately, but then heard the clinking sound of iron chains ringing out in succession. His limbs also felt frozen stiff, unable to move at all. Looking up, it turned out he was chained by iron chains as thick as wooden staffs to a mottled wall. His arms hung high up. Looking at the ceiling and the ground, it must be that Shi Xian had returned to the underworld water mansion. Xie Lian and Shi Xian felt exactly the same. Their heads throbbing fiercely, just as he was about to say, "Lord Windmaster, calm down, let me teach you how to escape from these shackles." He then suddenly realized that he couldn't utter a single sound. Under indescribable surprise, Xie Lian who wryly examined himself thoroughly. It was true that a large part of his spiritual power was lost. Although his soul could still reside in Shi Xian's body, he could not control this body, not even open his mouth to offer a reminder. Could it be that Hua Cheng's borrowed spiritual power had been used up? That's impossible. He knew very well how much spiritual power it took to perform the great soul-transferring spell once. The spiritual power Hua Cheng lent him could only be more, not less. Furthermore, he still felt his spiritual power continuously slipping away, unable to help but feel surprised and worried. Just then, a hoarse voice rose from the opposite direction. "Qing Xian." Shi Xian's eyes were blurred. Concentrating his mind, he looked up, and the person who had called out to him was none other than Shi Wudu. Shi Wudu was not chained, but was kneeling on the ground, his white robes terribly soiled. Seeing Shi Xian awaken, Shi Wudu's face showed joy, seemingly wanting to rush over, but was immediately kicked down by the person next to him, only able to kneel down again. That person stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern and profound, his skin so white it sent chills through one's heart. It was indeed the black water wasting master, or rather He Xian. Behind He Xian was an altar, for glossy black ash urns silently placed upon it. 2 torn and tattered fans lay discarded on the ground. They were the Wind Master's fan and the Water Master's fan. Father, mother, younger sister, fiancé. He Xian said kowtow. Shi Wudu's eyes were fixed on Shi Xian, yet his mouth said all right. Having answered unexpectedly, Shi Wudu actually knelt before the altar. Thump thump thump, kowtowing dozens of times to the 4 ash urns. Only after finishing the kowtows did he try to get up. He Xian, however, kicked him fiercely on the head, coldly saying, "Did I tell you to stand up?" Shi Wudu was instantly made to bleed from several orifices by this kick. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "No." The arrogant elder brother, who had never bowed his head before, was now being trampled face down on the ground by someone. Although he knew full well that what his brother had done deserved a retribution 10 times heavier than this, it was not excessive, yet blood is thicker than water. No matter what, he still couldn't bear it. Shi Xian called out, "Gu." Hearing the sound, Xie Lian indifferently swept his gaze over. Even if he couldn't lift his head, Shi Wudu also knew this call would ruin things, so he roared, "Shut your mouth." Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian again lifted his shoe from Shi Wudu's head. Shi Wudu trembled with fear, but unfortunately could not stand up. He softly called Qing Xian. Xie Lian slowly walked over. That horde of mad grotesques was extremely afraid of him. They wailed and shrieked, running away, but still secretly peeked at Qing Xian, as if craving something on the other person. Qing Xian was into the wall, watching the face that should have been very familiar to him slowly approach, yet felt an indescribable strangeness. Xie Lian squatted down in front of Qing Xian, was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask, "Is the white-clothed calamity frightening?" He asked with serene composure, while Xie Lian's eyes were vacant, his lips trembling uncontrollably, utterly speechless. Bai Huaizhan Xian of the past was already utterly terrifying, but the one devouring Bai Huaizhan Xian before his eyes was 10, even 100-fold more terrifying than the nightmare of Xie Lian's youth. And this fear he should have by rights received long ago. Shi Wudu said, "Xie Lian, each is responsible for their own actions. Forcing you to obstruct the calamity was my idea. This matter has nothing to do with my younger brother." Xie Lian sneered. "Nothing to do with it?" He stared fixedly at Xie Lian, his gaze unwavering, and bit out each word. "A mere mortal of common aptitude like your younger brother could ascend to the heavens with boundless glory. What he seized was my destiny. What he enjoyed was my divine status. Tell me, do you call this having nothing to do with him?" Every word of this sentence was like a knife thrust to the heart, clearly intended for Xie Lian to hear. Although he already knew the truth behind it, Xie Lian still could not help but bow his head, feeling that in this life he could never again lift it. Shi Wudu struggled to remain calm. "If you have all eyes been by his side, you should certainly know that I did not deceive you. His temperament cannot conceal anything. From beginning to end he truly knew nothing at all." Xie Lian shouted coldly. "Precisely because of that, it is even more detestable. By what right did he know nothing at all?" Xie Lian bowed his head even lower. By what right could he drain the blood of others, trample on their bones to ascend to the heavens, while he himself remained utterly at peace, carefree and unconcerned, enjoying everything? Xie Lian asked further. He didn't know at first, and later still didn't know. Xie Lian raised his head, and in a trembling voice replied, "Brother Ming." Xie Lian barked, "Shut up." His expression was almost malevolent. Xie Lian shivered at the sight, falling utterly silent. Xie Lian shot to his feet, pacing back and forth in the hall of the Yumin Tuifu, and growled, roaring, "I already gave you a chance." Xie Lian closed his eyes, clenching his fists tight. Xie Lian suddenly remembered the phrase "good." Very good. Brimming with utmost indignation back in Bogu town, along with the scene of Ming Yi preventing Xie Lian when he wanted to follow Pei Ming to the East Sea. Unfortunately, every time Xie Lian chose to help Shi Wudu, Xie Lian said softly, "I'm sorry." Xie Lian paused and asked, "Your apology, what is its worth?" A row of 4 urns of ashes placed right before Xie Lian's eyes seemed to also be mocking his hollow apology, making one feel even more agonized, burning with inner turmoil, as if anything he said would be reduced to naught. Xie Lian stammered, "I know it's useless, but Xie Lian said indifferently, "But you what? You know it's useless, yet you still want to try and express your sincerity, hoping to sway me, hoping I can let go of this hatred, and resolve these old scores?" Xie Lian said hurriedly, "No. That's not it at all. I don't mean that. I truly feel very sorry towards you. It's true. Me. Young master, I know both he and I are wrong at this point. There's no way to salvage the situation, so." Hearing that, Xie Lian asked, "So?" At this very moment, anything more said would be insipid and pointless. Xie Lian strained to think for a moment, but truly could not say anything more. Xie Lian said in a cold voice, "Speak, why don't you continue? So, are you willing to offer your death as atonement?" Xie Lian was stunned. Shi Wudu could not bear to hear any more. "Xie Lian, I am the mastermind of the crime. It is by Huaizhan Xian, but Xie Lian himself does not deserve death. Xie Lian asked, "So in my family of 5, who then was guilty? Who then deserved to die?" Shi Wudu was speechless. Xie Lian continued to ask, "Speak. Are you willing?" Xie Lian replied softly, "I am willing." Hearing that, Xie Lian let out a cold laugh. Because Su Qingxian was bowing his head, Xie Lian did not see He Xian's eyes, but even if he had seen them, he probably wouldn't have been able to guess his thoughts. A moment. Later, He Xian clasped his hands behind his back and left. Seeing He Xian depart, the horde of deranged madmen swarmed over again, some clinging to Su Qingxian's thighs and arms, refusing to let go, some grabbing his hair, some wrapping their arms around his neck, each and every one with eyes glowing green, looking as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Even Xie Lian, who had once lived among beggars, felt goosebumps prickle all over him, muttering to himself, who exactly are these people? Why must the black water sinking ship imprison a bunch of madmen here? Su Qingxian silently endured, allowing those madmen to shove and pull him back and forth, dragging him this way and that, not daring to utter a single sound. He Xian stood by indifferently for a moment, asking, "Do you know who these people are?" Several thin, filthy hands groped all over Su Qingxian's face and body, but he didn't even dare to get angry, and of course had no leisure to ponder who they truly were, finally only shaking his head. He Xian said, "Fates crippled, fates lowly, fates worse than pigs and dogs, fates that drive the living to madness." A chilling sensation took root in Xie Lian's heart. He vaguely guessed what He Xian intended to do. Su Wudu also immediately understood, his eyes widening. "You." He Xian stood between Su Wudu and Su Qingxian, growling, "Now I give the two of you a choice." First he pointed at Su Wudu, saying, "The first choice. You pick one person from that crowd and exchange your younger brother's fate with theirs. After that, get lost down to the mortal realm." Threads of blood crawled up into Su Wudu's eyes. His shoulders also began to tremble. He Xian said, "If you like to exchange people's fates so much, you must be very skilled at that trick. No need for me to teach you, eh?" If one did not consider the cause, this step was truly venomous. Although Su Qingxian's original destiny was not qualified for ascension, he was still a person of leisure, wealth, peace, joy, and immense prosperity. Looking at these people, some were covered in ulcers and plagued by endless illness, others were tormented to the point of madness. Clearly, none of them were untouched by immense misfortune, great calamities, and disasters. If his fate were exchanged with theirs, wouldn't Su Qingxian fall into a wretched and utterly miserable plight just like them? This was precisely the kind of destiny that could force the living to outright madness, and from then on, he would surely suffer endless torment and misery. As for this life, it was obvious that Su Wudu had failed his tribulation, and with the matter of the white-clothed calamity having been exposed, he would surely be demoted. After being demoted to a mortal, he would no longer be able to exchange a good fate back for Su Qingxian. A mortal stripped of his spiritual power and a person with an utterly rotten and lowly fate, how could they possibly continue to live like this? Su Wudu gasped for a breath, gritting his teeth as he asked, "What about the second choice?" He Xian continued, "The second choice, you." This time he looked at Su Qingxian. He ground out each word, "I will not touch your fate. You sever your brother's head right here for me." With a clank, He Xian threw a rusty blade to the ground. Su Qingxian stared wide-eyed at that blade. He Xian said after that, "Never ever appear before me again. Then I can consider you as not existing in this world." In that instant, the hatred deep within his bones, accumulated over hundreds of years, finally reached its peak and erupted. Everyone could see the blazing madness in his pupils. Everyone understood that he was not speaking idly or in jest. After a moment of silence, Su Wudu spoke in a hoarse voice. "I'll commit suicide." "Can I commit suicide?" He Xian said, "You have no right to bargain with me." Su Wudu looked over at Su Qingxian, murmuring, "You clearly want both our lives." Su Qingxian, however, was not as despairing as Su Wudu. He hastily cried out, "Brother! Brother! Let's choose the first one. The first one." After a while, Su Wudu regained his composure, saying, "No. I choose the second one." Su Qingxian looked bewildered. "Why choose the second one? Wouldn't we both live well?" "Brother, let's go with the first one. The second one is not allowed. I truly cannot do it." Su Wudu snapped irritably, "Shut up. Don't you understand me? If I lose everything, and then stand by idly watching you wallow in the mud and mire, how would I possibly do that? You might as well just provoke me to death." Su Qingxian said, "Brother, let it go. A dignified death is not as good as continuing to live. Besides, truly, just think about it. We have lived well for hundreds of years already. We should also. Speaking up to this point, He seemed to remember where his hundreds of years of good life had come from, and Su Qingxian, ashamed, dared not speak further. He Xian stood by, watching them coldly. With great effort, Su Wudu managed to crawl up. He picked up the rusty, blotchy saber, staggered to the wall, grabbed his younger brother's shoulder, and said, "Do it." Then he quickly whispered, "Go find General Pei, ask him to take care of you." That saber was frighteningly heavy, rusted and tarnished, let alone killing a person. Killing a chicken would be difficult. If such a saber were used to cut off someone's head, both the one cutting and the one being cut would surely suffer immensely. Su Qingxian was so scared he couldn't hold it, dropping it to the ground repeatedly, and cried out, "Let go, go, let go. Didn't you once tell me that in this world, everyone only looks out for themselves? How can others take care of us? From before until now we have always taken care of ourselves. Don't give this to me, don't give it to me." Su Wudu roared, "Qingxian, don't be so useless." Then he gave a bitter laugh. "You know your brother's nickname is Shui Hung Tian, don't you? Overturning heaven and st. Erring waves for so many years, if not 1,000 then 800. Above heaven and below earth, everywhere there are enemies. My death would be easier to handle once I die, everything will be settled, and it won't involve you. If I don't die but lose everything, that would be worse than dying. If I were not the water master, I fundamentally would have no way to take care of you. I can't even protect myself. Am only afraid that our brothers in less than 2 days would take it." Su Qingxian was truly about to cry from fright, losing his composure and shrieking, "No. No, 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 it cannot be, Gidge, I truly cannot do it. Don't force me, don't thrust it upon me. Help, help, help." At a time like this, unexpectedly, Su Qingxian began to shout himself hoarse for help. Su Wudu said, "It's all right. Don't be afraid, Qingxian. It won't hurt as much as exchanging fates and having your spiritual powers withdrawn." He Xian forced himself to endure watching until this point, then suddenly launched a kick. Su Wudu, completely unprepared, was kicked by him, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, and rolled a few times on the ground, unable to stand up again. Su Qingxian, chained to the wall, called out, "Gu." He Xian scolded, "Shut up. Don't you dare put on your nauseating display of brotherly affection in front of me. No one here will be moved by you." Who would have thought that after profusely vomiting blood, Su Wudu suddenly spun around, leapt up and seized Su Qingxian's neck. Xie Lian was startled, instantly feeling suffocated, as blood rushed straight to his face. Su Qingxian with difficulty spoke, "Guh." Su Wudu, his mouth full of blood, gritted his teeth and said, "Qingxian, with you like this now I cannot rest assured. If I die, you certainly won't be able to live in this world either, might as well come with Gidge." Having said that, his hand suddenly exerted force. Before Su Qingxian's eyes, black patches appeared, and from his throat came dying whimpers. Xie Lian was alarmed. Could it be that Water Master truly wants to choke Wind Master to death? Not long after, the pressure on his throat suddenly loosened, and a large amount of air rushed in. Su Qingxian choked and coughed violently. It took great effort to draw a breath. But He Xian then stood by them, broke off Su Wudu's 2 forearms, which were squeezing Su Qingxian's neck, and said harshly, "Did I give you a third path?" Though both forearms were broken off and blood gushed like a fountain, Su Wudu instead let out a cackling laugh. He Xian threw his 2 forearms away like trash and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Su Wudu shook his 2 wide, empty, blood-stained sleeves and said, "I am laughing at you, thinking you have surely seized the upper hand. You feel that after enduring for many years, waiting until today, and finally avenging yourself, you are exceedingly joyful?" He Xian said, looking at your dying, sputtering appearance, "It is indeed very joyful." Su Wudu sa. "ID, is that so? Then let me tell you I am also very joyful." He used his broken hands, from which blood streamed profusely, to grab He Xian's collar and said, "Because I see you now so indignant, so pained, so resentful, hating so much you're about to gnash your teeth to dust. But you still couldn't save your loved ones, you are still just a ghost from the sewers. No matter how you stomp your feet, it's useless because they died completely ages ago. As for me, my younger brother got to live for so long, got to be a divine official for hundreds of years. Even if he doesn't serve anymore now, can't live anymore, all things considered, he still profited. I still win. How can I not be more joyful than you?" Ha! Hearing this, He Xian's pale face slowly changed color. just like a wisp of ghost fire floating on a desolate, freezing field. In an instant, the air in the room seemed to grow much colder. Su Qingxian was scared out of his wits and said hoarsely, "Go, don't say any more, please don't say any more. Go, oh heavens, what are you saying, what nonsense are you spewing?" He Xian suddenly reached out and gripped Su Wudu's throat, scolding, "You have no remorse whatsoever." Su Wudu laughed wildly. "Remorse? Humph, that's fatally hilarious. Despite you being the Ghost King of the Calamity-class black water-sinking ships, you stand there talking about remorse to me? Let me tell you, there is no such thing." Su Qingxian screamed miserably. Su Wudu raised his head and spoke in a loud voice, "Everything I have today, I seized with my own hands. What I don't have, I seize myself. If I don't have fate, I amend it myself. My fate is mine to decide, not for heaven to dictate." This was the first time Xie Lian had heard such an interpretation of "my fate is mine to decide, not for heaven to dictate." Even though his scalp was tingling in waves, he was astonished into a daze. As if his horizons were broadened by Su Wudu's magnificent, unyielding aura even unto death, He Xian also laughed loudly. Seeing He Xian's face grow more and more terrifying, Su Qingxian said in a panic, "Gage, I beg you, please don't say any more, quickly shut your mouth. Help." With his arrogance utterly undiminished, Su Wudu said, "Qingxian, Gage will go one step ahead, and wait for you below." Ha! His words were not yet finished, when He Xian had already placed a hand on Su Wudu's forehead, and grabbed his hair. Su Qingxian was scared out of his wits. The iron chains clanked against the wall, as he called out loudly, "Ming Xiong! Ming Xiong! I'm sorry. 1,000 wrongs, 10,000 wrongs, all are our fault, it is my fault. He is like this because of me, my brother is crazy, he is crazy, don't you see? Though." He wanted to beg for forgiveness, for him to be merciful, but he could not utter a word, only daring to use his eyes, pleading incessantly. He Xian slowly looked toward Su Qingxian. A moment later, as if remembering something, he regained some clarity and stopped his movements. Seeing this, Shi Xian sighed with relief as if catching a ray of hope, and finally tears also slid down. But before the tears could fall to the ground, he suddenly heard the cold voice of He Xian speak, "You called the wrong person." Finishing his words, he powerfully lifted his hand, and just like that, twisted Shi Wudu's head off his neck. Shi Wudu's head and body separated. Fresh blood spurted profusely from the hole on his neck, spraying onto Shi Xian's face and body from afar. Finally, Shi Xian could not bear it any longer, and began to shriek as if going mad. Seeing this headless corpse still standing upright and not falling looked too interesting, the crazy monsters also rejoiced to the point of madness, beginning to circle around Shi Wudu, their bare feet trampling into a circle of bloody, slimy footprints. As they circled, they clapped their hands and cheered, "He. Dead. Dead. He. Who knows how long?" Shi Xian shrieked madly, shrieking as if his soul had flown away, also not knowing when he would stop. Waiting until Xie Lian became conscious again through Shi Xian's awareness, Shi Xian had already been sitting slumped on the blood-soaked ground for a long time. Meanwhile, He Xian was standing in front of Shi Xian not far away, his hand carrying Shi Wudu's head with wide, bulging eyes imperiously looking down at him. A long while later, He Xian calmly asked, "Do you have anything you wish to say?" Shi Xian stared blankly at the 4 urns of ashes lined up on the altar in front, along with 2 tattered fans on the ground, and after a very long time he stammered out, "I want to die." He Xian indifferently replied, "You dream too beautifully." Next, He Xian extended a hand towards Shi Xian. Shi Xian closed his eyes. At the same time, Xie Lian's soul was suddenly pulled out and thrown extremely high. As he fell downwards, just as he opened his eyes, he was slumped limply in the arms of a person in red. Hua Chang gently held his chin with one hand, passionately kissing him. No wonder Xie Lian felt the spiritual power sustaining the soul-shifting grand spell suddenly weaken greatly. It turned out Hua Chang had used this swiftest and most effective method to suck clean the spiritual power he had lent Xie Lian just now, successfully summoning Xie Lian's soul back to his own body. Seeing Xie Lian wake up, Hua Chang gently parted his lips, seeming to want to leave. Under urgent circumstances, what could Xie Lian care about so much? He hastily lifted both hands to embrace Hua Cheng's neck, drawing back the spiritual power that Hua Cheng was about to suck away. Hua Cheng obviously did not expect Xie Lian to do such a thing. Momentarily losing focus, the spiritual power flowed back. Fearing Hua Cheng would leave Xie Lian hurriedly used both hands to lift Hua Cheng's face, then flipped over, pinning Hua Cheng to the ground, feeling a cool stream of spiritual energy pouring into his body, following his throat down to his belly, incredibly warm. At this moment, the wooden door in front of the Pu Qi shrine creaked. A figure resembling a giant green worm crawled out of the room, shouting, "Mother for which dead dog is so brazen? Stealing small things, stealing from this father. Daring to disturb this father's sleep, humph. This father doesn't." Before his words finished, he saw two figures piled on top of each other outside the shrine, looking as if they were passionately embracing and kissing. Who else could those one red and one white be? The fellow was instantly startled into shrieking, "Ek ak 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 ak." Hua Cheng gently lifted his hand, originally intending to grasp Xie Lian's shoulder, but hearing Shi Rong's clamoring, he changed his hand movement, knocking the fellow's "Ai cha" exclamation back into the room, and the door slammed shut again. At that moment, Hua Cheng just turned over, pinning Xie Lian beneath him. Looking up, he panted a breath, dark light flickering in his eyes, "Called Your Highness." Xie Lian had no time for many words, reached out and embraced Hua Cheng's neck, pulling him down further. Only after sucking enough spiritual power did he gasp a breath. Repeated once more soul-shifting grand spell. Unexpectedly this time, his soul had just been pulled out and before it was thrown into the sky, it shot back to his body as if blocked by a wall, shooting so forcefully that he cried at once. When he opened his eyes, above was still the starlit sky and Hua Cheng's slightly anxious face. Xie Lian sat up holding his head, murmuring, "It can't get through." Was it because Shi Qingxian had died? Or because Heishui Xiangui had strengthened the barrier? No matter which it was, generally speaking, he could no longer slip into Shi Qingchuan's head. Even if he were to chase towards Nanhai now, it would definitely be too late. Seeing Xie Lian lost in thought, Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Xie Lian looked at him. Hua Cheng continued, "But this matter, outsiders cannot interfere." Xie Lian waved his hand. "You don't need to say sorry. In truth, even if I were there, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Using the soul-shifting grand spell, he could only enter Shi Qingchuan's body. However, Shi Qingxian possessed the body of a mortal. Even if Xie Lian could help him break free from his shackles, but how could he resist the master of Heishui Ghost Realm right in that place? Even fleeing would not be possible. Waiting until he had calmed down, Xie Lian quickly returned to the upper heavenly court's communication array, asked Lingwen, "Have you departed yet?" Lingwen said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness. Why were you suddenly silent for an entire while just now?" "We have already dispatched a group of heavenly officials to Nanhai first. Prince Qing has returned. He will also go out to sea later. But Heishui Ghost Realm is not easy to enter. No one knows when he will be found." Xie Lian said in a hoarse voice, "Wait a moment. Let me depart with you. Who knows, I might still remember a few paths. However, I must trouble you to send someone to Puqi Shrine to pick me up." Lingwen replied, "All right. He will arrive immediately now." Xie Lian was startled, turned his head to look. Hua Cheng had already disappeared. Outside Puqi village, two junior heavenly officials were approaching, followed by a tall youth with slightly curly black hair, who was precisely Quan Yizhen. Xie Lian nodded at him as a greeting. Quan Yizhen, however, did not know how to return the courtesy, but Xie Lian did not pay much attention. Looking around in all directions, not seeing Hua Cheng's figure, Xie Lian knew the other party wanted to give him time to deal with this matter. The two people and a group of junior heavenly officials set off for Nanhai. Hearing Xie Lian's suggestion, they specifically collected dozens of heavy coffins that had once contained the dead, preparing for all situations. After the boat sailed swiftly on the water for about 2 to 3 hours, the sea surface suddenly had strange things floating up. Numerous gigantic skeletal fish corpses floated on the sea surface, bumping into the side of the boat. The heavenly officials began to be vigilant, so we're almost there. Xie Lian then said, "Impossible. If we had already entered Heishui Ghost Realm, the boat definitely couldn't float on the water, let alone sail so quickly. But, clearly these things were traces left behind when General Pei and Watermaster fought here last night. Quan Yizhen was still squatting on the edge of the boat, maintaining that difficult posture, and at this moment suddenly spoke up, "There's a black island ahead, is that it?" Xie Lian focused and looked carefully. Ahead there was indeed a small island as black as ink. Moreover, looking from afar, it truly resembled Heishui Island. Xie Lian frowned at first glance. It truly looks very similar. But how could it be found so easily? And the boat isn't even sinking anymore. First, please be cautious, watch out, it might be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately discovered it was not a trap. Because on the beach, a figure was standing, basking in the sun, using a precious sword that slays generals and kills enemies, busily chopping wood to make coffins. Beside him lay 3 finished coffins. Now he was making the 4th. Xie Lian hurriedly waved his hand, calling loudly, "General Pei." "It's General Pei, this is indeed the island." The large boat immediately changed direction, rushing towards that side. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Pei Ming, however, showed no joy. He stuck his sword into the ground, rubbed his nose, and asked grumpily, "You didn't come early, you didn't come late. What's the meaning of having to come only when I'm almost done?" Quan Yizhen said, "It's good Inug. That someone came. I heard we had to come rescue you. Everyone complained they were busy." Pei Ming assumed an air of not bothering to argue with that brat, turned to ask Xie Lian, "So Crown Prince, your highness returned first? How are your boats built to float on the water in the ghost realm so wonderfully?" Xie Lian replied, "I think the problem isn't with the boat. It's that the curse of Heishui ghost realm has dissipated." Bui Min was startled, casually tried his hand, and with just one sword stroke, felled a large patch of trees indeed. His spiritual power had recovered. Silent for a moment, he shook his head and sighed, "If I had known this earlier, why would I need to laboriously build coffins?" These words were true all through last night. Bui Min had truly wasted his efforts in vain. He had made coffins for 4 people, but 3 would no longer use them. A group of divine officials ascended the island, rushing straight into the heart of the forest. The little ghosts in the forest had never seen such a sight before and were scared into running scattered everywhere. But when they arrived at the shore of Black Water Lake, they no longer encountered those hidden figures. Without interference from other spiritual domains, the entire group conducted some study, finally dispelling the illusory boundary, and the iron prison and underworld water mansion by the lake all materialized. As soon as they entered the underworld water mansion, Xie Lian gathered the white skeleton, clad in black and holding it in his hand, began running swiftly throughout the hall. Not long after, he found that grand hall. On the mottled walls, the pair of blood-stained iron chains were empty. A headless corpse lay in the middle of the grand hall. Its blood had dried up, and a group of deranged freaks were throwing objects haphazardly onto that corpse. As the divine officials stepped in, the deranged freaks became even more excited. After entering, Bui Min stood stunned for a long while, finally daring to confirm who that corpse was, and cried out in a daze, "Watermaster Senior Brother!" Xie Lian already knew of this matter and said, "May I trouble you all to search around here and on this entire island to see if Windmaster Lord, or his corpse, can be found." But no matter how they searched, no trace of Shi Qingxian was found on the island. Could it be that Blackwater Xiangui had taken Windmaster away? Or had Windmaster been ruthlessly murdered, his body sunk beneath the deep sea, his flesh and blood fed to fish? Although Shi Wudu went mad at the last minute, provoking Hexian to go insane and kill, nevertheless, his death was not by Windmaster's own hand. Would Hexian still exchange fates with Windmaster? After chasing away those troublesome and deadly madmen, Bui Min knelt on one knee on the ground, lost in thought for a long while, then sighed, "Watermaster Senior Brother, you were tenacious and arrogant your entire life, yet ultimately fell to suc. H&N, not even knowing if you can close your eyes in peace. Indeed, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. Life has myriad paths, none of which can be escaped. Even if one is a god above 10,000 people, one ultimately still cannot luckily escape." Quan Yizhen, however, was not so sentimental. The young man scurried back and forth within the underworld water mansion, then ran over to take a quick look, and couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Where is his head?" Xie Lian said. "Blackwater Xiangui took it." Bui Min asked, "What enmity does this master of the ghost realm have with him? Furthermore, where is Qingxian? Where is Earthmaster? Could it be that all 3 divine officials, water, earth and wind, have perished?" Xie Lian replied, exactly, an enmity that penetrates to the bone, a grudge that pierces to the marrow. As for Earthmaster Lord, it depends on which one you're asking about. The true one is in my hands, while the fake one is precisely the one who took Watermaster Lord's head. What? Xie Lian looked at Buimin and gently said. General Bui probably doesn't know. Blackwater Xiangui, his surname is He. His given name is Xian. Hearing this, Buimin instantly changed color. It seemed that regarding the things Shi Wudu had done, Buimin and Lingwen were not entirely ignorant. It was just unclear how much they knew. Reporting what needed to be reported, handling what needed to be handled. By the time they returned to Puqi village, a day had almost passed. Xie Lian's steps faintly showed a trace of weariness. Waiting for him to return to Puqi shrine, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Qi Rong's loud shouts. Dog Hua Cheng. Xie Lian, you damn dog. You two are truly shameless. Oh damn, in the middle of the night it really f***ing scared ghosts to death. You've poked out this lord's dog eyes. Aren't you going to quickly compensate your dad? Hearing him spew nothing but foul language, Xie Lian suddenly remembered the frightening scene from last night when he and Hua Cheng took turns pressing each other to the ground to absorb spiritual power. At that time, he hadn't felt embarrassed, but now there was no escaping the consequences, and he almost slammed the door shut and hid for good. Hua Cheng leaned back on the chair beside him, his crossed boots resting on the table. As soon as he heard Xie Lian push the door open and step in, he immediately lowered his boots, casually slapped Qi Rong's forehead with a palm to knock him unconscious, then stood up and said Gidge. Xie Lian nodded, turned around and closed the door, glanced over Qi Rong who was tied into a green worm on the ground, then sat down and asked, have Guzi and the others gone out to play? Hua Cheng replied, I let them go. Gidge must be exhausted. Xie Lian said, no. You must be exhausted. Hua Cheng smiled. A moment later he said, I even thought Gidge would blame me. Xie Lian shook his head. San Lang, why think so much? I truly won't blame you. In truth, regarding teach is matter, you were very right. Outsiders truly. It's not appropriate to meddle. Thinking for a moment, he still asked San Lang, in your opinion, what will that Blackwater Xiangui do to Winemaster Lord? After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng replied, I don't know either. This He Shui fellow is very peculiar. He alone has endured silently for so many years like this. No one understands what he is thinking in his heart. No one understands what is in his heart. Xie Lian suddenly remembered. This was also the comment that many heavenly officials of the upper heavenly court often used to evaluate Hua Cheng. He Shui Chun Chu cut his way out from 10,000 ghosts in Mount Tonglu. Hua Cheng was similar. He Xian alone endured silently for all those years. It's not certain that the years Hua Cheng endured silently alone were fewer than his. What made He Shui Chun Chu become the He Shui Chun Chu of today was hatred. So what about Hua Cheng? What could it be that makes Hua Cheng the Hua Cheng of today? In an instant, countless things appeared in Xie Lian's mind. He shook his head, setting aside the noble one of golden branches and jade leaves. He organized his train of thought and said, but San Lang, there is something I don't understand. The water god official's matter of replacing pillars and changing beams must have been conducted very secretly, right? The water god official concealed it for so many years like that. How could He Shui have known? If you find it inconvenient, you don't need to answer me. Hua Cheng said. He changed his territory and ran away, and he no longer impersonates a heavenly official, so what is there to be inconvenient? To put it simply, the night He Shui died, Shi Wudu personally came to confirm. Xie Lian asked, because only when the prey has died, would Bai Huaizhen Xian then move on to search for the next target? Hua Cheng said, He Shui did not know who that person was, but he remembered that face distinctly. Later, after becoming a ghost, and knowing more about people and affairs in heaven and on earth, He Shui then discovered that it was the water god official. No wonder. Then that's too strange. For a dignified water god official, why would he, for no reason at all, come to watch how a mortal died? Xie Lian asked, but even so, it wouldn't necessarily lead one to associate it with changing fate, would it? Hua Cheng said, that's why he impersonated the real Earthmaster, blending into the upper heavenly court to investigate this matter. His guts are quite big too. Xie Lian said unhurriedly, if later he had not killed the real Earthmaster, and also swept more than 200 fishermen into it, then it would indeed be worthy of the saying brave and resourceful. Hua Cheng again said, Gidge, whether the real Earthmaster was killed by him or not, I am not clear. However, sweeping those fishermen into the great waves of the East Sea, I'm afraid that was done by someone else. The author says, Ally, I have mentioned it many times in the story, but some of you keep forgetting and then keep asking why. For by Huai Zhanxian the only solution is ascension, because many heavenly officials of the Middle Heavenly Court are very incompetent, and Shi Wu Du also cannot carry his younger brother on his neck. 247, therefore, promoting Shi Qingxian to the Middle Heavenly Court completely does not solve the problem. For fragile souls, I'm here to comfort you all. When I first read it, I was both shocked and sad. Wind, water, earth, I like all three characters, but the ending is too sad. Book 3 Chapter 126. Writing the poem Li Si. Ink stains scattered because of the haste in his heart. Li Si refers to Li Si Wu Shou tentative translation 5 poems of longing by Yuan Zhen. The two of them once inscribed this poem in chapter 97. Xie Lian was slightly startled and asked, then who could it be? Judging by common sense, this kind of turmoil at most only affects fewer than 50 people. Hua Chong said, as I guess, it might be the same person who sent that hollow-bodied Taoist priest to the Banyu Pass incident. If that is the case, it seems there has always been a hand pushing Xie Lian to the center of all sorts of chaotic affairs. Xie Lian suddenly felt perplexed. Then what exactly is this person's purpose? Hua Chong shook his head, appearing to be in deep thought. At this moment he suddenly heard the sound of children laughing and playing outside Pu Qi Shrine, and Hua Cheng's sharp gaze swept outwards. Xie Lian looked through the window bars following his gaze, only to see 2 children playing outside the door, Guzi riding on Lang Huang's shoulders, their demeanor looking very innocent and carefree. Naturally, Tui Su's grand deception, replacing pillars and changing beams, Fong Su impersonating a stand-in, Jie Su also impersonating a stand-in, Tui Su's head and body separated, and Fong and Dia's whereabouts unknown. These 4 incidents, for lightning bolts striking near their ears, for thunderclaps shaking the heavens, each successive one more resonant than the last, stirred up great waves and strong winds in the upper and middle heavenly courts. For a moment everyone was exceedingly terrified, thus not knowing what to say. In the divine martial hall, no one dared to voice an opinion. Even Quan No's hand looked as if it could no longer support his forehead. Although Min Gi usually did not interact much with others, only someone as easy to befriend and persistent as Su Tanhuin could get along with him. Though no one was truly close to him, to think that their colleague was actually the legendary Supreme Ghost King, the degree of shock was truly immense. In order to impersonate Jie Su perfectly, for so many years this Ghost King had always been diligent and hard-working, gathering a multitude of believers in the human realm. He even made it into the top 10 in the Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival competition, ranking H. higher than most heavenly officials in the upper heavenly court. Truly terrifying, worthy of being a supreme Ghost King. This incident was so astounding that the heavenly officials couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Even if they were told now that Hoatan was also mingling among them, or that Hoatan had planted someone in the upper heavenly court, it couldn't be more horrifying. For now, not to mention the grudges between Hak Tui Huan Kui and Tui Su Vo Du, but that the true Jie Su Gi died by the hand of Hak Tui Huan Kui was beyond doubt. Therefore, the upper heavenly court officially issued a warrant for Hak Tui Huan Kui. But everyone knew how easily could a supreme Ghost King, wishing to hide, be found? The so-called when a wall falls everyone pushes it. In the past, the 2 feng shui masters were glorious and resplendent. One call would be answered by 100. Whenever Su Vo Du appeared, was it not like the bright moon amidst a host of stars? But once he suddenly died, the host of stars dared not utter a sound. Su Tanhuin liked to make friends from all directions and was generous with his actions now. Who knows where his countless good friends of old have gone? Bui Min collected Tui Su's headless remains on the day of burial. The fields were desolate and empty. Apart from Ta Lin and Lin Van, not many other heavenly officials attended. Ta Lin thought to himself, he wondered if it was intentional, but in recent days a group of people had begun to burn and demolish feng shui temples. Although he couldn't bear it, he had tried to stop them a few times. But as time gradually passed, people discovered that the deity they worshipped was no longer efficacious, and the situation only grew more serious day by day. He could stop it for a moment but not for a lifetime. In another few decades, or even just a few years, people would forget the two feng shui heavenly officials who once stood at the pinnacle of the upper heavenly court. Ta Lin couldn't help but feel a little sorrowful. Finally, Ta Lin said to Lin Van the whereabouts of Lord Feng Su. Tan Huin, I will still have to trouble you with the effort. Lin Van's expression was also solemn. She hadn't smiled for many days. No need for your highness the crown prince to say more. I will certainly do my utmost. Bui Min then said your highness the crown prince. Instead of telling Lin Van to search slowly like an old ox pulling a rickety cart, why not directly ask your Huyet Vu Tam Hoa if it's possible to inquire where that mad black ghost took Tan Huin? He even took big brother Tui Su's head. What else does he want to do? Ta Lin shook his head. Speaking in a helpless tone, General Bui, you are presuming too much. Does a supreme ghost king need to report what he wants to do to another? So Bui Min said nothing more. Returning to Pu Chi Shrine, many villagers were gathered around the shrine, chattering noisily. Ta Lin knew what had happened without even asking Bika. Used from inside Pu Chi Shrine, boisterous shrieks were echoing. The village head was terrified out of his wits, and pulled him aside to say, Dao Zhang, your crazy cousin. He again. Ta Lin's excuse to the outside world was that Tik Dung was his severely deranged cousin, despised by the world, and no one was willing to take care of him, so he had to bear the responsibility of taking him in. From a certain perspective, this was not a lie. He reassured them he's just having another fit, it's alright. The door is tightly shut, he can't get out. Everyone please disperse. The villagers chorused, oh then dispersed. Before dispersing, the village head gave Ta Lin a basket of chicken eggs, saying by the way, Dao Zhang, your little Hua. At first, Ta Lin was stunned. Little Hua? Finally, he reacted in time. Ah, you mean San Lang, right? Thinking that Hoa Tan's current identity to the outside world was his biological younger brother, who had run away from home to visit him, Ta Lin felt a little embarrassed. The village head said, that's right. Your little Hua, he helped us fix things again today, so tonight, remember to treat him to a good meal. That's right. Nourish him, let him grow up fast and work even harder. Ta Lin chuckled, all right. Certainly. As soon as he opened the door, he only saw Lang Huin curled up in a corner, sleeping soundly. Tik Dung lay stiffly on the ground, screaming noisily, looking entirely as if his guts were burning and his Iver was aflame. Kok Tu was massaging his back and shoulders, asking, Father, do you feel better yet? Ta Lin used one hand to remove his hat. With the other hand he put down the chicken eggs, and asked, what's wrong with you? Food poisoning? Tik Dung grumbled, as long as you damn it don't cook for me to eat, I could eat shit and dirt off the ground and still wouldn't get food poisoning. Hearing him speak so exaggeratedly, Ta Lin crossed his arms over his chest, and asked, then do you truly want to try those things and see if you get food poisoning? Tik Dung cursed, Pa. I was just saying that. You're revealing your dark inner self again. Using all sorts of ways to torment me. Oh my good boy, well done, switch sides and keep punching. Oh my goodness, what the hell is going on? Lately I'm truly dying from the heat. Hot as a cat in heat. Am I sick? Crown Prince cousin. I'm sick. It must be because you've abused me that I've fallen ill. You damned Snow Lotus, you want to harm people's lives again. Ta Lin squatted down and felt his forehead. Are you having a fever? He paused for a moment, then moved his hand away, frowned and said, no, you're not. You're not faking it, are you? Tik Dung wanted to start cursing loudly again, but Kok Tu said in a pitiful voice, Dao Zhang, my father isn't lying to you. Lately he's been uncomfortable all the time, and today he's been crying out pitifully for a very long time. Seeing Tik Dung scram, Ling on the ground, Ta Lin shook his head, stood up intending to find the medicine box, but suddenly discovered the offering box was surprisingly heavy. This offering box was newly made by Hua Cheng. It should not contain anything. Ta Lin fumbled with the key to open it and look, then wide-eyed and tongue-tied, he was blinded by the dazzling pile of gold ingots filling the box. With a clunk, Ta Lin hastily closed the offering box. The box of gold ingots that Tui Su sent, didn't he already return it long ago? Could it be that someone returned it again? It couldn't be Hua Cheng. He wouldn't do something so careless and perfunctory as directly stuffing gold ingots. Ta Lin turned his head and asked Tik Dung, has anyone been here? Tik Dung pointed at his nose, scolding, oh, are you mistaken, brother? Do you really see me as a house pet that you're raising? Do you think you're a Tuet? Even a Tuet isn't as thick-skinned as you. Even that smelly hack Tui and that dog Hua Cheng wouldn't dare treat me as a house pet. With a bam, the door of Bo Tiquan was kicked open by someone. It was Hua Cheng who kicked the door open and entered. The moment he saw Hua Cheng, Tic Dung immediately choked up, silently crawled to one side, no longer daring to blab about what he had seen that night. Talin said, Sanlang, you're back. Hua Cheng smiled, his eyes crinkling. Talin said, you've worked hard. The village chief gave a few dishes he wants me to treat you with. Let's eat well done. Aight. Hua Cheng said, all right. But tonight, does Gij want to come to my place? Talin asked. Ghost City? Hua Cheng replied, yes. While we're at it, bring this thing along. He pointed at Tic Dung. See if there's a way to pull his soul out. After a moment of consideration, Talin said, that's fine. It's not a good idea to let it drag on like this forever. And of course the most important reason was that Tic Dung ate too much, and his Bo Tiquan could no longer afford to provide for him. The moment he heard he was about to be taken to Ghost City, Tic Dung turned pale with fright, sought every possible way to resist, but his protests were completely ineffective. After a puff of smoke, he was transformed by Hua Cheng into a green roly-poly toy, and Cocktoo was told to carry him in his arms, bringing him to Ghost City. Ghost City was as bustling as ever, and walking on the main street, the ghosts still remembered Talin's face. Seeing him visit again, they vied with each other to cheer Uncle. Ah, sorry, the city lord's esteemed friend, you've come again. Do you miss our unique snacks? Talin carried that whole basket of chicken eggs along, treating them as specialties brought from the human realm and distributing them. Many ghosts who received chicken eggs were so overjoyed they gestured wildly. Some decided they would mix them with their own blood to eat tonight, while others declared they would use these eggs to hatch an 8-jong-tall monstrous beast. Hua Cheng lifted the spell on Tic Dung, and after a wisp of green smoke dissipated, the man Tic Dung had possessed appeared at the end of the street, holding his head, squatting, saying nothing. A ghost smelled the scent on him, asking, oh, isn't this green ghost? The ghosts surrounded him, smelled for a while, then burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. It really is green ghost. This idiot has come again. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you get enough of a beating last time? Ha 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 ha. Yet you still dare to bring your body here again. Hua Cheng ordered, watch the child carefully, and as for the adult, figure out a way to pull him out for me, on the condition that his body is not harmed. Understood, City Lord. So a few beautiful and gentle female ghosts picked up Cocktoo, humming a few folk songs to lull him to sleep. The remaining monstrous spirits then began to play a game of ghost-catching man with Tic Dung. One figure screamed and fled, running as fast as his legs could carry him. A group of ghosts relentlessly pursued behind. Hua Cheng and Talin watched for a moment, then changed direction, and entered Tiandang Quan. The two slowly stepped into the main hall, approaching the altar on which paper, ink, inkstone and brush were still laid out. Lately, his mood had always been heavy. Talin looked at these items intending to lighten the atmosphere, and so he smiled and asked, last time when I taught you, I reminded you to practice calligraphy a bit more whenever you had free time. But it seems you haven't been practicing recently? Hua Cheng coughed once. Gij, you've given away all the things you intended to treat me with to others. What will I eat tonight? Talin mimicked his expression, raised an eyebrow and said, don't try to change the subject. Hua Cheng replied, practicing saber I can still do, but practicing calligraphy am helpless. If Gij isn't by my side to instruct me, I'm afraid that practicing alone, I'll practice incorrectly, and the more I practice, the more mistakes I'll make. One eyebrow rose even higher. Xie Lian asked, Tamlang is so intelligent, yet are there things he is not proficient in? Hua Cheng raised his brush, dipped it in a little ink, and said as if very humbly, it is true. I still must rely on Gij's guidance. Xie Lian sighed, you just write first and let's see. Hua Cheng then seriously wrote 2 lines. Xie Lian looked for a while but truly could not bear to look anymore. Stop. You'd better stop now. Don't waste people's beautiful paper, ink, inkstone and brush. Hua Cheng said, oh. Then he truly stopped, retracting his brush. Xie Lian shook his head. Tamlang, you must not tell anyone that your calligraphy was taught by me. Hua Cheng replied, Gij, I truly have tried my best. Hua Cheng said these words, sounding a little wronged. A majestic ghoul king of the calamity rank, whose name once announced would make the 3 realms be struck with terror, now obediently stood listening to Xie Lian's criticism. Li Ku, a small student. After explaining a few more key points, Xie Lian still held Hua Cheng's hand like last time, saying, "Write it again. This time you must be serious." Hua Cheng replied, Both focused on writing characters. After writing for a while, Xie Lian casually asked, "Why is it still Li Si?" Hua Cheng also casually replied, "I like this poem." Xie Lian said, "I like it too. However, Tamlang, do you like any other poems? Once you've mastered this one, you can write other poems." Roughly estimating, this poem is only about a few dozen characters. The two of them had written it dozens of times, so they should change to another poem now. Hua Cheng, however, said again, "Just keep writing this one." Hua Cheng set down his brush to write, lightly blew on the ink, smiled and said, "If I like something, my heart will not be able to contain anything else. It will forever be carved deeply into my heart. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no matter how many years, it will not change. This poem is just like that." Xie Lian smiled. "Is that so?" Hua Cheng said, Xie Lian released his hand, lightly coughed once. "That is very good. Tam Lang is a person of deep feelings and profound devotion. Very good. Alright, you continue practicing by yourself." "Oh right, it seems Qi Rong has not been feeling very well lately." Hua Cheng put the paper down, then raised his brush again, asking, "Not well in what way?" Xie Lian turned and said, "It seems he said his entire body felt terribly hot. Beauty, I have checked, it doesn't seem to be a problem with his body. In short, it's also not because of bad weather." Hua Cheng behind him asked, "When did it start?" Xie Lian said, "Probably these past few days. Today it's more serious." His words were not yet finished when a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. At this very moment, from behind came a soft clatter, as if something had fallen from mid-air. Xie Lian whirled around, called, "Tam Lang." The brush that Hua Cheng had initially held in his hand fell, leaving a crooked ink stain on the snow-white piece of paper. As for Hua Cheng, his face darkened, his body seemed unstable, one hand gripping the edge of the altar table, the other hand completely covering his right eye. Hua is also feeling heated up now. Aha! It's that season again. Volume 3 Chapter 127. Looking at Hua Cheng's face, it seemed his right eye was throbbing with waves of pain, almost unbearable. Xie Lian immediately ran over, grabbing hold of him, asking, "What's wrong with you?" The corner of Hua Cheng's mouth trembled slightly, yet he tried to hold back, not answering. The silver eye on the hilt of the Yiming saber opened wide, its pupil moving violently. The back of Hua Cheng's hand, resting on the altar, was also covered in bulging green veins, looking as if he wanted to fling it away. Xie Lian reached out a hand wanting to touch him, but Hua Cheng growled, shouting, "Don't come over here." Xie Lian's movements halted. Hua Cheng suppressed a groan. Enduring, "Your Highness, you quickly move away from me. Perhaps Xie Lian was anxious with you like this. How can you expect me to leave?" Hua Cheng spoke with a slightly resentful tone. "If you remain here, I will." Outside the Heaven Lantern Inn, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling grew louder and louder. A crowd of ghosts rolled about on the main road of Ghost Market, bowing to heaven and crying to earth, clutching their heads and screaming, looking as if their heads were being split by a hammer, wishing for death rather than life. Shi Rong was fleeing desperately in front, simply because he had possessed a living human body. Though this body weakened his magic power by 1 degree, it created a shield that lessened the attacks aimed at ghost bodies, thanks to which he could still grudgingly skip about, so he seized the opportunity to make a quick escape. Several female ghosts holding Guzi also fell to the ground, crying out in pain and complaining of headaches, unable to even hum a folk lullaby. Guzi vaguely woke up, just in time to see Shi Rong running like mad with his legs practically around his neck. It frantically scrambled up and chased after him, calling loudly, "Father! Father! Wait for me!" Shi Rong ran while turning his head, rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, saying, "No, la la la, good son, daddy's off. Ha 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 ha." Guzi still strode with its stubby little legs, chasing after him, and seeing Shi Rong run her and further, it burst into tears with an "Oa! Cry, father! Please don't abandon me. Father, take me with you." Shi Rong spat, sputtering, "Get lost. Get lost. Don't chase after me. You good-for-nothing burden." He spat a blob of saliva far away, hitting Guzi right on the forehead, making it fall backward and sit with a thud on the ground, sobbing, crying heart-wrenchingly. Xie Lian couldn't stand to hear it anymore. He rushed out of the Heaven Lantern Inn, angrily shouting, "Shi Rong!" Spotting Xie Lian blocking his way, Shi Rong was scared and hastily ran back, Casually grabbing Guzi, who was sitting on the ground, he cursed, "Don't you come over here. If you come here, I'll immediately bite open the skull of this stepson for you to see. Good son, do you want to be food for your father, huh? How truly filial you are. One day your father will cook you up, you can choose whether you prefer stewed or steamed." Ha ha. Why would Xie Lian be afraid of him? He was about to lift his foot to chase after him when he heard a rumbling sound from behind. It turned out Hua Chang had swept the brush holder and inkstone off the table onto the ground, appearing to be on the verge of a furious outburst. Having no other choice, Xie Lian no longer had time to worry about Shi Rong. He turned around and called, "San Lang." Suddenly, Hua Chang embraced him tightly, his voice trembling. "I lied. Don't go." Xie Lian froze like a log in his arms, asking, "San Lang? Do you recognize who I am?" It seemed Hua Chang's mind had lost its lucidity, completely failing to recognize who was standing before him. He only held Xie Lian in a tight embrace, whispering repeatedly, "I lied. Don't go." Xie Lian's eyes widened. Outside the heaven lantern in came Shi Rong's triumphant laughter and Guzi's sobbing cries. Shi Rong cursed, "Ha ha. Dog Hua Chang. Who told you to constantly look down on me? Who told you to constantly act so superior and talented? This is karma right before your eyes. Fall flat on your face." The ghosts, miserably howling on the street, also no longer had any energy, but still strained their necks to curse Green Ghost. "What right do you, a piece of scrap rubbish, have to slander our city lord?" Hearing the noisy agitation from outside, Hua Chang seemed unusually furious, raising a hand as if to strike the whole crowd away. Xie Lian hurriedly turned and embraced Hua Chang tightly, pinning those hands down, coaxing softly, all right, I'm not going anywhere, I won't leave you." He then lifted a hand, causing the main door of the heaven lantern inn to close automatically, to prevent Shi Rong from taking advantage of the situation to jump inside, finally raising his voice to call out to the outside, "If you want to get lost quickly. I don't have the breath to pay attention to you. If you don't get lost, watch out." Who would have thought that merely embracing him was not enough for Hua Chang, who brutally pushed Xie Lian down onto the jade table. This was trouble now. Paper, ink, inkstone and brushes scattered all over the ground. While struggling, Xie Lian's hand swept against the cinnabar dish on the table, staining the paper with vivid red ink marks, causing the two words Mount Wu in the phrase "Save for Mount Wu. There are no clouds" from the poem Li Si to be smeared with a gorgeous, moist red streak, groundlessly adding a hint of wantonness. Xie Lian gasped, "San." His words were still incomplete when Hua Chang pressed tightly on his shoulders, kissing him. Of course, Shi Rong also heard the ambiguous sounds, and let out a boisterous laugh. "Crown Prince cousin, you must be careful. Right now that dog Hua Chang is definitely exactly like a mad dog, biting whatever he runs into. Let this old man go outside and spread the word for you all. That crowd of monks and Taoists who have a deep grudge against dog Hua Chang are many. They should seize this opportunity to quickly find him and settle scores." Ha! His laughter faded into the distance, drawing Xie Lian's heart into a state of bewilderment. What if Shi Rong truly summoned the crowd of sorcerers and Taoists whom Hua Chang had once offended, taking advantage of the ghost's current predicament with the situation at hand? How could the inhabitants of Ghost Market live in peace? Unfortunately, Hua Chang left him no time to consider this. Clearly not a living person without body temperature. Yet Hua Chang's body at this moment was strangely scorching hot, just like someone with a high fever. Their lips entwined tightly. Xie Lian was forced to receive a fierce, surging wave of heat from Hua Chang. His hands, which had originally been pushing away, now grasped tightly at the shoulder of the other's red robe. It must have been because Hua Chang's magic power was too strong, pouring until Xie Lian's entire throat, chest, and abdominal cavity were swollen full, making him extremely uncomfortable. Xie Lian felt that if he was forced to continue receiving it like that, his entire body would be pierced through by what Hua Chang was forcibly transmitting. So he bit his lip, trying to deliver a palm strike. Though he had delivered a palm strike, how could he bear to strike Hua Chang? So he only struck his shoulder, the blow neither light nor heavy. Hua Chang used force to tightly grip his wrist, pressing him down, intending to continue his release. At this rate, this won't do. This time Xie Lian used both hands, trying to push Hua Chang away, and ran for dear life to the altar, gasping for air with every breath. Hua Chang continued to surge forward, pressing him down onto the altar, his eyes bloodshot. Xie Lian called out San Lang. Seemed his voice had some effect. Huacheng gazed at his face for a long time, then suddenly embraced him tightly. Seeing Huacheng listen and no longer try to pour spiritual power into his body, Xie Lian sighed in relief, but after a moment of embracing, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual power within Huacheng's body was running rampant. No wonder Huacheng kept grabbing him and kissing him with spiritual power surging so wildly like that. No matter what, he had to find an outlet to release it all. If he wanted Huacheng to completely calm down, it would probably require drawing blood for him. But Huacheng was not a living person. Where would the blood come from to draw? After much thought, Xie Lian still said, "Pardon my offense." As soon as he finished speaking, he used both hands to cup Huacheng's face, actively pressed his own lips onto his, slowly guiding the scorching spiritual power within him into his own body, helping him soothe the feeling of pain and vexation. Huacheng also hugged Xie Lian's waist tightly, making him tremble ever so slightly. The next second, the two of them tumbled onto the altar. To speak of it, it was truly unfair. Xie Lian absolutely dared not touch any of the somewhat dangerous places on Huacheng's body, while Huacheng, however, relied on his muddled consciousness to act outrageously upon his body, making him suffer indescribably. This altar was originally a place to enshrine deities. Now, a ghost and a god lay here, embracing and passionately kissing, truly absurd and bizarre, but no less full of lingering passion and romance. The previous few times both sides were considered still conscious, each time having a perfectly legitimate reason, and doing this was also considered knowing how to restrain themselves, only limited to lips touching lips. But this time specifically, one side's mind was muddled, causing the other side to be unable to react in time, and lips and teeth entangled beyond limits. While hazy and dazed, Xie Lian finally confirmed one thing. Although it seemed as if each time he was pushed by circumstances, in truth, each time he was somewhat unable to restrain himself. Such torment continued until past midnight. Finally, the commotion within Huacheng's body slowly calmed down, and the arm tightly embracing Xie Lian also loosened a little. Xie Lian turned over and sat up, gazing at Huacheng's face, which was deeply asleep with closed eyes, and let out a sigh. Yiming was tossed aside, its eye still spinning fiercely. Xie Lian picked up that scimitar, caressing it in his hand for a long time. Only then did Yiming squint slightly, as if finally satisfied. Not long after, Huacheng stirred and shot up, calling out, "Your Highness!" Xie Lian hastily adjusted his expression, turned his head, and cheerfully said, "You're awake? It's all right now." Huacheng looked around once. The ground of the main divine hall in Heaven's Lantern Temple was messy and disheveled. His expression showed a rare hint of doubt. It seemed he didn't remember very clearly what had happened last night. Xie Lian proactively asked in a gentle manner, "What exactly happened last night? All your subordinates suddenly had headaches, became enraged, and were restless and irritable. You were the same too, full of blazing fire." Huacheng asked, "Besides that, was there anything else?" Xie Lian replied, "Besides that? No, there wasn't." Huacheng stared at him, asking, "Truly nothing? Then how did I calm down?" Xie Lian cleared his throat, saying in a slightly embarrassed tone, "Truly, I dare not conceal it. San Lang, please don't blame me. But besides that, I also..." He raised the hand that was caressing Yiming, saying, "Also cough cough, fought a battle with you." Huacheng was puzzled. "Fought a battle?" Xie Lian's expression did not change. He sincerely looked at Huacheng and said, "It's true. Look, the hall is this messy because we fought." A moment later, Huacheng let out a breath, propping his forehead with one hand. Seeing Huacheng no longer questioned, Xie Lian's heart, which had been hanging, finally relaxed. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Huacheng spoke up. "It's opened." Xie Lian asked, "What?" Huacheng raised his head and softly replied, "Mount Tonglu has reopened." Both clearly understood the meaning of these words. Talin opened wide his eyes. "A new Ghost King is about to be born?" When Talin returned to report, in the heavenly capital, thunder was also continuously rumbling. As soon as he stepped into Shenwu Hall, Talin unconsciously wanted to find someone to ask Lord Lei Su, "What is going on?" But after speaking, he suddenly remembered. The place where Fong Su usually stood was no longer occupied by anyone. Tui Su stood at the very front row. Jie Su stood in the most hidden corner, also no longer occupied by anyone. He was stunned, his heart secretly sighed. And as he tilted his head, he saw Lang Tian Thursday enter from outside the hall. Many days unseen, Lang Tian Thursday had noticeably become thinner, looking a little dejected at first glance. The two made eye contact, and Lang Tian Thursday turned his head away without a word. Ta Lin looked around once, yet could not find anyone to comfortably converse with in this hall. Someone spoke up to answer, "It's nothing. A ghost king is about to be born. Ghosts weep and gods scream. The thunder cannot be stopped." The person who answered was surprisingly Fong Tin. For some reason, when he saw Fong Tin, Ta Lin suddenly felt immensely close to him. But one side of Fong Tin's eye socket was black and blue. Ta Lin couldn't help but turn to look at Mu Tin, standing far away on the other side. One side of Mu Tin's jaw was heavily swollen. It seemed the two had accumulated years of resentment, and last time had fought each other very heavily. Quan No said, "For what reason I called everyone here this time, surely everyone has caught wind of it." The various divine officials, high and low, did not all reply in unison. Quan No calmly said, "Heaven and earth are the furnace low. All living beings are the metal. Amidst boiling water and burning fire, eternally within. Mount Donglo is precisely a naturally barren land, with treacherous feng shui. It is a volcano whose eruption time is unknown. Every 100 years the ancient city within the mountain opens up. Myriad ghosts are stirred even more strongly than by the previous generation's ghost king. All demons and monsters yearning to ascend to the calamity class will flock towards Mount Donglo. After they gather, Mount Donglo will close again, and the slaughter will officially begin. Kill until only one last one remains. Then a ghost king is born." Huyet Vu Tam Hoa and Hak Tui Tram Chu are both calamity-class ghost kings originating from Mount Donglo. Of the two who became supremes and left the mountain, Hak Tui took 12 years, Hoa Tan took 10 years. Mu Tin coldly said, "One Hak Tui and one Hoa Tan are already extremely difficult to deal with. Just look at what they have done and you'll know. If there's one more, then it's over." Ta Lin spoke up gently, "General Huin Chan, whatever Hak Tui does, I will not comment, but Hoa Tan hasn't really done anything outrageous." Mu Tin looked at him, exposing one side of his bruised jaw. Bui Min said, "Indeed, it is very difficult to deal with. Therefore, this gathering of myriad ghosts, we absolutely must stop it, right?" Quan No replied, "That's right. The myriad ghosts gathering will probably take a few months. We need to do our utmost to block them before they fully gather." Ta Lin asked, "What if we cannot block them in time? Can it still be remedied?" Quan No said, "Yes, but I hope we won't need to reach that stage. The urgent matter at hand is precisely that this time, the stirring of myriad ghosts has caused a whole lot of trouble. Many demons and monsters, originally suppressed in various places, have all escaped. Among them are many extremely dangerous non-human entities, such as the female ghost Twin Ko, infant spirits, and Cam Y Tian Nan. They are certainly currently running towards Mount Donglo, and we absolutely must recapture them immediately." Ta Lin said, "All escaped? This trouble is truly significant." Quan No said, "Therefore, I fear that in the coming days, the various martial god temples will have to expend more effort and thought. Each one individually must carefully investigate their own governed area." Ta Lin said, "So, what about me?" Even though Ta Lin is now a scrap-collecting god, for better or worse, the two previous times he also ascended as a martial god. Currently, he is basically used as a martial god, it's just that he has no governed area whatsoever. After pondering for a moment, Quan No said, "Tian Lac, you go together with Kion." The author says, "The Crown Prince has understood, so who will confess feelings first?" Of course, actually getting heated up doesn't necessarily mean one must kiss. It's just that Hua Hua wants a kiss. Of course, this one also very much wants to fuck. Volume 3, Chapter 128. Pausing for a moment, Junwoo asked again, "Where is Qiying?" Xie Lian looked all around, indeed not seeing that young martial god on the divine martial hall. Perhaps because recently the upper heaven court had continuously had incidents, Lingwen Hall was swamped with work. Lingwen also had several more layers of dark circles, and said Qiying has long not come to meetings, he has always been uncontactable. A heavenly official standing beside clicked their tongue. Where has this brat run off to again? Not coming again. To be able not to attend meetings every day, how enviable. Junwoo said, "Currently we do not know where Qiying has gone. After finding him, I will inform you all to gather quickly. Xie Lian craned his head, replying understood. The human realm had long entered autumn, the weather was chilly, and Puki Shrine was likewise. Xie Lian was wearing thin clothes but did not feel cold at all. It's just that on the way home, he still used money from collecting scraps to buy 2 new sets of clothes for Lang Ying. Hua Chang returned to Ghost City. Qi Rong grabbed Gu Zi and ran away. Now Puki Shrine only had Lang Ying remaining. Before this it had seemed packed, but then it suddenly seemed completely empty. From afar, Xie Lian already saw Lang Ying quietly sweeping the yard in front of the shrine, sweeping shimmering golden fallen leaves into a large pile. Not sure if it was an illusion, Xie Lian felt that Lang Ying, who had previously been hunched back and bowed waist, fearful and timid, now his body had stretched out a lot, finally also taking on the appearance of a bright youth, and he could not help but feel happy. He stepped up to take the broom, about to lead Lang Ying into the shrine, when the villagers who had been waiting for a long time, again surrounded him, aunts and uncles, sisters and brothers, 7 mouths 8 tongues vying to say Taoist priest is back. Went into the city again to collect scraps, huh? So tiring, so tiring. Oh, but why haven't we seen little Hua anywhere recently? That's right, haven't seen him for several days now, really missed that kid. Xie Lian chuckled softly. Little Hua has gone home. The village chief asked what? Returned to which home? I still thought this was little Hua's home. Didn't he live together with your highness? Xie Lian said no. He just went out to play. Now the 2 of us both have things to do, so we temporarily parted ways first. That night, afterward, Hua Chang kept pressing with questions. From beginning to end, Xie Lian still stubbornly said that the 2 of them only had a fight. Mount Tonglu reopened. Hua Chang also had more matters to contend with. If truly a newly emerged devastation-level Ghost King were allowed, it surely would cause a great shock to all 3 realms. Hua Chang and Blackwater, although one was arrogant and one was humble, each also had great character, considered to know how to maintain their status and had their own limits. Who would know what kind of thing would be born this time? What if a madman like Qi Rong was born, moreover wanting to divide territory with them? Then it would be difficult to resolve. Thus Xie Lian used the excuse that these days the world was troubled, saying that during this time it was best for the 2 of them to each attend to their own business, temporarily refraining from meeting, and after finishing being busy, they would arrange to meet again, finally parting amicably. Although it seemed he was suddenly cold towards him, as if he turned his back and didn't recognize him, Xie Lian truly had no other choice. Temporarily, he was not confident that he could hide it. At this moment, Lang Ying behind him suddenly opened his mouth fire. At that moment, Xie Lian only then discovered that while deep in thought, for a moment he hadn't paid attention, he had unexpectedly picked up the shovel and iron pot, ruining the vegetables and meat he had just brought back to Puki Shrine. The fire under the pot flared up several feet high, about to burn the entire ceiling. He hurriedly sent out a palm strike to extinguish it, but because he struck with too much force, he collapsed the entire kitchen. With clattering and banging like that for a while, Xie Lian, holding the pot, was utterly bewildered, flustered and not knowing what to do. It was dinner time now. The villagers were holding bowls, eating heartily in front of the door, startled by the explosion sound and gathered around. What happened? What happened? Taoist priest, your house exploded again. Xie Lian hurriedly opened the window, saying nothing. Cough cook. The village chief walked over, glanced and cried out, oh my heavens, what a disaster beyond heaven and earth. Daozhang, I think you should still call little Hua back. After a moment of silence, Xie Lian replied, let it be. After all, he is not my family. By the time Xie Lian recovered his senses, Lang Huan had already helped him clean up the messy pile on the ground, and on the table there was an extra plate holding several things of myriad reds and 1,000 purples, which he had absent-mindedly poured onto the plate when he was distracted. If the previous bowl of food was named 100-year good union soup, then this time it should be called 10,000 purples, 1,000 reds stir-fry myriad reds, 1,000 purples, fearing that besides Hua Chang, there would be no second person who could eat it. Xie Lian himself couldn't bear to look at it, turned to go wash the pot, and then rubbed his glabella and said, forget it, don't eat it, throw it away. Who would have thought that after washing the pot and turning back, he would only see Lang Huan silently taking the plate and eating. Xie Lian was startled, and hurriedly ran to stop him. He supported Lang Huan and asked, good heavens, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Lang Huan shook his head. Because the bandages completely covered his face, it was impossible to see what his expression was truly like. Even Shi Rong and He Shui, after eating what he cooked, became mentally muddled, yet Lang Huan endured it. Was he truly extremely hungry, or had he inadvertently opened up his ran and du meridians? Xie Lian poked fun at himself, forcing a strained smile, and after tidying up, rested. In the Puki shrine there were 2 sleeping mats, one for each person. Just thinking about how he and Hua Chang had once slept together on the mat below, Xie Lian kept his eyes wide open, unable to sleep, but dared not toss and turn lest he disturb Lang Huan's sleep. After a long internal struggle, just as he was about to resolutely get up and go outside for some fresh air, he suddenly heard the window creak, and someone lightly pushed open the wooden window and climbed in. Xie Lian had his back to the window, lying sideways on the ground, filled with astonishment. Who would be so desperate as to dare come to Puki Shrine to steal things? Wouldn't that be a bloody loss? The person's movements were as light as a feather, their skill extremely high. If not for Xie Lian's senses being sharper than ordinary people's, he certainly would not have detected it. After climbing in, the person headed straight for the merit box. Xie Lian suddenly remembered that the merit box had previously been stuffed full of gold ingots. Could this person have come for that? But he had long since sent that pile of gold ingots to the upper heavenly court, entrusting them to Ling Wen to help him find their owner. When he listened intently again, Xie Lian discovered that the person was not picking the lock, but was actually stuffing something into the merit box one by one. After stuffing them in, the person stopped, seemingly intending to jump out the window. Xie Lian thought to himself, he would wait for this person to leave before chasing after them, to see where they went and what kind of person they were. Who would have thought that as the person passed by the altar, their eyes swept over the pile of large and small plates on the table, and seeming hungry, they didn't think much of it, casually picked up the unfinished plate of 10,000 purples, 1,000 red stir-fry, and shoveled a few mouthfuls into their mouth. The next second, with a thud, they fainted and fell to the ground. Xie Lian quickly turned over and sat up, thinking to himself, oh, what a bother this is for me. He stood up and lit a lamp to look, and seeing a person with a pale face lying sprawled on the ground, he quickly administered first aid, feeding the other party several large gulps of water. Only then did the person slowly regain consciousness. The first sentence after regaining consciousness was, what in the world was that? Xie Lian pretended not to hear that remark, and sincerely said, His Highness Qiying, you are truly bold, to dare put anything into your mouth without knowing what it is. This youth had a high nose and deep-set eyes, with tightly coiled black hair. If not the martial god of the West Quan Asian, then who could it be? He glared. How was I to know someone would poison the food in their own shrine? Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, opened the merit box, and discovered that it was again stuffed with a pile of gold ingots, then asked, was the previous box also filled by your highness? Quan Asian nodded. Xie Lian continued to ask, why do you give me these things? Quan Asian said, because I have a lot. In truth, even if Quan Asian hadn't spoken, Xie Lian could roughly guess it was most likely because during the previous Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, Xie Lian had thrown a chopstick that severed the stage curtain. Xie Lian said, please take these things back, no merit, no reward. Quan Asian remained silent, clearly not taking it to heart. Xie Lian was torn between laughter and tears. At this moment, Lang Huan spoke up coldly, he told you to take them back. He didn't know when Lang Huan had sat up. Xie Lian turned his head to look at him, feeling a bit strange. In the past, Lang Huan basically seemed non-existent, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Why was he proactively speaking so many sentences today? Furthermore, he even used such an unfriendly tone. However, he didn't think much of it, telling himself that at most he would ask Ling Wen to return them to Quan Asian. So he seriously said, Your Highness, you've come at a very opportune time. You didn't attend the conference in the Great Martial Hall today. The Heavenly Emperor has assigned us a task. Have you read the scroll yet? Never mind, it's all right, I know you haven't read it, I've read it anyway. This time the two of us are in the same group, and what we are responsible for is the brocade immortal. The white-clothed immortal was called immortal also because people dared not directly call it a wicked, villainous, hateful devil, and reluctantly tried to elevate its status. So why was the brocade immortal called an immortal? It was also because, as rumored, this thing could actually become an immortal. It is said that several hundred years ago in a certain ancient kingdom, there was a young man, although born dull-witted, with an intelligence even lower than a 6-year-old child, but once on the battlefield, he was no longer so. His martial arts were superb, and he was courageous and skilled in combat. When two nations clashed, that ancient kingdom could only cling to its last breath because he alone fought fiercely, like an ox and a horse. But because his mind was afflicted, and he had no relatives or affections, all his desperate battle merits were seized by others, ultimately falling into utter destitution. No one was willing to marry their daughter to him, and few young women were willing to be close to him. The young man was also foolish to a certain extent from childhood to adulthood. He had never interacted with any young women, and he didn't even dare to speak much. However, this young man possessed the potential for ascension. Had he striven for a few more years, he would have ascended to heaven. Originally, it wouldn't have mattered whether any maiden liked him or not, but where things went awry was that he fell for a girl, loving her to the point of utter devotion. On the young man's birthday, this girl personally sewed a set of brocade robes to give him. To call them brocade robes was a misnomer, for the garment was indescribably grotesque. It would have been better to call it a dreadful sack. For the first time in his life receiving a gift from the maiden he adored, the young man was incredibly thrilled, overjoyed beyond measure. Moreover, being naturally simple-minded, he completely failed to notice anything strange, and eagerly slipped on the brocade robes. Discovering there were no armholes to put his arms through, he then asked his beloved maiden, "Why can't my arms stretch out?" That maiden smiled faintly. "It's my first time sewing, so I don't have much experience." "But if you didn't have arms, wouldn't they stretch out?" Therefore, the young man then severed his arms, which he used for weaponry. This time finally the robes fit. However, it was still not enough. He continued to ask, "Why can't my legs stretch out?" That maiden replied, "If you didn't have legs, wouldn't they stretch out?" The young man then asked someone to sever his legs as well. Finally, he asked, "Why can't my head stretch out?" The final result, it went without saying, was clear. At first, Xie Lian also thought that brocade immortal must refer to a fiendish spirit wearing brocade robes, never imagining it was merely a piece of clothing. When Mount Tonglu reopened and myriad ghosts raged forth, it was stolen. That set of brocade robes, steeped in the young man's madly infatuated blood, transformed into an extremely potent and malevolent magical artifact. Throughout the years, it passed through the hands of various fiendish spirits, used by them to harm people. Therefore, absolutely do not casually collect old items from unknown origins. If, in the middle of the night along the road, you encounter someone holding a set of brocade robes wishing to give them to you, absolutely never accept them. If you wear those brocade robes, you will certainly have your mind muddled by delusion, become madly infatuated and crazed, fall victim to slaughter, and have your fresh blood drained dry. Of course, this is merely an old story recounted, which sounds very preposterous, and it's also possible that the common folk arbitrarily ascribed it based on the characteristics of the brocade immortal. However, the brocade immortal must absolutely be stopped. It absolutely cannot be allowed to reach Mount Tonglu. Book 3 Chapter 129. His Highness Qiying? Your Highness, are you listening? Xie Lian waved his hand in front of Quan Yizhen. Just now, Quan Yizhen had appeared absent-minded. Only now did he regain his senses, replying, "Oh." Seemed he hadn't listened at all. Xie Lian found it awkward to say anything, so he asked, "Our immediate urgent task is to find that set of brocade robes, isn't it?" Its original form is, Quan Yizhen continued, a oud-soaked garment, headless and armless, looking like a sack. Xie Lian said with a laugh, "So you already know, don't you? I thought you hadn't read the scroll. However, because this garment is an evil object, supremely magical, capable of myriad transformations. There are countless clothes in the world. Finding such a garment is like searching for a needle in a haystack." Quan Yizhen said, "Oh, so what do we do?" Xie Lian said, "Normally, fiendish spirits who get their hands on that garment will transform into merchants, going to densely populated areas to ask if anyone wants to buy it or exchange old for new. But that was a practice from several hundred years ago. If someone were to do that today, it would be a little peculiar. However, their habits and ways of thinking do not easily change overnight. In short, let's first enter the city and pay more attention to news concerning this matter." Regarding this type of item, ghosts are more concerned about it than humans, and the intelligence network of the ghost realm is also more nimble than that of the human world. In other words, asking Huachang directly would certainly save no small amount of trouble. But not long ago, Xie Lian had just told that person not to meet for a while to then seek a favor and return to eat old grass would be rather unbecoming. Moreover, the brocade immortal had only just been stolen. The thief would surely not dare to take it out to harm people so quickly. Kuan Yizhen nodded, stood up and followed Xie Lian for a few steps. Discovering Lang Ying was also following, Xie Lian said, "You stay here." Lang Ying shook his head. Xie Lian had not yet spoken when he suddenly heard a thump from behind. Kuan Yizhen had again toppled to the ground. Xie Lian hurriedly turned his head and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Kuan Yizhen's face again turned pale and purplish. The young man tried to hold it in for a while, but finally could not contain it any longer. He flipped over and knelt on the ground, retching and vomiting all over the floor. After vomiting, Kuan Yizhen flipped over, lying face up towards the sky, his mouth exhaling a wisp of soul smoke. Xie Lian asked Qing, "Can you still walk?" Kuan Yizhen spread his arms and legs wide, replying, "I feel I cannot." Left with no alternative, Xie Lian could only drag Kuan Yizhen, who had lost his fighting strength, to one side, tucked him under a blanket, and told him to temporarily recuperate properly. On the second day, Kuan Yizhen's complexion had only improved a little, and Xie Lian, no matter what, dared not let him eat haphazardly again, so he borrowed some congee from the village chief's house, and brought it back for the two of them to eat. Kuan Yizhen sat in the spot where Huachang usually sat, and for some reason Lang Ying kept staring intently at him, with a rather unfriendly air. Xie Lian placed the congee in front of the two people, and unconsciously called out San Lang. The moment the words left his mouth, those two people both looked at him. Xie Lian paused, only then realizing what he had just blurted out, so he cleared his throat lightly. "You two, please continue." Those two people sat by the altar, eating congee, while Xie Lian picked up an axe and went out the door, chopping wood. He recalled the clue that the scroll provided originally. The brocade immortal was suppressed in a divine martial hall. The seal of the divine martial hall was extremely strong, and moreover within the palace security was tight, with masters as numerous as clouds. It's feared that the mere rage of 10,000 ghosts alone could not have made it escape on its own. Of course, someone must have precisely targeted the opportunity, taking advantage of the chaos to steal it. In the past it was always Huachang who chopped wood, and now that it was his turn to do so, for some reason he couldn't help but feel he didn't chop as well as Huachang. Kuan Yizhen miserably slumped, sipped a few mouthfuls of thin congee, then rolled over to continue sleeping in the Puki shrine. Lang Ying meanwhile came over, seemingly wanting to help. Xie Lian said no need. Lang Ying later boil some water and take a bath. He recalled that Lang Ying seemed to have not bathed for a long time. Ghosts do not secrete oil precisely, do not sweat, and do not accumulate grime, but wandering around outside all day would still pick up a fair amount of dust. However, he couldn't state it so frankly, otherwise it would damage the other's self-respect. Lang Ying seemed bewildered, and offered no reply. Xie Lian had already brought firewood in to boil water, and said, "Yesterday I went to town to sell scrap metal, and bought you 2 sets of autumn clothes. After bathing you can try them on to see if they fit." Lang Ying had just put on the new clothes. Upon hearing these words, he said not 2 words, turned his head and left in one go. Xie Lian pulled him back, and earnestly said, "Don't go. You must certainly bathe. Don't worry, I won't remove the bandages on your face." Lang Ying still resolutely refused with his head bowed. He went out to chop wood, and no matter what was said, he would not return inside. Xie Lian was left with no choice, and could only pick up a pile of firewood, boil water, and take off his own clothes. Rui uncoiled itself ring by ring from his chest, and Lang Ying meanwhile carried another pile of firewood in, and seeing Xie Lian with his upper body bare, immediately his eyes widened. Xie Lian extended a hand to check the water temperature, and finding it warm enough, only then put on his trousers and sat in. Seeing Lang Ying had come in, he then said, "Oh, you've come at just the right time. Could you please hand me the scroll lying beneath the hat hanging on that wall?" Lang Ying not only did not approach, but instead, he backed out of the door, and with a bang he turned back and slammed the door shut. Xie Lian was utterly bewildered. Before long Lang Ying, as if suddenly remembering something, abruptly kicked the door wide open. Xie Lian quickly called out, "Don't kick this door. This door is..." Lang again tilted his head. Avoiding his gaze, went straight inside, grabbed Quan Yizhen, who was sprawled out on the ground, and hauled him out. Quan Yizhen, it seemed, whenever he slept, fell into a deep slumber. Only great commotions, like the earth rumbling and mountains shifting, could wake him. He was dragged along without a single sensation. Xie Lian was caught between laughter and tears. "What are you doing?" "It's fine, it's not as if I'm a maiden. Come in." Whenever Hua Chang was absent, it was not as if Xie Lian had never bathed in the Puqi shrine. After all, the Puqi shrine was truly small, and living conditions were arduous. Having a tub of water for bathing was already quite good. There wasn't a grand, 10-zhang-wide rectangular bathing pool, complete with a screen, for him to leisurely paddle a boat, playing and bathing at once. However, half inadvertently, half deliberately, Xie Lian had never bathed in front of Hua Chang. But because the person before his eyes was not Hua Chang, but someone else, therefore, he felt no qualm whatsoever. Lang Ying flipped Quan Yizhen back over, piled a messy heap of clothes onto his head, while he himself bowed his head and offered the scroll Xie Lian needed to him, after which, he continued to huddle in the corner of the room. Xie Lian opened the scroll frowning. He meticulously read it and spread out his hair. The hot steam warmed his cheekbones to a delicate pink. His long hair and his eyelashes looked more lustrously black, more glisteningly wet. Before long, Xie Lian suddenly brushed against the thin silver thread worn upon his chest. A diamond ring weighed down the end of the thread. Xie Lian grasped the ring, gently tightened his grip with 5 fingers. Suddenly, the corner of his eye flickered towards the small flower placed at the corner of the altar. He unconsciously took hold of the flower, held it directly before his eyes, and his mind felt perpetually hazy, as though his vision was veiled by hot mist, as if needing a hand to wave away the veil of steam. Just then a sudden knock 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 sounded from outside. This sound snapped Xie Lian back to reality. He placed the flower back where it belonged, and was about to ask aloud who it was, when he suddenly realized the knocking was not on the Puqi shrine's door, but was on the village chief's house next door. No need for him to seek it out. This very thing had come to his door all on its own. She knocked on doors around the village. Unfortunately, not a single household opened their door for her. That was only to be expected. Even without needing to collect scrap metal on ordinary days, Xie Lian would hold a preaching session in Puqi village, propagating and explaining hundreds of methods to distinguish demons, monsters, and ghosts to the village women. Late at night, encountering such a blatant, unusual, uninvited guest, not a single villager would care to pay it any mind. People nowadays are not as easily deceived as in ancient times. That entity knocked on doors around the village from beginning to end. Not a soul paid it any heed, and finally, it arrived before the front door of the Puqi shrine. Xie Lian held his breath, concentrating his spirit. He waited unexpectedly. That entity, even before knocking, had already realized this was not the place it ought to come to, so it let out an ayah, its footsteps sounding as if about to depart, and Xie Lian quickly called out, "Wait. I want to exchange." After that, he whispered to Lang Ying, "Quickly open the door. Don't be afraid, it's fine." Lang Ying had no fear at all. He stepped forward and opened the door at once. Outside the door stood a young woman with a lithe figure. Just looking at the lower half of her face was enough to see she was breathtakingly beautiful. But she wore a veil, covering the upper half of her face, as if she had no eyes at all, lending people a rather uneasy feeling. The young woman looked into the room, covering her mouth, chuckled and asked, "Esteemed Taoist, what old possession do you wish to exchange for my new one?" Xie Lian was still immersed in the tub, without coming out, for he wished her to lower her guard. He replied with a smile, "Then I must see what your new item looks like." The young woman extended her hand, and with a slight shake, a set of shimmering brocade robes tumbled from her bundle magnificently. Splendid beyond words. Its only flaw was a somewhat antiquated style, and moreover, its entire form exuded a strange demonic aura. Xie Lian applauded, "Exquisite, truly exquisite. Lang Ying, fetch the clothes I brought back from town for this young lady." Lang Huin used one hand to pass the item over. That maiden passed over the new item, then giggled as she received the old one. Just as she was about to turn around, her expression suddenly changed, as if something had stabbed her hand. She let out a loud shout and violently flung the old set of clothes to the ground. In the fabric clothes that fell to the ground, Ruoda had slipped in and coiled itself into a ball at some unknown moment. It crawled out from the collar, just like a stark white venomous snake flicking its tongue at that maiden. But that maiden was absolutely no maiden at all. Just now, she had been startled and screamed piercingly, her headscarf pulled off by Ruoda's sudden attack. Although the lower half of her face was infinitely charming, the upper half was deeply lined with wrinkles, ancient and withered, creating a contrast of utter terror. Where was she a maiden? She was clearly an old woman of 70 or 80. The author says, lately, I'm adjusting the plot details and the narrative structure of the later parts, so it's a bit short. Wait until I finish adjusting, and it will be long and substantial later. Book 3 Chapter 130. Bandain Trang Nu. Half-face adorned woman. The Bandain Ter. Ong Nu is a type of low-level demon formed from the jealousy of elderly women towards maidens in their springtime. They cannot calmly face their own aging, firmly believing that sucking the blood and flesh of young maidens can help them regain their youth. Furthermore, they also like to twist their voices shrilly, imitating the voice of a maiden to talk with others. But the eyes are the windows to the soul, and old age is something that cannot be hidden no matter what. The more blood and flesh they suck, the younger the lower half of their face becomes, while the upper half, where the eyes are, becomes even more withered and decrepit. The contrast between the upper and lower halves will become even more pronounced. But even so, they still refuse to come to their senses. Xie Lian, soaked all over, jumped out of the water vat, planting one foot on its rim, preparing to launch himself to catch her. Quan Yi Jun, as if experiencing a momentary burst of vitality, suddenly sprang up and unleashed a palm strike. The Bandain Trang Nu was truly too weak. She was knocked to the ground by Quan Yi Jun, crying out miserably, "Spare my life!" Xie Lian leisurely took out his Taoist robe and conveniently draped it over himself, then asked, "Was it you who stole the genie Xian?" The Bandain Trang Nu hastily said, "Not me, not me. How would I dare barge into the Shun Wu temple?" Thinking about it, that made sense. How would ordinary low-level demons have the guts to unauthorizedly barge into the Shun Wu temple? It would be strange if they weren't beaten until their soul scattered and spirit dispersed. Furthermore, this Bandain Trang Nu surely had no relation to the genie Xian. Her ghostly soul at first glance was only over 80 years old, while the legend of the genie Xian was already several hundred years old. Xie Lian asked, "Then where did you get your brocade robe?" The Bandain Trang Nu picked up her headscarf, covering the upper half of her face, and replied in a shrill voice, reporting Taoist priest. I bought it at Ghost City." Such a thing existed? Bought at Ghost City? After a moment of silence, Xie Lian continued to ask, "Then who sold this brocade robe to you?" The Bandain Trang Nu panicked, "Taoist priest. Please spare me. I don't know either. When trading in Ghost City, who needs to investigate 18 generations of ancestors?" She had a point. If trading in Ghost City required investigating 18 generations of ancestors, then Ghost City would not be so bustling. One must leave loopholes for business to thrive. Xie Lian asked for a while but could not get any information. He determined that the Bandain Trang Nu was truly just a silly and naive small fry, then said, "Qi Ying, call the divine officials from your temple to come and apprehend this female ghost." Quan Yi Jun again said, "No. There are no divine officials in my temple." Xie Lian asked, "Not even one person? You didn't appoint anyone?" Quan Yi Jun swore firmly, "Not even one person." So it turns out this Western martial god has always been a lone wolf, never having appointed anyone, not even an assistant to handle odd jobs. For Xie Lian, at least it was because he couldn't afford to keep them. As for Quan Yi Jun's case, it could only be said that his temperament was peculiar. He had no choice but to personally search out a ceramic jar, sealed the Bandain Trang Nu inside, and afterwards received the brocade robe from Lang Huin's hand. Shaking it out, he observed it meticulously, and couldn't help but frown. Evil aura was indeed truly evil aura, but how to put it? As Xie Lian saw, this kind of evil aura only lay on the surface, like applying a thick layer of thick makeup, rather than radiating from within. Intuition told Xie Lian this thing was not at all dangerous as in the legends, yet he still maintained 12 parts of vigilance. At this moment Quan Yi Jun came over, looked at the robe a few times, then said, "It's fake." Xie Lian was startled. "How so?" Quan Yi Jun replied, "This robe is fake. I have seen the true brocade immortal already, much more formidable than this one. Xie Lian was astonished. When did you see it? Actually, not a few people have seen the brocade immortal, but no one could distinguish it. How are you so sure? Kuan Yizhen fell silent again. Just at this moment, Ling Wen communicated telepathically. Her voice echoed in his ear, Your Highness the Crown Prince, our side has received news it seems to. At 20 li to the west of your Puki shrine, a minor ghost holding the brocade immortal is appearing and disappearing. Could you trouble yourself to go there and investigate? Xie Lian said again. All right. Then he glanced at Kuan Yizhen and quietly communicated telepathically, asking, Oh, that's right, there's also this matter. Ling Wen, has Qiying ever seen the brocade immortal? Ling Wen said, Qiying? Oh, he didn't just once see it, it was much more intense than once seeing it. Xie Lian asked, Where should this matter begin from? Ling Wen replied, Then it's quite complicated. I wonder if your highness has ever heard this story before. Initially, the martial god guarding the west was not His Highness Qiying, but His Highness Yin. Xie Lian still remembered this incident was from a while ago at Paradise Manor, when Fengshe had just unbuttoned his robe while telling him. He couldn't help but feel a little pang of sorrow. I heard that these two high highnesses were originally a pair of senior and junior martial brothers, right? It turned out that year, when he had not yet ascended, Yin was precisely the top disciple of his martial sect. One time, he saw a fierce feral child wandering on the streets, and out of momentary kindness, asked his master to take him in. That child was precisely Kuan Yizhen. For several years as senior and junior martial brothers of the same sect, it can be said that Yin always cared for and looked after Kuan Yizhen. Yin ascended first and even specifically named Kuan Yizhen to follow him. Ling Wen said, You've met Qiying a few times, so you probably know quite a bit. He's a little bit. Xie Lian continued, Doesn't understand worldly ways? This is a good thing. Ling Wen chuckled, saying whether it's good or not depends on the person and on the situation. Some people will feel that he is too reckless and acts on his own whims, doesn't understand etiquette, and shows no respect for anyone. In the years he had just ascended to the heavenly capital, if not for His Highness Yin's protection and guidance, who knows how many people would have beaten him to death ages ago. Xie Lian mused, Surely, the relationship between these two high highnesses was very good. Ling Wen said initially it was indeed truly good, but it went wrong when, afterward, Qiying himself also ascended. Both of them had ascended from the west, so what was to be done now? Thus, the two agreed to jointly guard the west. Senior and junior martial brothers joining hands to guard a region's land. Sounded like a legend praised by generations. It was a pity that one mountain ultimately cannot hold two tigers. If one were to say that Yin's innate talent was worthy of the heavens descending a heavenly tribulation for him once, only one person in 10,000, then Kuan Yizhen's innate talent was enough to overcome 3 heavenly tribulations. One might not even find one such person in a million. First, things were somewhat stable, not yet clearly apparent, but gradually later on, the disparity between the two sides grew ever larger. Clearly, Kuan Yizhen understood nothing about the principles of dealing with people, nor did he know how to build closer relationships with fellow officials, nor did he bother to curry favor with his devotees. On the contrary, he didn't remember the names of any fellow heavenly officials except for Yin, and even dared to brazenly assault his devotees, telling them to eat feces. One could say he wanted to be as unconventional as possible. And yet, Kuan Yizhen's territory grew day by day, and his devotees also grew ever more numerous. In comparison, His Highness Yin's entire shrine became desolate and declined, eventually unable to hold his position. On each birthday, the two senior and junior martial brothers would both give gifts to each other. On Kuan Yizhen's birthday one year, Yin presented him with a set of magnificent and awe-inspiring armor. Xie Lian asked, The brocade immortal? Ling Wen said, Exactly. Besides being able to drain blood and kill people, the brocade immortal also had one peculiar characteristic: whomever it was given to wear, that person would obediently follow everything the one who told them to wear the robe said. Because previously the relationship between the two senior and junior martial brothers was quite good, Kuan Yizhen put on that armor right away without much thought. Not long after, Yin, as if merely inadvertently joking, Kuan Yizhen, under the control of the brocade immortal, was possessed and compelled to actually do as told. If not for Junwu noticing the abnormality and promptly stopping him, Kuan Yizhen would have almost cut off his own head to use as a leather ball to play with. Ling Wen said therefore that year this matter caused a huge commotion, creating a big uproar in Yu, being a heavenly official, yet committed an act of harming a fellow official, and was naturally immediately demoted. Logically speaking, the two heavenly officials would surely have turned hostile towards each other. But Xie Lian remembered the comedic play that His Highness Qi Ying's devotees performed on the Mid-Autumn Festival, a clown bouncing excitedly behind Quan Yizhen, most likely playing Yin. Yet Quan Yizhen's reaction at that time was to turn purple with rage, then jump down to hit his own devotees, so he asked, I feel that Qi Ying must still greatly revere His Highness Yin. Could there perhaps be some misunderstanding within it? Lin Wen said, then I do not know. The person has also been demoted for who knows how many years. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, who still cares anymore? Xie Lian nodded, just about to bid farewell. Lin Wen said again, wait a moment. Crown Prince, Your Highness, there is more. I have not finished speaking just now. To the east, 60 li from your Bodhi temple, there are also individuals of unknown origin holding the brocade immortal, appearing and disappearing. Xie Lian asked, then that is too far, and why is there more? Lin Wen said, it is not over yet, listen carefully, and there is more to the northwest 42 li away, to the southeast 15 li away, to the north 22 li away. After rattling off 28 locations in one breath, Lin Wen finally said, for now that should be about it temporarily. After she finished reporting, Xie Lian had completely forgotten, and annoyedly asked this time, the efficiency of your court is quite high. But for now? Temporarily? Does that mean there will be more? Is the ghost city selling wholesale brocade immortals? Lin Wen replied, it is almost like that. In the ghost city there are many itinerant vendors of unknown origin, constantly donning different skins to sell counterfeit goods, and after selling fake goods they will change to another skin, so usually those in the know will not buy random things there. But there is no lack of ghosts who treat it as buying antiques, constantly thinking, who knows, I might stumble upon a bargain. This time the brocade immortal was stolen. Many small merchants in the ghost realm heard the rumors, seized the opportunity to deceive, found any random garment and claimed it was the brocade immortal. The most unbelievable thing is that many ghosts still bought them, and after buying they would look for someone to try them on, which indeed caused us a lot of trouble in gathering information. This was clearly disturbing. Our vision in order to prevent them from finding the real brocade immortal. With so many brocade immortals suddenly appearing from all directions, who knows which one is truly real? But if the mission had been assigned to them, then they must find a way to complete it. Xie Lian said, first, let us start from the nearest place and search each spot one by one. Xie Lian had no spiritual power, Quan Yizhen did not know how to draw a shrinking 1,000 li of land talisman, and neither of them had any subordinate divine officials or lieutenants. However, fortunately, the nearest location Lin Wen reported was only 5 li away, which was an abandoned dyeing workshop. Xie Lian immediately made a decision, and hastily set off under the cover of darkness. Xie Lian had originally intended to tell Lang Ying to wait at Bodhi Temple, but unexpectedly Lang Ying followed on his own, and could not be sent back no matter how much he tried. Thinking back, this trip probably would not be considered dangerous, and it would be a good opportunity for Lang Ying to gain more knowledge. After all, he would have to lead the boy to cultivate in the future, so leading him this time was fine. The three walked for a while in the night, when suddenly strange shouts echoed from the roadside ahead. Heave ho! Heave ho! Hearing the familiar shouts, Xie Lian stopped. In the mist ahead, a large outline slowly emerged, accompanied by 4 flickering wisps of will-o'-the-wisps floating and circling. Huanizha, and seemed about to make a move without considering right or wrong. He would strike first and talk later. Xie Lian held him back and said, it is nothing. An acquaintance. As expected, 4 golden skeletons carrying a sedan chair appeared before the three. It seemed Quan Yizhen had never seen such a wondrous object. The boy's eyes widened, his pupils sparkling brightly. The leading skeleton asked loudly, is that the Crown Prince, Your Highness of Xianla Kingdom? Xie Lian replied, it is I. Is there something? The golden skeleton said, nothing, nothing. It is just that we brothers are idle and wish to ask. Crown Prince, Your Highness is rushing through the night. Would you perhaps need us to carry you for a stretch? The journey was not far. Xie Lian was just about to politely refuse. Quan Yizhen, however, replied, all right. No sooner had he finished speaking than he eagerly clambered on, seemingly very eager to sit upon this splendidly eerie sedan chair. Xie Lian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He walked over to pull Quan Yizhen, but the sedan chair suddenly tilted, flinging Quan Yizhen to the ground. Xie Lian also swayed precariously but was supported by someone. He blurted out San. Turning his head to look, it was none other than Lang Ying, who had climbed aboard at some unknown point. Lang Ying clutched Xie Lian's arm tightly. His dark eyes stared intently at him, silently saying nothing. The dry bones hastily lifted the sedan chair. Their 8 legs seemed to transform into 4 pairs of windfire wheels, as they carefully rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Move aside, move aside. Do not block the way, do not block the way." Windfire wheels are the flaming wheels beneath Nez's feet. Quan Yizhen was mercilessly flung to the ground. He instantly flipped over and sprang up, seemingly not having given up yet, intending to jump back on, but unfortunately, the dry bones ran too fast. The boy kept falling 1 step behind, and so he chased closely from behind, clearly very eager to ride the sedan chair to satisfy his craving. Seeing Quan Yizhen exert himself in pursuit from behind, Xie Lian, seated on the sedan chair, could not help but feel uneasy, telling himself that doing this was perhaps bullying a child. Although he knew this sedan chair belonged to Hua Cheng, and it might not necessarily welcome other divine officials to ride, yet Xie Lian could not resist asking, "But can it not carry 3 people?" The dry bones replied, "No. It can only carry 2 people." Running like windfire wheels all the way, Quan Yizhen also chased all the way. Upon arrival, the golden skeleton set Xie Lian and Lang Ying down, then lifted the sedan chair and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Having not gotten to ride the vehicle from beginning to end, Quan Yizhen was extremely disappointed. He kept gazing after the sedan chair, his demeanor filled with deep attachment. Xie Lian led Lang Ying down from the sedan chair, suddenly hearing sounds of lament echoing from ahead, all emanating from that abandoned dyeing workshop. Xie Lian could not help but feel strange. Was not this dyeing workshop fundamentally empty of people at night? Only upon getting closer and listening did he realize those sounds of lament were. This humble one no longer dares to sell counterfeit goods in the territory of Hua Cheng, the esteemed city lord. Truly I dare not anymore. But please convey my words to the esteemed city lord. These fake brocade immortals, I also got them from other ghosts selling wholesale. I am a victim myself. The 3 people walked up to the dyeing workshop, just in time to encounter a person in black robes wearing a ghost mask stepping out from within, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. That person slightly bowed their head before Xie Lian, and called out, "Crown Prince, Your Highness." This voice belonged precisely to the ghost envoy, who had previously captured Lang Huin in the Joyful Palace district, and brought him back to Xie Lian. It was also at that time that Xie Lian had once seen a cursed shackle on the other's hand. Volume 3 Chapter 131. Feng Shi had once told him that this person must be Inu, because among the divine officials demoted in the past few years, counting back and forth, there were only those few individuals. Xie Lian then asked, "Your Excellency, how should I address you?" The person wearing the ghost mask replied, "I wouldn't dare. I am but a nameless nobody." Stepping into the abandoned dyeing workshop, Xie Lian couldn't help but be stunned. He saw all sorts of clothes hanging on wooden racks: wedding attire, official robes, the court attire of civil and military officials, women's gauze, a thin, sheer silk fabric, black mourning clothes, the dark robes typically worn by low-ranking officials or monks' robes, children's clothes, and even funeral clothes blatantly stained with blood, as if fearing others wouldn't find this garment grotesque. Layer upon layer, energy was thick and misty, evil aura potent, as though countless living corpses stood right there. Even if this wasn't the brocade immortal, it certainly wasn't anything good. Colorful fabrics, long and trailing, hung high up on the wooden racks. Some were stark white, others filthy, having been ignored for a long time. Quan Yizhen squatted by the edge of a pitch-black dyeing vat, absorbed in studying the strangely colored liquid inside, which emitted an unusual smell. Xie Lian worried that the next second, Quan Yizhen would dip a finger in for a taste, and so he hastily pulled him away. Seeing a crowd of demons, monsters, and ghosts outside in the courtyard, all strung together by an iron chain, each one hugging their head and squatting on the ground, Xie Lian asked, "This is?" The person wearing the ghost mask replied, "These are all the demons, monsters, and ghosts who have sold the brocade immortal in the ghost market, and used the brocade immortal in various places over the past few days. All of them are here. A total of 98 sets. To think there were 98 sets, and moreover, They must have all been rounded up here in a very short time. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The person wearing the ghost mask continued, "If any new unusual developments arise, we will promptly round them up for Crown Prince Your Highness." Hearing that, Xie Lian couldn't help but blurt out, "There's no need. Please convey my words to San. City Lord Hua, there's truly no need for such trouble. I can handle it myself." The outcome would still be the same, it would just require a little more time and effort. But he himself was a divine official appointed to the upper heavenly court. Although not many people worshipped him, the serious tasks he was given amounted to doing precisely these kinds of things. The person wearing the ghost mask said, "Of course, the city lord understands that Your Highness can accomplish this as easily as turning your hand over. But precisely for that reason, the city lord hopes that you will not have to expend your energy on such trivial matters that anyone can handle. Your Highness' time and energy should surely be dedicated to more important endeavors." After pondering for a moment, Xie Lian still opened his mouth. "May I ask your city lord now?" Lang Huin, standing beside Xie Lian, appeared at first glance to be indifferently swaying back and forth. The person wearing the ghost mask replied, "The city lord is extremely busy right now." Xie Li, and quickly said, "Oh, that's very good, then I hope everything goes smoothly for him." Everything smoothly. Asking each of the demons, monsters, and ghosts one by one, every single one claimed they had received their goods wholesale from a mysterious person wearing a mask. They didn't seem to be lying, but in a place like the ghost market, how could there not be hundreds of mysterious people in masks on any given day? Unable to ascertain the reason, the person wearing the ghost mask pulled the chain, leading the screaming ghosts away to take their leave. However, the 98 sets of ghost robes remained. Xie Lian felt that even in his days of specializing in collecting scrap metal and old goods, he had never seen so many clothes like this. He flipped through each set, one by one, suspecting that perhaps none of them were genuine, then said to Quan Yizhen, "Qing, come over here and take a look." Quan Yizhen scratched at his curly, cotton-like hair, shaking his head as he said, "Too many. There were simply too many ghost robes." The evil aura from each set influenced the others, causing one to lose the ability to judge. It was similar to a person with a sensitive palate who, despite being able to distinguish the sweet core of a pear from an apple, would lose their sense of taste entirely if asked to sample the mixed cores of 98 different fruits. Xie Lian was contemplating another approach when he turned his head and saw Quan Yizhen decisively grab a random set. Tending to put it on, Xie Lian hastily stopped him, hung the garment back in its place and instructed, "Stop, stop, stop. Qing, let's make an agreement first, alright? 1. Don't eat anything indiscriminately. 2. Don't wear anything at random. These are all dangerous behaviors." Quan Yizhen in turn pointed behind Xie Lian and asked, "Then what about that guy?" Xie Lian suddenly caught a faint smell of something burning. He then turned his head to look in the direction Quan Yizhen was pointing, only to see Lang Huin, who had somehow found a lit matchstick, now holding it to burn the hem of one of the ghost robes, his demeanor utterly calm and practiced. "Xie Lian. Also, don't play with fire?" As if in great pain from Lang Huin's burning, the hem of the ghost robe curled upwards, twisting frantically and constantly trying to evade, looking less like a garment and more like a live loach. The sight at first glance seemed a little cruel, but even though it emitted a burning smell, no traces of being burnt appeared on the fabric's surface. It seemed the yin energy of these ghost robes was sufficient to help them avoid the calamity of being consumed by fire. Hearing Xie Lian tell him not to play with fire, Lang Huin casually tossed the matchstick aside, extinguished it with one foot, and then adopted an exceedingly obedient air. Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked over and said, "Why today are you?" As he spoke, his face suddenly stiffened, because he saw, not far opposite him, a long white piece of cloth hanging on a towering wooden stand was fluttering wildly in the night wind. The surface of the cloth reflected a black shadow figure slowly pacing back and forth, and that shadow figure had no head. Xie Lian pulled Lang Hung behind him, swung his hand and slashed with a sword, shouting, "Everyone be careful." This sword stroke cut the cloth and the shadow figure into two halves. However, when the cloth fell to the ground, there was surprisingly no one behind it. The headless shadow figure from earlier had vanished without a trace. Xie Lian had not yet even stepped forward to investigate when a sudden chill ran down his spine. He snapped his head back, his pupils constricting sharply. He saw only a splendidly dressed woman standing silently behind him, appearing from who knew where. No, not a woman, it was only a set of clothes. The thing that had just been cut in half by him was also a set of clothes, which fell to the ground and was covered by fabric. And from all directions, a series of blurry, swaying human figures were gathering towards the three of them. It turned out that, without them realizing, all 98 sets of ghost clothes hanging in the courtyard, in front of the veranda, and inside the dye workshop, had freed themselves from their hangers. Xie Lian exclaimed in surprise, "Why are they suddenly like this when everything was peaceful?" A deep, low voice came from beside him. 10,000 ghosts are stirring. Xie Lian turned his head. The speaker was Lang Heng. Although Lang Heng did not appear uneasy, blue veins were visible on his pale knuckles, clearly indicating he was also under some influence. It was another instance of 10,000 ghosts stirring. The closer the day of Mount Tongla's opening approached, the more its summons became utterly deafening to the ghosts. The first thing Xie Lian thought of was, how is Sanlang now? Unfortunately, the situation did not grant him time for much thought. His train of thought swiftly returned as more than 24 sets of ghost clothes surged forward. Quan Yizhen, without a second thought, immediately swung a punch. If this punch had landed on a wall or the ground, it would surely have shaken the earth and split rocks, but regrettably, that 1,000-catty punch landed on several sets of clothes. Just think, even a child's game knows rock, paper, scissors, and paper covers rock. That pile of soft, feather-light fabric was precisely the bane of a fist. No matter how powerful Quan Yizhen's punch, the limp fabric merely wrapped lightly around it without any damage, forcing Xie Lian to raise his sword and charge forward. But the ghost clothes avoided him with extreme dexterity, gliding away 4 or 5 zhang in a single sweep. Moreover, since they had almost no weight and made almost no sound, catching their movements and guarding against their sneak attacks was far more difficult than guarding against humans. Normally, people chose clothes, but now, clothes were choosing people. 98 sets of ghost clothes eagerly sought a body that suited them, as well as a person who pleased their eye. Among humans, women love choosing clothes the most. Among ghost clothes, female attire loved choosing people the most. More than 10 multicolored, varied long dresses and female tops madly clung to Xie Lian. Even his sword could not push them back. The battle situation was even more intense than a group of women seeing beautiful clothes they liked and pouncing to snatch them. In just a blink of an eye, Xie Lian was surrounded as if by splendid brocade flowers, pushed and pulled in the middle of a pile of women's clothing. Quan Yizhen pulled several stubbornly clung children's clothes off his head, tossed them aside, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why do these women's clothes like you so much?" Xie Lian said, "Perhaps because they find me too approachable?" In contrast, no ghost clothes bothered Lang Heng, perhaps because he possessed a ghost's body, and they knew they wouldn't get anything good from him, so they didn't bother to approach. Xie Lian blocked with his sword across his waist, slicing at several women's skirts. The ghost clothes, once severed into 2 upper and lower sections, continued to act as freely as before, and even avoided him faster and more cunningly. Noticing several sets of ghost clothes stealthily fumbling for windows, Xie Lian quickly shouted, "Close the doors, set up the formation. Do. Until let them get out." The 2 gods and 1 ghost among them could still cope, but if these ghost clothes were to slip out and find other people, it would be a huge disaster. Regrettably, his warning came too late. The dye workshop's courtyard was open air, and a wide-sleeved long robe was already fluttering upwards into the sky, looking exactly like a giant bat spreading its wings towards the night sky. Xie Lian continuously cried out in distress, saying, "Qing, the dye workshop is entrusted to you." Finishing his words, he kicked off his heels, flew over the wall, and grabbed the hem of the ghost long robe. With the added weight of a person, the long robe, even with strenuous flapping of its sleeves, could not fly and fell to the ground, its hem still firmly clutched by Xie Lian. But it was terribly cunning. With a swish, it tore off a corner of its own garment, acting with the decisive courage of a brave man who severs his own wrist, and hurriedly escaped from Xie Lian's grasp. Just then a passerby, having finished drinking and heading home, saw a headless monstrosity rush toward him. He was so frightened that he shrieked, "Ah, a headless ghost. It has no head." Xie Lian quickly rushed forward, grabbed the long robe and showed it to the man, reassuring him, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Look here. It's not headless, it has nothing at all inside. The man looked, and indeed the collar was utterly empty, there was nothing at all inside. This was truly even more horrifying than a headless ghost, and with his eyes rolled back, he immediately fainted. Xie Lian quickly supported the man, gently lowered him to the ground and said, "My apologies. I'll resolve this right away. After a chaotic struggle, Xie Lian finally managed to catch all the ghost clothes that have flown out of the dye workshop and bring them back. He checked them one by one, and only after confirming that not a single set was missing did he breathe a sigh of relief. With matters having reached this point, Xie Lian said, "We'll have to use Qi Ying's most blunt method, let's try wearing each set ourselves." In truth, Xie Lian was willing to wear them himself, but his two companions before him were a different matter. He feared that if he were to accidentally put on the brocade immortal robe later, any unforeseen incident would be difficult to handle. Ultimately, he decided to take charge and observe the other two as they tried them on. So Lang Heng and Quan Yizhen took off their outer robes and tried on each set one by one. Each time a set was worn, Xie Lian would give simple commands like jump twice or spin once, watching to see if the two youths would obey. But after trying all 98 sets, with each person wearing 40 or 50 of them, there was no abnormal reaction whatsoever. It seemed that among this pile of ghost clothes, none was the brocade immortal robe. More than half the night had been spent in vain. Lang Huan and Quan Not Chan wear thin clothes squatted on the ground. Xie Lian sat amidst a pile of clothes scattered all over the ground, propping his forehead as he said, "Selling fake goods indeed is not worth learning from." After propping his forehead for a while, he communicated telepathically with Lingwen, "We have gathered a number of ghost garments here. Though among these there are certainly no genuine brocade immortal garments, each one is extremely sinister and a bit difficult to deal with. Can you dispatch someone to come down and retrieve them?" Lingwen replied, "All right, I will arrange it immediately. How many sets have you gathered?" Xie Lian said, 98 sets. Lingwen said, "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is truly talented. You've gathered even more than the amount I reported to you." Xie Lian coughed once. "Actually, it wasn't me." His words were not yet finished when the familiar sensation of a chilling spine returned. Xie Lian was startled and looked up. He only saw on several pristine white cloths fluttering in front, reflecting a black silhouette of a human figure. This time it was not headless, nor was it floating in midair. Standing behind that long curtain-like cloth was precisely a person. It could be seen that it was a tall youth. One could even clearly see strands of hair flying scattered at the edge of the silhouette. Xie Lian immediately realized, stood up and exclaimed, "The brocade immortal." Of course the silhouette did not reply, nor did it move, it merely stood still there. With his left hand and right hand each supporting one person, Xie Lian softly instructed, "Don't move." A moment later, a night breeze blew past the human silhouette, seemed to let out a sigh. Then it shifted erratically, dispersing with the wind. Xie Lian jolted awake and stood up. Just at this moment, outside the gates of the dye house, a sudden knock-knock sounded. All three turned their heads to look. Xie Lian spoke up, asking, "Who is it?" A male voice from outside replied, "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, it is I." Xie Lian walked over to open the door. Standing outside the dye house was a bright-faced young man with a dignified demeanor, who clasped his hands and stepped inside. Xie Lian was slightly surprised. "Lingwen, why have you personally come here?" Lingwen adjusted his sleeves and replied, "Hearing Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, say it was difficult to deal with, I feared that ordinary divine officials would not be able to handle it, so I had to personally come and see." "Greetings, Your Royal Highness Qi Ying. Why are you sitting on the ground? What's wrong? Why do all your faces look like that?" This was Lingwen in her male form. Xie Lian walked to the front of the cloth, lifted it up to look. It was indeed empty. After a long moment, he turned his head and said, "The brocade immortal has manifested." Lingwen was astonished. "What?" Xie Lian said, "It must be it, no doubt." It was a youth, very tall in stature. "Lookin' Ji-Tut-sun taller than me. Judging by its skeletal frame, it must be a general of outstanding talent." Lingwen hesitated slightly. "Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, are you sure? For so many years, I have never heard of the brocade immortal manifesting before others. Moreover, didn't you say that among these 98 sets of ghost clothes, there were no genuine ones?" Could it be someone pretending to be a god or ghost playing a trick? Xie Lian said, I'm afraid not. After the commotion just now, to prevent the ghost clothes from escaping and disturbing mortals, we have closed the windows and set up a formation. What is inside cannot get out, and what is outside cannot get in. In the Die House there are only 3 of us who could be playing tricks. Pondering for a moment, Ling Wen asked then, did the real item encounter a special circumstance? Or was the shadow image you saw an aggrieved spirit clinging to another ghost attire? Lang Huan and Quan Not Chan were still squatting on the ground, looking as if they were dazed. Xie Lian and Ling Wen, with the posture of adults, stood beside them, arms crossed, seriously discussing for a while. Finally, Ling Wen suggested, I think it would be better this way first. Bring a few sets of the ghost attires to Lingwen Palace, so that my people can examine them? If it's truly not right, I will inquire at the next meeting. The Upper Heaven Court always has specialists after all. After thinking for a while, Xie Lian nodded. That's fine, but since this is a mission entrusted to my side to be responsible for, I still want to complete it thoroughly. If the true brocade immortal is among these, I will think of a way to try again and see. If there's still no result by tomorrow, I will transfer these 98 sets of ghost attires to you all. After all, this matter originally did not fall within the scope of Lingwen Palace's management. Lingwen said, Your Highness, why the need for formality? Oh right, if you bring them tomorrow, still bring 101 sets. Xie Lian was startled. Why 3 more sets? Then he immediately understood. Are you suspecting that the 3 sets we are currently wearing have a problem? Lingwen replied, It's not impossible. Xie Lian raised his sleeve, worn to the point where the threads were unraveling, and said, I have worn this Taoist robe for 4 or 5 years already. It definitely has no problems. The set Lang Huan is wearing I just bought, but it doesn't listen to anything I tell it to do, so it should also have no problem. He told Lang Huan not to work. Yet Lang Huan still chopped wood as usual. He told it to obediently wait at home, yet it still clung to him as before. Lingwen shook her head again. I don't mean that. Your Highness, there is something you do not yet know. The malevolent aura of the brocade immortal is very heavy. If it is here, the malevolent aura will spread to other ordinary clothes. In summary, for safety reasons, the clothes you are wearing today should not be worn again. Dispose of them all. Hearing this, Xie Lian hastily took off Lang Huan and Quan Not Chan's outer robes, saying, Don't wear them anymore. Don't wear them anymore. Take them off. Take them all off. Then tomorrow I will pack the clothes and send them to Lingwen Palace. Lingwen asked, Shall I send someone to pick them up? Xie Lian refused. No need at all. It's already embarrassing to trouble you every time, and to make you personally make another trip. Your side is too busy. Just let me do it. The next day, sure enough, Xie Lian painstakingly packed piles of clothes, and alone carried several enormous bundles of items up to the heavenly capital. Lingwen had been respectfully waiting in the palace for quite some time today. The palace was not busy with deities bustling back and forth as on other days. Xie Lian opened the large bundles containing the ghost attires. Clothes of every imaginable color spilled out, scattered all over the ground. He casually wiped the sweat from his temples. Lingwen leisurely stepped forward and asked, Was there any discovery? Xie Lian sighed helplessly. How embarrassing. There were no discoveries at all. My apologies beforehand. My side has no helpers, so it's hard to avoid forgetting things. Yesterday there was a messy pile of clothes everywhere. I don't know if anything was left out. I keep feeling as if 1 or 2 sets might be missing, but I'm not very sure. Lingwen replied, Don't be embarrassed. Then she lowered her HD and counted them once, saying, It truly is missing. Crown Prince, Your Highness, it seems the outfit that the little ghost beside you wore yesterday has not been collected, has it? Xie Lian clenched his right hand into a fist, lightly tapped his left palm and said, You are right. I remember now. Lang Huan habitually put that set on later, and I forgot to collect it. I will go back and get it immediately. Lingwen smiled. No hurry, Your Highness, take your time. However, Xie Lian did not take a single step. Instead, he stood still in place, his expression gradually becoming serious. Lingwen was about to instruct the subordinate heavenly officials to collect the ghost attires, when she turned around and saw Xie Lian still standing there, and there were only the 2 of them in the palace. So she asked in a puzzled tone, Crown Prince, Your Highness, do you still have something to attend to? Xie Lian looked at her with complex eyes. It's nothing. I was just thinking, if I were to bring the true brocade immortal here, would you, when I turn my back, take the real item and hide it? Oh. Lingwen withdrew her smile, but remained as courteous and respectful as before, Your Highness? Xie Lian calmly looked at her from the very beginning. I had a vague thought. Ling Wen calmly asked what thought? Xie Lian said no ordinary person, and generally no demons, ghosts or monsters, would dare to presumptuously break into the martial god temple. If there is someone so familiar with He martial god temple that they could steal an item guarded there without being caught on the spot, I'm afraid besides Junwu himself it could only be you, Lingwen Jinjuan. After all, Lingwen Palace's personnel travel through all the palaces year-round. One could say they are intimately familiar with others' territories. Lingwen smiled. Crown Prince, Your Highness, this speculation is a bit too subjective. Whoever can do it most easily is the most suspicious. According to your line of thought, isn't it even more likely that the Heavenly Emperor himself watched over and then stole it? Xie Lian nodded. I admit, this is a subjective thought. But what made me start to find it unusual was that half-face adorned woman. Lin Wen asked, what did the half-face garment woman do exactly? Xie Lian replied, she carried a fake set of immortal brocade garments and coincidentally, came directly to my doorstep to inquire. How could such a thing be a mere coincidence? Not to mention, she acted as if she yearned to emblazon the word suspicious upon her face, as if fearing I wouldn't suspect her of foul play. Her scheme was truly far too blatant. Oh, what scheme was that? Xie Lian answered, didn't she already state it herself? Exchange old for new. What she desired was precisely the old clothes within my Puqi shrine. Rewinding a moment, the immortal brocade garments were stolen, and the martial god palace detected the theft and reacted with extreme swiftness. As soon as it was stolen, they began their investigation. Thus, the thief surely wouldn't dare to keep it in hand, they would hide it first. So, what would be the most difficult place for it to be discovered? Hiding a leaf in a forest. If Xie Lian wished to conceal the immortal brocade garments, he would transform them into an ordinary, unremarkable cloth tunic, then cast them into a mortal market fair, while he himself observed from afar. Such a coarse garment under normal circumstances no one would ever wish to purchase. Yet, Xie Lian's life could not be measured by normal circumstances. He wore Taoist robes worn threadbare at the edges for 4 or 5 years, and the money in his hand was only sufficient to buy such clothes. Furthermore, Xie Lian's current requirements for clothing extended only to warmth and cleanliness. He was not particular in the slightest. What's more, he possessed the knack for picking out the most dangerous set among countless heavily discounted garments, and thus, he cheerfully and delightedly purchased the legendary immortal brocade garments for an incredibly low price. Lin Wen spoke, Your Highness, these words of yours are quite excessive. After all, you are a martial god by birth. Merely to consider it, one would know that the half-face garment woman, upon appearing at your door, would be immediately subdued by you. Whether new or old, no garment could be taken. Xie Lian asked, it's true she couldn't take anything, but who said she absolutely had to? If nothing unforeseen occurred, how would it ultimately be resolved? If Xie Lian had believed the half-face garment woman's brocade tunic was the true immortal brocade garments, he would, of course, have reported it to Lin Wen. Then Lin Wen would surely have personally descended to the mortal realm, just as she did yesterday, to inform Xie Lian that, for reasons of safety, all the clothing here must be brought back to the Lin Wen Palace for proper handling. Regrettably, at that moment, Quan Yizhen was also present. And unexpectedly, he had once worn such a garment and thus possessed the experience to directly confirm that the brocade tunic was indeed fake. Therefore, Lin Wen's desire to collect all the clothes from the Puqi shrine no longer held any logical ground. All of Xie Lian's information was supplied by Lin Wen, who could also openly and righteously interrogate him, discerning Xie Lian's movements at any given moment. After the half-face garment woman was exposed, Lin Wen immediately sent a new spiritual communication to Xie Lian, informing him that Ghost City had leaked a great many fake goods that required handling, thus thrusting a new mission upon Xie Lian and leaving him no time to ponder any anomalies. Xie Lian said, I do not know if that pile of fake goods originated from your domain, but the genuine information was indeed reported to me by you. This gambit, perhaps, was intended to draw me away from the Puqi shrine and then act against Lang Ying. Yet, unexpectedly, Lang Ying had followed as well. I do not know if the sudden manifestation of the immortal brocade garments was within your calculations, but for you, adapting to circumstances is surely no difficult feat. With so many ghost robes, truth and falsehood were difficult to discern amidst such chaos. There would always be an opportunity to unearth the true immortal brocade garments. And once the immortal brocade garments manifested, Lin Wen herself could personally appear, openly and righteously collecting the clothing of everyone present. Ultimately, how to verify, how to determine if a true item was found, how to explain that shadowy silhouette, the Lin Wen Palace needed only to utter a single sentence and it would be done. Hearing this, Lin Wen made a gesture for a temporary halt, then asked, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, may we pause here for a moment? So, you believe Lang Yingyi's that what you call him, you believe the garment upon him is the immortal brocade garments? Do not forget that after he donned it, it did not obey your commands, did it? You yourself stated as much. You must know that the power of the immortal brocade garments is exceedingly formidable, sparing no one, not even a ghost king." Xie Lian said, "You yourself once spoke of special circumstances occurring. As for precisely what those special circumstances were, I believe you know far better than I. I hope you might enlighten me." Lin Wen lightly furrowed her brow, clasping her hands behind her back, and said, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, have you already determined me to be the thief? Forgive me for speaking so plainly, but this makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Xie Lian leaned forward slightly. "I apologize." Lin Wen said, "I accept your apology. But Your Highness, if you are truly so insistent, it is not impossible. Simply present the evidence, and all will be settled. After all, everything spoken thus far has been naught but speculation." Xie Lian calmly replied, "Evidence before today, there was none. Even before I stepped into the Lin Wen Palace, there was none. But beginning from just now, there is." Lin Wen made an inviting gesture. "Proceed." Xie Lian said, "The evidence is this: a moment ago you did not, in fact, count the number of ghost robes." Lin Wen's expression remained almost unchanged, yet the tips of her brows subtly knitted together. Xie Lian continued, "The number of ghost robes I delivered was indeed fewer than expected, but not merely by one set. In actuality, I only brought 88 sets. Of full 10 sets were missing. Any set I found relatively suspicious, I retained to deliver to you. Yet, from beginning to end, you did not once detect an issue with the quantity. Nevertheless, with but a single glance, you immediately discerned Lang Ying's missing robe. So, I ask, why did you only detect that particular missing set and no other?" Lin Van raised her hand. "Please wait a moment." She showed no panic at all, recounting the number of ghost doctors on the ground and discovering that, indeed, there were only 88 sets. But she still calmly replied, "I think this can be explained by even the most meticulous plan can have an oversight." Xie Lian said, "All right. If you have seriously counted already, you must have looked through each set, right? Then I will tell you this just now. Didn't you notice? The robe that Lang Huan wore yesterday is clearly among these 88 sets of ghost doctors." Lin Van asked, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Xie Lian squatted down, rummaged out something from the pile of clothes scattered all over the ground, then shook it out. It was clearly a simple white linen robe. He asked, "Yesterday Lang Huan wore this very robe, isn't it right here in this pile? How is it that you counted once but still didn't discover it?" Lin Van replied, "Crown Prince, Your Highness should know. This linen robe is not eye-catching at all. I looked too quickly and thus didn't see it. Truly, you cannot blame me for being so unobservant." Xie Lian said, "It is indeed not eye-catching." Then, with the meticulousness, carefulness and perfectionism of Lin Wen Zhanjun, "Why, in a situation where the quantity hadn't been clearly counted, did you casually open your mouth to conclude that the not at all eye-catching robe was not here?" Lin Van still maintained her smile. "There are too many clothes. My eyes are already dizzy. Documents piled up like mountains. My gaze is already numb." Xie Lian said, "You are not dizzy. Yet completely on the contrary, your eyesight is too good. I will tell you the second thing: the robe that Lang Huan wore yesterday, I truly did not bring. The one in my hand is merely another robe I modeled after the original prototype. However, the one I modeled is still extremely exquisite and meticulous. How is it that you recognized with a single glance that Lang Huan's real robe is not among these?" Lin Van asked with a puzzled expression. "Actually, whether it's real or fake, I didn't see it anyway. Crown Prince, Your Highness, is it that you handle too many official matters, so in your daily life you can't help but think too deeply? Why would you suddenly waste time and effort making a simulated robe?" Seeing her dodge the point, Xie Lian continued, "It's not over yet. I will tell you the last thing. He raised the white linen robe, saying, "This linen robe is merely one I casually picked from the pile just now. All that talk about modeled after the original prototype, exquisite and meticulous, was all just nonsense I spouted. As you said, why would I suddenly make a simulated robe? You fell for it. Compared to the robe Lang Huan wore yesterday, even its color is entirely different when I held it up and asked you. Didn't you notice anything unusual?" "Oh." Xie Lian stared intently at Lin Van. "Now I only need you to answer one extremely simple question for me yesterday. What color was the robe that Lang Huan wore?" Lin Van did not immediately speak, but slowly aced her eyes. The white linen robe fell to the ground. Xie Lian said, "You are the esteemed #1 civil god. Tens of thousands of big and small official documents in the upper heavenly court pass through your hands every day. Surely your memory isn't that poor. Then why is it that you don't even remember what color robe Lang Huan wore yesterday? You cannot answer because you are guarding against me deceiving you again. You dare not casually answer because you originally do not know what color it is. Because yesterday, what you saw on Lang Huan was merely a tattered, headless and armless cloth sack." He enunciated each word. "The myriad transformations of the brocade immortal are merely an extremely potent illusionary trick. However, no matter how potent the illusionary trick, it is forever ineffective against one person, that is the person who personally made it. No matter how infinitely it transforms, what the eyes of its creator see will forever always be its original form. Just now, you swept your eyes over the 88 sets of ghost doctors, not seeing that peculiar headless and armless cloth sack inside. Of course you could immediately determine that the brocade immortal is not among them." Ling Wen stood straight, unmoving. Xie Lian said, "Of course you have the right not to admit it, but knowing whether it's true or false is also simple. I only need to bring that garment to the Divine Might Hall now, transform its shape right before the Emperor, then ask you if you can discern what form it has taken, and the truth will be revealed." Previously, when the brocade immortal wandered among mortals, it had sucked the blood of over 500 people, truly an evil object of heavy energy. If Ling Wen had merely presumptuously trespassed into the Divine Might Hall to steal the brocade garment, without having taken it outside to harm anyone, then it would not yet be considered a heinous, unforgivable crime. However, Ling Wen was selected and brought forth before she ascended. The earliest time the legend of the brocade immortal began to circulate was many months and years after Ling Wen was first noted. That is to say, after ascending to the heavenly realm and taking up her post, Ling Wen created the brocade immortal in her capacity as a heavenly official. Heavenly officials should inherently protect the peace of mortals, yet to entice and slay mortals instead. This crime already warrants strict arrest and investigation, not to mention that the mortal enticed and slain was also a future heavenly official. It is feared that this matter cannot be easily overlooked. Ling Wen sighed. "Crown Prince, you truly are." Pausing for a moment, she said, "Perhaps my luck is simply ill, that this matter must entangle you. Although today in Ling Wen Hall there are only the two of us, and you and I share an acquaintance of several hundred years, I think if I were to beg you to recall our many years of acquaintance and turn a blind eye, you surely wouldn't agree, and would next certainly advise me to surrender myself at the Divine Might Hall, wouldn't you?" Xie Lian also sighed. Although he and Ling Wen had known each other for several hundred years, and their interactions were solely work-related, not particularly intimate, their relationship was considered not bad even when he had just ascended for the third time, and everyone mocked him as the scrap-collecting immortal. Ling Wen had never been cold towards him, but rather was thoughtful and caring. Yet, the task of the brocade immortal had to be assigned to him, and ultimately, having investigated the truth of the matter, to accuse her felt wrong, but not to accuse her was even more impossible. Xie Lian spoke sincerely. "My luck is not good either." Ling Wen crossed her arms, shaking her head. "Your Highness, a person like you, sometimes very clever, sometimes very naive, sometimes very soft-hearted, sometimes with a heart of iron." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "So where is that garment now, after all?" Xie Lian said, "It is in my hands. Later, I will personally deliver it to the Divine Might Hall." Ling Wen nodded, as if there was nothing left to say. Xie Lian continued, "Therefore, can you tell me why the brocade immortal, when worn by Lang Huan, lost its effect?" Ling Wen replied, "I have a general idea. However, if your Highness wishes to know the answer, will you agree to one request of mine?" Xie Lian speak. Ling Wen asked, "May I look at it for a moment?" "That brocade immort." "Oh." Xie Lian was startled. Lingwen said, just give me 1 day's time, that's all. After all, if I surrender myself to the divine might hall, I fear I won't have another chance to see it. Don't misunderstand, it's not that I want to play any tricks, it's just that yesterday you said he had manifested and I was truly very surprised. She shook her head, her gaze slightly unfocused. So many years have passed, and I have never seen Baijin manifest. Xie Lian asked, so that young warrior's name is Baijin? As if coming back to herself now, Lingwen said, oh. Yes, but usually others call him Xiao Bai. Xie Lian said, Xiao Bai? That sounds a bit like calling a dog and somewhat like calling an idiot. Lingwen chuckled, it is exactly what your highness is thinking. Baijin is the name I gave him, no one else has ever called him that, so hardly anyone knows this name. But if you call him that, he will be very happy. In the legend of the brocade immortal, the way the girl whom the young man adored treated him only made others feel cruel and terrifying. If it wasn't deep-seated hatred, then it was inherent cold-bloodedness. But when speaking of that young man, Lingwen's tone was strangely gentle, neither tender affection nor hatred, merely saying, is that all right? If your highness fears I might flee, you might as well bind me with Rui. I am no martial god, I cannot escape. For some reason, Xie Lian felt he should trust Lingwen. Pondering for a moment, he slowly nodded, saying, all right. He too acted as if nothing had happened, leaving Lingwen Hall. As they walked along the main street of the heavenly capital, they both still greeted passing heavenly officials as usual. Lingwen's expression remained as serene as before, making it utterly impossible to discern that her hands beneath her sleeves had been tightly bound by Rui. They had not walked far when they encountered Pei Ming. Returning from his street patrol, the two greeted each other. Standing by the roadside to chat for a few moments, Pei Ming kept staring fixedly at Xie Lian, who grew somewhat wary, asking, General Pei, why are you looking at me like that? Pei Ming stroked his chin, speaking frankly, honestly, your highness, now whenever I see your face, I'm startled. It feels as if something will happen to anyone standing next to you. That's why when I saw you walking with Lingwen, my heart started pounding. Lingwen, remember to be careful these days. Lin Van laughed boisterously. Why say that? General Pei, don't joke. Xie Lian, however, was caught between laughter and tears, for in some sense, Pei Ming's feeling was truly accurate. Returning to Puji Shrine, from afar they saw Lang Huin standing leaning against an old tree in front of the shrine. His left hand idly spinning a broom, a pile of golden fallen leaves neatly swept and piled by his feet. Xie Lian squinted for a moment, only then intentionally making his footsteps heavy as he walked past. Lang Huin did not turn his head, but certainly still. Else since their presence. He naturally changed his posture, then continued sweeping the courtyard, finally turning to look, as if only then seeing Xie Lian and Lin Van slowly approaching. Xie Lian lightly coughed, sweeping the courtyard again, are you? Lang Huin nodded. Seeing him like that, Xie Lian could not help but show it, but only pretended to be an elder, patting his head, praising good child. Lang Huin calmly allowed the pat. Lin Van looked at the two of them, making no comment. Xie Lian led her to open the door of Puji Shrine, saying, it's right here. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, they saw a figure squatting before the offering box, secretly stuffing gold ingots. Xie Lian hastily walked over to pull the person away, saying, Qiying, don't stuff anymore, it's truly enough. The pile you stuffed last time, I haven't even taken it out yet, it's completely jammed. Lin Van nodded, greetings, His Highness Qiying. Quan Yizhen also replied, greetings. A wooden stand stood upright in the middle of Puji Shrine, on which hung a simple cloth robe. Of course, this was only what Xie Lian's eyes could see. Lin Van stepped forward, gazing at it for a moment. The robe had no reaction. She tilted her head and asked, your two highnesses, I wish to observe it alone here, may I? Xie Lian said, you may. Rui tightly bound Lin Van's two hands. She was not a martial god, so basically no trouble would arise. Xie Lian considered himself reassured, placing a hand on Quan Yizhen's shoulder, saying, let's go out. More or less, one matter was considered resolved, and Xie Lian's mood also relaxed somewhat. Just in time, neighbors gifted a bunch of vegetables, melons, and fruits. He then brought them into the kitchen to prepare a meal, his resolute and unyielding spirit truly beyond reproach. After a few days, it seemed Quan Yizhen had come to view his Puji Shrine as a rural retreat, constantly flying up and jumping down, at times climbing trees, at times stealing melons, at times catching fish, at times snatching frogs. Just for a moment, Not paying attention, Xie Lian found the young man had snuck into the kitchen and stolen a sweet potato. He fumbled and missed, turning his head only to see Kuan Yizhen escaping in a hurry with the sweet potato in his mouth, like a fish slipping through a net, and hastily called out, "It's not cooked yet, don't eat it." But it was precisely because it wasn't cooked yet that he had to eat it quickly. If he waited for it to be cooked, he might not get to eat it at all. Xie Lian shook his head, then saw Lang Huan approaching, and squinted his eyes, asking, "Lang Huan, are you free? Come here and help chop the ingredients." Lang Huan had originally intended to go snatch the sweet potato stolen by Kuan Yizhen, but hearing Xie Lian say that, he immediately came to help. He grabbed the cleaver from the wooden chopping board, pressed down on the napa cabbage, and seriously chopped slice by slice. Xie Lian watched him for a while, then turned away, rinsing rice as he casually asked Lang Huan, "With all the gods and ghosts coming to our Puji shrine, you must have broadened your horizons quite a bit, haven't you?" Each and every one of them was peculiar and strange. Lang Huan replied from behind him. Xie Lian continued, "Then let me ask you a question. If you were to choose, among all those gods and ghosts, which one do you feel is the most handsome?" Lang Huan buried his head in chopping cabbage, seemingly in thought. Xie Lian slightly raised an eyebrow. "Go on. Just speak your honest thoughts." Thereupon Lang Huan replied, "You." Xie Lian laughed, excluding me. Lang Huan said, "Red robe." Xie Lian held back his laughter, nearly suffering internal injury, then seriously nodded him, "I think so too." Pausing for a moment, he asked again, "Then, which one do you feel is the most formidable?" Lang Huan still replied, "Red robe." Xie Lian asked very quickly, "Which one is the richest?" "Red robe." "Which one do you admire most?" "The one in red." "Who is the most foolish?" "The one in blue." These few questions were asked consecutively, yet Lang Huan changed his answers extremely timely, enough to show his quick wit and keen reactions. Xie Lian said, "It seems you like the gidge in red robes very much, don't you? The name of that gidge is Hua Cheng, remember it well. So, that means you think that gidge is very good, huh?" Involuntarily, it seemed the knife in Lang Huan's hand sliced several times faster. "So very good indeed." Xie Lian asked, "So, if there is time, do you feel we should invite that gidge to our place as a guest?" Lang Huan said, "Of course. We definitely must invite him." Xie Lian, "I also think so. But that gidge's subordinate said he's been very busy lately, certainly busy doing something very serious, so I think we shouldn't disturb him." After this sentence, the clack-clack sound of Lang Huan slicing vegetables suddenly grew heavier by several degrees. Xie Lian, meanwhile, leaned against the stove, stifling his laughter to the point that his abdominal muscles cramped. Suddenly, Kuan Yizhen's head poked in from outside the window. He bit a piece of sweet potato, looked a few times, then told Lang Huan, "You've cut it so finely, it's lost its deliciousness." Lang Huan asked, "Huh? What did you say?" Xie Lian turned his head to look, and it wasn't just finely cut, one must say it was completely shredded. He coughed lightly once and said, "Oh dear, truly your knife skills are too terrible." "Oh." After pouring a pile of random ingredients into the pot, Xie Lian clapped his hands, deciding to just let them boil for 1 hour like that. Afterwards, he left the kitchen, saw Ling Wen still obediently sitting and waiting in the shop, and so he continued to work. He dug out a wooden plank from the pile of firewood, went to the village chief's house to borrow a brush and ink, then sat in front of the shop's door, one hand holding the wooden plank, the other hand holding the brush, lost in thought. Lang Huan also walked over. Xie Lian looked up and asked in a gentle voice, "Lang Huan, do you know characters? Can you write?" Lang Huan said, "Yes." Xie Lian asked, "So, how is your handwriting?" Lang Huan replied, "Normal." Xie Lian continued, "It's okay as long as it's clear, it's fine. Help me once more, okay?" He gave the wooden plank and brush to Lang Huan, smiling lightly, "Our shop still doesn't have a horizontal plaque. How about you come and write one with me, okay?" "Oh." Under Xie Lian's urging, Lang Huan picked up the brush. The small brush in Lang Huan's hand felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. No matter what, he couldn't swing it. A long while later, as if he had admitted defeat, Lang Huan put down the brush and wooden plank, a helpless voice rising from behind the bandage. "Gidge, I was wrong." This voice was not Lang Huan's, it was clearly Hua Cheng. Yet much clearer than before, the voice of a youth. Xie Lian crossed his arms and leaned against the adjacent wall, watching Hua Cheng struggle for a long while before finally surrendering. He truly couldn't hold it in anymore. Rolling with laughter. Sanlang truly is very busy, huh? Author says. The author personally attest Hoa Hoa is the most handsome. I am extremely objective. Hoa Hoa is also very objective. Seriously, isn't this the truth? Book 3 Chapter 134. In the past, Ta Lin always thought that too long without meeting would lead to a deep longing, even if this too long was merely a few days. Unexpectedly, Hoa Tan had always been hiding by his side. Ta Lin suddenly felt his heart swell with joy. All previous hesitations now utterly forgotten, laughing to the point where he felt he couldn't rise. Hoa Tan grumbled, "Xie teased me." Ta Lin picked up the brush and wooden board. "How dare you say that again? It was clearly Tam Lang who teased me first. Let me think. You were already here from the moment I collapsed the stove, weren't you?" Hoa Tan flattered, "That's right. How did Xie know so well? Truly a god." Ta Lin waved his hand. "What god indeed? If Tam Lang wants to impersonate someone else, you must act more thoroughly. Don't be so perfunctory. If I couldn't see through that, then I would be a god. You even made me foolishly believe there was a second person who could eat. Cough, but truly, which one is the most handsome? Which one is the most formidable? Which one is the wealthiest? Which one do you admire the most?" "Oh." Hoa Tan mumbled, "Xie, please forget this part." Ta Lin flatly refused, "No. I will absolutely remember it always." Hoa Tan said resignedly, "Though I am very glad to see you happy, is it truly that hilarious?" Ta Lin held his stomach, convulsed with laughter. "Of course. Since meeting you, I've once again realized just how simple happiness can be. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing that, Hoa Tan blinked, and Ta Lin's laughter also gradually lessened. It suddenly dawned on him that his last remark had been a little too revealing. After realizing it, he felt a pang of shyness, so he cleared his throat, rubbed the corner of his eyes, and tried to put on a serious face. "All right, stop fooling around. Where is the real Lang Huin? Why did you impersonate him? Quickly return him." Hoa Tan calmly replied, "For the time being, I have invited him to the ghost city as a guest." If Hoa Tan took him, then Ta Lin was relieved. He then nodded, and was about to continue speaking, when he suddenly heard the wooden door creak. Lin Van came out of Pu Chi Shrine with clasped hands, calling, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Hoa Tan had no intention of revealing his identity, and Ta Lin also kept silent, not mentioning it in front of outsiders. They only regarded him as Lang Huin. Seeing Lin Van's solemn face, he too couldn't help but regain his serious demeanor, hiding his smile, and asked, "What's wrong? Ni? Is there something wrong with Bai Jin?" Lin Van replied, "No. There's nothing wrong with him at all. It's just that I seem to smell something very odd wafting from the kitchen." "What is your highness boiling?" Ta Lin quickly said, Right, I'm boiling something." After much thought, Lin Van then used a tactful tone to utter words that were utterly unpalatable. "Never mind, your highness. Whatever you are boiling is probably about to turn to mush." An hour later, the veil of night slowly descended. By the altar in Pu Chi Shrine, Hoa Tan, Lin Van, and Gwyn Not Chan sat around a small wooden table. Ta Lin brought a pot out from the kitchen, placed it on the table, and as soon as he opened the lid, he saw dozens of plump, gleaming spheres, dainty and white, resting docilely on the plate. Gwyn Not Chan wondered, "Didn't you boil it with water? How did it all turn into round spheres?" Ta Lin introduced, "This is called the Jade Pure Ice Clear Sphere." Gwyn Not Chan again wondered, "Didn't you boil it with water? How did it all turn into round spheres?" Ta Lin continued to explain, "Because the process of forming spheres requires the harmonious use of both firm and gentle hand strength, it therefore took a great deal of time." Gwyn Not Chan still wondered, "Didn't you boil it with water? How did it all turn into round spheres?" Because Gwyn Not Chan persistently inquired until the end, Ta Lin could only gently say initially, "It was indeed boiled with real water, but due to the heat level and timing encountering a slight problem, it boiled dry the entire pot, so I then resolutely added a few ingredients and rolled them into round spheres." Upon hearing this, Lin Van sincerely praised, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's marvelous thoughts are truly rarely seen throughout history. This humble one is exceedingly impressed." Ta Lin said, "Too much praise, too much praise." Lin Van, "No. At the very least, I believe that in this lifetime, a second person capable of creating such jade pure ice clear spheres surely cannot be found." Ta Lin passed the chopsticks over. I wouldn't dare. Now everyone please. Lin Van and Gwyn Not Chan extended their right hands to receive the chopsticks. Their left hands immediately, as if by prior agreement, simultaneously reached towards the plate of stone-cold steamed buns at the edge of the altar. Only Hua Chang picked up one jade pure ice-clear sphere and put it into his mouth. A moment later, he nodded and said, very delicious. Seeing this, Gwyn Not Chan's eyes widened. Hua Chang then offered a suggestion. The taste is a bit bland. Ta Lin replied, understood, noted. Staring wide-eyed at the young boy with his face wrapped in bandages sitting beside him, who ate 5 or 6 glinting, mud-streaked spheres consecutively, then offered such sincere evaluations, Gwyn Not Chan seemed convinced. The young man thought back and forth for a moment, and finally still picked up one sphere to try. From beginning to end, Ta Lin maintained his smile. Smiling, he watched Gwyn Not Chan eat. Smiling, he watched his complexion gradually whiten. Smiling, he watched him collapse prostrate, unable to rise. Finally smiling, he asked, how is it? Hua Chang said he probably ate too quickly and choked. Lin Van gave a wry smile. At this moment, Ta Lin suddenly heard a familiar voice echo beside his ear. Gidge. This was neither the stammering tone of Lang Huin, nor the clear, leisurely voice of Hua Chang as he was now, but the voice of Hua Chang from before. Unexpectedly, Hua Chang was using spiritual communication to speak with him. Ta Lin gently raised an eyebrow and asked, what is it? Hua Chang replied, this Lin Van is cunning and malicious, with a treacherous heart for you to bring her here. I only fear it will not go smoothly so easily. This was the first time Ta Lin had heard someone evaluate Lin Van in such a way. He pondered for a moment before responding, I see she still holds some goodwill towards the brocade immortal. It's probably not false. Hua Chang said, still holding some goodwill, and having a treacherous heart are not contradictory. She is the foremost civil god in the upper heavenly court. Her eyes see in 6 directions, her ears hear in 8, her reach is also long. Gidge must be wary of her seeking aid. Ta Lin asked, General Bui? Hua Chang replied, probably not. If Tui Hon Tien were still here, she would certainly seek Tui Hon Tien to suppress this matter, because Su Vodou is accustomed to helping based on sentiment, not reason. But if it's Bui Min, as long as you clearly explain the cause, it's not certain he would choose to aid Zhou in his tyranny. Gidge, be careful. Ta Lin said, understood, I will be careful. Fortunately, the one-day deadline will pass very quickly. Hua Chang then said in a low voice beside his ear, no. Gidge, you've misunderstood. I was speaking of being careful about something else. Someone is coming. At this very moment, a series of clear ringing ding-ding-dong-dong bell sounds transmitted into Ta Lin's ears. Hua Chang gently furrowed his brow. Ta Lin looked outside through the window lattice, only to see a middle-aged Taoist priest shaking a bell, stumbling erratically, approaching from the entrance of Puqi village. That Taoist priest was clad in an extremely ornate Taoist robe, a chest of tools strapped to his back, covered in yellow talismans. Wherever he went, the bell rang there. Ta Lin, who knew how to recognize quality, immediately realized it was genuine equipment. Ordinary demons and evil spirits, upon hearing this bell, would surely suffer splitting headaches and be forced to retreat. Before that person even drew near, several more tall, white-browed, yellow-robed monks, holding dharma staffs, slowly approached. Not long after, unexpectedly, nearly 50 or 60 people successively arrived. As if by prior appointment they met each other without any surprise. The entire group vied to surround Puqi shrine. That group of people was not merely putting on a show. On their bodies hung various types of spiritual artifacts. Their hands and feet were extremely steady. Evidently, they also possessed some skill. Divine officials obtain spiritual power from the reverence of their devotees, and some Taoist and Buddhist practitioners can also pray for spiritual power from the very divine officials they worship. It's not impossible that the spiritual power of these monks and Taoist priests might even be higher than that of a divine official like Ta Lin. For them to arrive so numerously in a flash like this, it certainly boded no good. Ta Lin gently furrowed his brow, feeling that those who had arrived bore ill intentions. Hua Chang put his bowl and chopsticks down and stood up. Xie Lian heard him snort once within the communication array. Those old monks and stinking Taoists actually dared to chase all the way here, implicating Gidge. Let me lure them away. Xie Lian grabbed him back. Don't move. Lingwen made a confused sound. What's wrong? Xie Lian used the communication spell to say to Hua Chang, you must not go. Quickly tell me the truth. Does Mount Tonglu reopening truly affect you greatly? Hua Chang denied it does not. Xie Lian stared intently at his eye behind the gauze bandage, saying, "Stop lying. You are a calamity-rank ghost king. You should normally not be afraid of mere mortals like them, so why not just fight them directly instead of having to lure them away? Your current transformation in truth is not for jesting, is it?" With Mount Tonglu reopening, the higher the rank of the demons, monsters, and ghosts, the greater the impact they would suffer. During the first turmoil of 10,000 ghosts, Xie Lian had personally witnessed how uncomfortable Hua Chang had been. Furthermore, the closer it got to the day the mountain opened, the greater the impact would become. Under such circumstances, if it were Xie Lian, he would choose to temporarily seal his true form, transform into a slightly smaller appearance, accumulate spiritual power, avoid an explosion, and wait until the mountain officially opened before releasing it again. Although doing so could avoid the suffering of intense heat, because his true power would be sealed, it would create an opportunity for others to fish in troubled waters. Xie Lian cursed softly that Qi Rong. That night, Qi Rong had once publicly boasted that he would summon all the Taoists and monks who held grudges against Hua Chang to come. Who would have thought he would actually do it instead of just talking idly? Hua Chang shook his head. "Gage, they are targeting me. If I go, it will be over immediately. Even though my current form cannot kill them in one move, making them scram far away is not a problem." Xie Lian then said, "If you go now, do not ever come to see me again in the future." "Oh!" Hua Chang called out, "Your Highness." Hua Chang had always been calm and composed, meticulously thorough. In the past he had helped Xie Lian so many times. This time, it was with great difficulty that Xie Lian finally had a chance to help him back. How could he let Hua Chang leave all by himself? Xie Lian said softly, "You sit still there. I will go out and meet them." Quanizhen struggled to open his eyes, his face still bewildered as he tried to ask outside. "Someone has arrived, haven't they? Do you want me to help drive them away?" "Oh." The young man's voice sounded hoarse. Xie Lian gently closed his eyes, instructing Qiying, "Just lie still. Also you must not casually strike mortals. Your merits will be deducted." Xie Lian pressed close to the wooden door, carefully listening for movements outside. A few villagers, having just finished their work and not yet having time to return home for dinner, saw a dense crowd of monks and Taoists surge in all at once. Each one of them was astonished, clamoring to ask esteemed masters, "Why are you gathered around this place? Have you come to find Taoists yet?" A monk, brimming with killing intent, clasped his hands together and replied, "Amidst. Patrons, do you know that this place has been encroached upon by an evil creature?" "What?" The villagers were terrified. "An evil creature? What kind of evil creature?" A monk said in a mysterious tone, "A one-of-a-kind chaos-wreaking demon king." The villagers were scared out of their wits then. Then what should we do? The Taoists wearing luxurious Taoist robes who had arrived earliest reassured them, "Just leave it to us. Today, our fellow Taoists have gathered here precisely because this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to capture that demonic entity." As soon as he finished speaking, intending to step forward, he was pulled back by the village chief who extended his hand. That Taoist glared, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The village chief said, "Ah, well, esteemed masters, I am the village chief of this village. Thank you all very much. However, to tell you the truth, you all look too distinguished." The Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes grew angry. "We came here to exorcise demons and eradicate evil spirits. Do you think it's for profit?" Having said that, he was about to charge forward again, but was stopped by the villagers. The group of monks and Taoist priests seemed displeased, but unable to shove people aside and charge in. They could only suppress their anger and ask, "What is it again?" The village chief rubbed his hands and said, "If you don't take money, that's wonderful. Thank you, great masters, for exorcising demons and eradicating evil spirits for free. But, to be honest, the affairs in this village have long been fully contracted by Taoist Master Ta. For you great masters to come here to snatch work as village chief, I also find it very difficult to explain to Taoist Master Ta." The group of monks and Taoists exchanged glances. "Taoist Master Ta?" So the whole group huddled together and discussed for a few moments, "Is there any famous, high-ranking Taoist master surnamed Ta in our profession?" "Seems not. Generally speaking, I've never heard of him. He must just be a nobody. If he's nobody, he's not famous, so let's just forget about him." Having finished their discussion, the Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes turned his head and asked, "Is the Taoist master Ta you speak of perhaps the one who is inside here?" The villagers said in unison, "That's right." Then they vied with each other to call out, "Taoist master Ta! Taoist master Ta! Your colleagues are here. There are so many of them. Are you home?" An old monk wearing a yellow robe clasped his hands before his chest and spoke Amidst. Whether that Taoist master Ta is home or not doesn't really matter much. But that evil creature is definitely hiding in this house right now. The villagers were startled and cried out, "What?" At this very moment, Ta Lin leisurely pushed the door open. "I am here. May I ask what business you gentlemen have?" The villagers quickly said, "Taoist master, these great monks and old Taoist priests say that in your house, you are hiding a ghost." Ta Lin smiled. "Oh? So you also noticed it?" The people gathered outside were stunned. "Is that true? You admit it with surprising frankness." Ta Lin threw out a jar. "Precisely. There really is a ghost." The Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes snatched the jar, at first overjoyed, but when he opened it to examine it, he stopped smiling and asked, "Ban Dian Trang Nu?" He immediately threw the jar back, snapping, "This fellow Taoist, stop pretending. That low-level evil creature, it hasn't even reached the rank of ferocious yet. You must surely know what we are talking about in your heart." Ta Lin caught the jar. Seeing that this old man's throwing force was not ordinary, it seemed he had cultivated arduously for many years, and was certainly no commoner. A few monks said to the Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes, "Taoist brother, I see the demonic energy on this Taoist priest is soaring to the sky. Cowl. D it be that he is?" The Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes dismissed them. "Whether he is or isn't, I'll know instantly once I open my heavenly eye and look." Having finished speaking, he let out a loud shout, bit his finger until it bled, and smeared a straight line right in the middle of his forehead on his face, as if a third eye had suddenly grown. Seeing his technique, Ta Lin also secretly praised it as quite good, then leaned against the door, watching him perform his spell. The Taoist priest wearing luxurious Taoist robes stared at Ta Lin for a while, then bellowed, "Indeed. There is demonic energy. Extremely heavy demonic energy. Ghost King. Indeed, you have changed your skin again." Ta Lin was startled. He was a dignified official god appointed to the upper heavenly court. How could there be demonic energy on his body? Just now he still thought this old man had some skill, but how could he be spouting nonsense in the blink of an eye? Hearing this, a circle of 50 to 60 cultivators, as if encountering a formidable enemy, hastily formed a battle array. Hoa Tan communicated privately with Ta Lin, "These old folks are truly bothersome to death." Xie Lian coaxed, "It's nothing. It's quite normal, quite normal. You just sit still and it will be fine." A moment later, the Taoist priest in luxurious Taoist robes again showed a look of doubt. "Oh, I made a mistake?" The monk beside him asked, "Why is it wrong?" The Taoist priest in luxurious Taoist robes rubbed at the bloodstain in the middle of his forehead, as if rubbing his eyes, and said, "Truly strange and bizarre. I look at this person, sometimes shrouded in a dense demonic aura, sometimes radiant with spiritual light across his face, and sometimes appearing dazed and gloomy. Truly strange and bizarre. What? How can that be? Taoist brother, are you capable? If not, let us go up. Exactly how can it be so bizarre?" The Taoist priest in luxurious Taoist robes grew angry. "What? I'm not capable? If I'm not capable, are you sure you are? I, Tianyan Kai, have been active in this circle for so many years. I've hardly made any mistakes in my judgment." Xie Lian rubbed at his glabella, shook his head and gently asked, "Then why don't you see where the yin energy is heaviest on my body?" Tianyan Kai again strenuously rubbed his forehead, looked for a moment longer, then declared with conviction, "Lips." Book 3 Chapter 135. "Precisely, it's the lips." Tianyan Kai spoke with such conviction the group of monks and Taoists all felt it was strange. Why is it the lips? How can it be that only the lips emit demonic aura? A lipstick demon? Xie Lian unconsciously raised a hand to cover his mouth. Unexpectedly, after one night of embraces and kisses at Tiandeng Inn, Hua Cheng's scent clung to his person and hadn't faded even now. Tianyan Kai pointed at Xie Lian. Look, you all see this one has a guilty conscience, doesn't he?" Xie Lian immediately lowered his hand, forcing him's left to suppress the impulse to turn around and look at Hua Cheng's expression after hearing that last sentence. Even though Hua Cheng's face was now wrapped in bandages, no emotions could be discerned. He gently said, "Oh, Taoist friend, you've misunderstood. Actually, because my life is a bit hard-pressed, one thing can be used for many purposes, for example this jar." He raised the ceramic jar in his hand and honestly said, "Although I occasionally use it to hold ghosts, normally I use it to pickle cucumbers. Pickled cucumbers preserved in this jar have a very unique flavor. Once eaten, it will naturally. If you don't believe me, everyone can try it yourselves." Logically speaking, this method was not impossible. The group of monks and Taoists were half believing, half doubting, while the villagers uniformly covered their mouths. Daozhang Xie, could it be that the pickled cucumbers you gave us before were also preserved this way? Then after we ate it, wouldn't our mouths also be filled with demonic aura? On normal days, the villagers offered fruits and vegetables, and Xie Lian then gifted them some of the pickled cucumbers he had preserved himself. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, the jar I used to give to everyone was a separate jar." Tianyan Kai angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan by eating that? Stop talking nonsense. In your inn there are still people hidden and not just one person. Get out of tea." Hiwei. This time the old man was afraid the village chief would stop him again, and before his words finished, he surged forward. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xie Lian hastily retreated inside, grabbed Guan Na Chan, who was unconscious on the ground, and pulled him up. He seized his collar and furiously shook him, then said into his ear, "Qi Ying, listen carefully. I am about to feed you that jade pure ice crystal." Hearing this, Guan Na Chan suddenly widened both eyes. At the same time, Tianyan Kai, who had just rushed in, let out a tragic cry, covering his forehead and jumping out, shouting, "Everyone, don't enter. There's an ambush." As expected, the monks and Taoists dared not act rashly, surrounding him to protect him. "Brother Tiannan, what did you see?" Tiannan Kai replied, "I saw nothing at all. I only saw a blinding white light that blinded my eyes." "Oh Taoist brother, something is wrong. Your heavenly eye is smoking." Tiannan Kai touched it experimentally, and indeed, the red mark on his forehead had turned into a black mark, slowly emitting a wisp of white smoke like a candle after being blown out. He was horrified and his expression changed. This. Lin Van put down the manta she had leisurely eaten half of, and spoke, "It's so noisy outside, what on earth is happening?" A monk asked, "Brother Tiannan, look, in the inn there are 2 youngsters and 1 girl, plus this Taoist, that makes 4. Among them, who exactly is he?" Tiannan Kai forcefully rubbed his forehead, but still couldn't open his eyes. The white light he saw was precisely Quan Na Chan's spiritual light. When a heavenly official feels that he is about to encounter extremely great, life-threatening danger, the spiritual light covering him will instinctively flare up manifold. Ta Lin then took advantage of that dazzling light that flared up in an instant, blinding the Taoist's heavenly eye, but not to destroy his decades of cultivation in an instant, but only to prevent him from opening his eyes for a few days. Next, Ta Lin used his hand to pick up the plate holding the jade pure ice dew pellet. Quan Na Chan had fully woken up. The young man tightly gripped Ta Lin's hand and spoke in a hoarse voice, "I want eat it." Ta Lin turned his hand and gripped back, coaxing, "Don't be afraid. It's not for you to eat." The group of cultivators surrounding Bo Tian in layers exchanged uneasy glances. Then one person after another let out a loud shout, surging forward. Unexpectedly, Ta Lin had not even greeted them, when they were already bounced back by an invisible shield. From all directions in the sky, a deep voice suddenly transmitted, "You old monks and stinky Taoists, like flies and gnats, are you persistently clinging? And you even dared to chase all the way here, are you tired of living? Hua hua hua." Mumbling a few huas, ultimately Tiannan Kai was still terrified by the opponent's imposing aura, not daring to call out his name directly, and stammered, "City Lord Hua, you stop scaring people. We all know Mount Donglu is about to open, and to avoid being affected, you have sealed your own magic power. Now how can you be as arrogant as before? Cross your arms and surrender to be bound." Although the elder spoke with increasingly less breath, Ta Lin could feel that Hua Tan was very angry at this moment, so he quickly rushed into the inn and picked up Hua Tan, saying softly, "Don't speak anymore. And don't waste your magic power, save your strength. Just leave everything to me." At first, Hua Tuan's body was slightly stiff. Only after being picked up by Ta Lin did he seem to gradually calm his anger, and replied in a deep voice, Ta Lin carried Hua Tuan, feeling as if Hua Tuan's age had become even younger now. He was at most around a 12 or 13-year-old child, and his heart couldn't help but feel worried. He used one hand to carry Hua Tuan and one hand to hold Fang Xian. Stepping out, he said, "Have none of you ever considered that Qinggui Tideng has deceived you?" Unexpectedly, hearing him say that, the monks and Taoists all looked bewildered. Tian Nan Kai asked suspiciously, "Qinggui Tideng? What did he deceive us about? Why would he deceive us?" Ta Lin subtly frowned. "Did you not come here because he informed you?" Tian Nan Kai scolded, "Who do you think we are? Do we still need a fierce one to secretly inform us? Are we in the same gang as that thing? Not Tideng. Then where did the information come from?" Ta Lin had not yet had time to think carefully. When the monks and Taoists had already begun to attack, he swung a sword stroke, deflecting 7 or 8 swords and 5 or 6 dharma staffs. A monk spoke up, "Ba, Taoist friend, why must you protect this kind of demon?" Ta Lin resolutely refused to yield, "Great master. No matter what, taking advantage of someone's distress to attack them is not very good." Tian Nan Kai yelled, "He's a ghost, not a human. Do young people like you, with milk still on your breath, need to be so hypocritically moralistic?" Dharma staffs, precious swords, and precious sabers simultaneously struck forth. If using Fang Xian, it would be difficult to avoid harming mortals. Logically speaking, mortals can strike heavenly officials, but heavenly officials cannot strike mortals, because they must be tolerant, generous, compassionate, and love all sentient beings. Not holding grudges against mortals. Daring to strike a mortal would result in a sin being recorded and merit being deducted. Ta Lin, however, could not be as generous and unrestrained as Quan Not Chan. He originally did not have much merit, and if more were deducted, it would become a negative number. He could only sheath his sword and say, "Ruyi, come here. Qiang, watch over Lin Van." When Ruyi bound men, it usually showed resentment, but when binding women, it immediately showed a different demeanor. Ta Lin had to shout twice before it reluctantly slipped from Lin Van's hand. The next second, a white flash whipped swiftly across the wrists of dozens of people. If their cultivation was not stable, they could no longer hold their weapons. The monks and Taoists exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of Dharma artifact is that? Is this a spiritual artifact? Why do I find it resembles a white silk ribbon used for strangling, so sinister? Couldn't have guessed. This kid also possesses quite the capability." Unexpectedly, in the midst of Xie Lian engaging in combat with the group of sorcerers, Ling Wen gently shook her head, subtly adjusted her robe lapel, stood up and said, "Many thanks for your Royal Highness the Crown Prince's generous hospitality. I shall take my leave now." Xie Lian was slightly startled. "Ling Wen, the day is almost over. Where do you intend to go? Could it be that you mean to break your promise?" Ling Wen said, "Precisely, it is indeed my intention to break my promise." She spoke with extreme conviction and clarity, as if declaring, "I wish to execute heavenly justice," leaving Xie Lian utterly speechless. A moment later, he said, "The messenger was not sure Qingxian but you." Ling Wen smiled, "Although I am not a martial god, and was even tightly bound by Rui, merely using spiritual communication techniques can accomplish many things." Indeed. But how could Ling Wen have known that the bandaged youth was Hua Cheng? She hadn't even exchanged many words with Lang Ying, had only met him a few times, and Xie Lian hadn't realized it as quickly as she had. Seeing her clasp her hands and prepare to leave gracefully, Xie Lian, who was in the middle of a fight and could not disengage, had no choice but to call out, "Qiang, do not let her leave." Even though he had just eaten a Jade Du Icy Clarity pill a moment ago, at this moment Quan Yizhen had already gotten up, his vital energy recovered. Moreover, Ling Wen was a civil god. Incapable of even tying a chicken tightly, Quan Yizhen could easily stop her with just one finger. Hearing Quan Yizhen reply, "All right." From a distance, Xie Lian then felt at ease to contend with the group of Taoist priests. Just a moment later, suddenly a loud sound rang out, the roof of Puji Shrine was smashed open, and a figure flew high up into the sky. Xie Lian, alarmed, turned his head back and called out into the house, "Qiang, do not fight like that. A martial god being thrown like that wouldn't be affected at all. Martial gods are inherently tough." But no matter what, Ling Wen was also a female god official and a civil god at that. Quan Yizhen's brutal fighting style surely meant she would be utterly crippled. To his surprise, a figure slowly walked out from inside the house, saying by Jean, "Do not fight like that." This clear and cold voice was clearly Ling Wen's. At the moment she stepped out, Xie Lian seemed to perceive an illusion. The person who walked out was not Ling Wen, but a towering young man with monstrous killing intent. Yet when he looked closely again, it was still Ling Wen's slender figure. Ling Wen was a civil god. This was entirely accurate. Even if she had deliberately concealed her true strength before, it absolutely could not have escaped Xie Lian's notice. How could she suddenly be able to send Quan Yizhen flying into the sky? Hua Cheng spoke gravely. "Gidge, be careful, she's wearing that robe now." Indeed, that was the case. Although outwardly Ling Wen was still clad in a black robe, a surging black aura enveloped her, making her entire being seem to transform into someone else, with killing intent wildly rising. Yet her pure white face remained as serene as ever, creating a strange contrast. Xie Lian made a probing stab, and Ling Wen flicked her sleeve to parry it. Just at that moment, Quan Yizhen fell from the sky, landing with a thud onto the ground. The young man, upon seeing that flick of the sleeve, his eyes instantly sparkled splendid. Xie Lian's eyes also sparkled splendid. Ling Wen's move just now was truly flawlessly beautiful. No, rather, it should be said it was the move by which the embroidered clothes immortal assisted Ling Wen. When the embroidered clothes immortal was worn by others, it either caused them to lose their minds or drained them of all their fresh blood. But when worn by Ling Wen, it became invulnerable to blades and spears, and could even actively attack, instantly helping a civil god send the Western martial god flying. Never before had he heard of the embroidered cloth. He's immortal possessing such miraculous uses. Who would have thought that the embroidered clothes immortal, despite having had its head and limbs chopped off by her, would still obey her command? This time, let alone the villagers of Puji village, even all the monks and priests were utterly stunned with fear. Tianyan Kai cursed splendid for what? Getting beaten and still finding it splendid? Is anyone in this shrine normal? I think none of them are human. Quan Yizhen, eager to spar, sprang from the earth and attacked again. Ling Wen murmured softly, "I've already told you, don't linger." These words she spoke to the embroidered clothes immortal, but the body did not obey her. It then used its elbow to block Quan Yizhen's fist, and the two sides began to fight clamorously. Blocking and attacking, simultaneously blocking and attacking. Fist winds and palm chi shook the old and dilapidated walls of Puji Shrine to the point of swaying precariously, on the verge of collapsing. The embroidered clothes immortal truly lived up to its reputation of having the potential to ascend. Quan Yizhen, surprisingly, was faintly losing ground. Xie Lian couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, would it trouble you two to stand a bit further away to fight? Please stand further away." Before he finished speaking, the group of monks and Taoists charged forward once more, attacking from the flanks. 40 to 50 sabers, staves, swords, and maces came striking towards them. Xie Lian's countenance changed. He raised his hand and shouted, "Wait! Don't!" Amidst that tragic roar, the Bodhi temple, which had already suffered countless devastations and struggled to hold on until now, finally officially collapsed. Xie Lian stood dazed for a moment, his heart aching with sorrow as expected. No home of mine ever lasts beyond half a year. This time, I truly must appeal for donations to repair the house. Hua Cheng said, "Gidge, don't be sad. It's just a house, there are plenty." Xie Lian rallied his spirits, when suddenly Tianyan Kai, covering his forehead, staggered and dragged himself over to block the path, pointing at him and cursing, "You young scoundrel, how dare you use tricks to destroy my spiritual cultivation? Who is your master? How many years have you been cultivating? Which Taoist temple are you registered at? Which god do you worship?" Xie Lian spun his head around, a sudden chill flashing between his brows, and sternly roared, "You ask who I am? Listen closely. I am none other than the noble crown prince. You common rabble, kneel before me at once." This voice was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Someone nearly knelt down on the spot, only regaining composure when pulled back by a companion. "What are you doing? You really knelt? Strange, so strange it was unconscious." Xie Lian spoke with solemnity. "I am over 800 years old, even older than all of you combined. The bridges I've crossed are more numerous than the roads you've walked. My temples and shrines are spr. Across all lands. My believers and worshippers fill the four seas. Not knowing my name is due to your shallow ignorance. I worship no god. I am a god. Hearing that grand, shameless, and brazen speech, everyone was utterly dumbfounded, involuntarily gaping. Huh? Xie Lian's grandstanding was precisely for this moment. The plate in his hand flew out, dozens of pristine white pellets, accompanied by a whistling sound like iron bullets in steel shot, dispersed in all directions, precisely striking the gaping mouths of a row of astonished monks and priests. After throwing them, he wiped his sweat and said, "Please, everyone forget all the words I just said. In truth, I am just a scrap collector." Anyone who swallowed the round pellet changed expression. Ah. We've been hit, we've fallen for a trick. A few agile individuals raised their swords to block the round pellets. When they held their swords before them, the pellets were still spinning rapidly, spitting out fierce sparks against the sword blades. The entire group was utterly horrified. What kind of hidden weapon is this? Hard as steel, unusually shiny. Could it possibly be that legendary item? Xie Lian said, "That's right. This is indeed the legendary Nak Kayat Bang Tan pellet. Peerlessly toxic. If you don't drink 81 cups of clean water within one day to detoxify, your stomach will explode." Although they had never heard this name before, the monks and priests were still scared out of their wits. Hey, is it really that potent a poison? Anyway, just drink water first. After all, to detoxify, one only needs to drink water. Let's run quickly. Go fetch water. The dozen or so people who had been struck immediately took to their heels and ran. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Wen grew stronger with each blow, her two hands already grasping Quan Yizin's neck and lifting him up. Although she had the upper hand, Ling Wen's expression was far from pleasant as she snapped, "By Jean, do you intend to kill him? Stop fighting, run now." By chance, Xie Lian still had one pellet left, and just as Ling Wen said the word run, with swift hands and keen eyes, he threw it into her mouth. In mere moments, the glittering light in Ling Wen's eyes dimmed, as if the thing she had just swallowed had sucked it all away, and the dark aura around her body also suddenly grew faint by a layer. She looked as if she was trying to suppress the urge to vomit, then looked towards Xie Lian. Her lips silently parted and closed for a moment, enduring for a while before throwing Quan Yizhen to the ground, clutching her forehead and fleeing from sight. Quan Yizhen sprang up and chased after her. Xie Lian had originally intended to chase, but the monks and priests blocked him, shouting, "Everyone, push on. Reinforcements are coming soon. More still coming. Then we cannot linger in Bodhi village any longer. We must leave now and strategize later." Quan Yizhen chased after Ling Wen, and soon disappeared from sight. Xie Lian pulled Hua Cheng into his embrace and said, "Hold on to me tightly." With those words he pushed off, glided past the crowd and strode off. Hua Cheng, as expected, obediently listened, hugging him tightly. For some unknown reason, this scene made Xie Lian feel somehow familiar, but there was no time left for him to reminisce. He had to immediately announce this matter upwards. Xie Lian, without much thought, sent a spiritual communication. "Ling Wen has gotten into trouble." Ling Wen. "I know. Xie Lian. I've bothered you." In a flash, Ling Wen on the other end cut off the spiritual communication first. Xie Lian also completely didn't know how to respond. In the past, whenever something happened, he would directly contact Ling Wen. Now that Ling Wen herself was in trouble, he hadn't reacted in time and even sought her out to inform her. It was truly a situation between laughter and tears. Xie Lian entered the spiritual communication array while carrying Hua Cheng. He ran like mad and yelled, "Esteemed ones, please inform the entire heavenly court that Ling Wen, wearing the brocade immortal, has fled." The author says, Ling Wen in battle armor. Combat power 1000. Assaulting little ones. If refined by a heavenly official, it is called a magical treasure. If refined by a Taoist priest, a Buddhist monk, or a mortal, it is called a magical implement, and only after they ascend is it called a magical treasure. Now let's look at the combat situation of types of weapons. Century-long harmony soup. Hua Cheng Win, Shi Rong loss, Feng Shi loss, Di Shi loss. 10,000 purples and 1,000 reds. Stir-fry. Hua Cheng Win, Quan Yizhen loss. Pure as ice and jade pearl. Hua Cheng Win, Quan Yizhen loss, Ling Wen loss. Who is the strongest? No doubt, right? A lover's eyes turn their beloved into she. Sure, the infatuation of Bong Qua is beyond salvation. Who else besides him can withstand Lian's poisonous medicine? Because many readers read as if not reading and play the game of skipping book 2 and not reading Hua Lian's past, I kindly remind you again Lian felt the scene of Mini Hua hugging him tightly was familiar because in the past, when Lian saved him from the city wall, little Hua also hugged Lian tightly and refused to let go. Chapter 59. I also want to say up front that Sister Chio's story has many intertwined details from the past and present. Those who skip chapters and don't understand, please bear the consequences. On another note, Fong Xian, besides meaning a maiden's heart, also means flower pistil, everyone. While we're at it, let's explain Quan Yizhen's name. Chen Yizhen Quan means power weight. Zhen means sincere, honest, unadorned. Probably means that little Quan is the most unadorned one. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.